Chapter 118, Trip to Kyoto 5. Also, there is the fact that I already told Arya about Kanu's existence, and even though Arya doesn't know the full story, but she knows that Kanu won't be living with us for long. Maybe Arya already prepared herself mentally in order to not run away after seeing her. "Come here, Arya, let's eat," I said as look at her since maybe she also needed to eat well, and I thought this chance might be best for her to know someone who is near her age. Even though there is still quite an age between them, since one looks like a teenager meanwhile looks like a child, but it's very much less than anyone around her like me, Tiamat, Graphia, etc. So the age gap between Kanu and Arya is closed compared to other people at this moment. And not only that, but also the fact both are very similar to each other. I think this is due to the animal features on their bodies. One is a rabbit while the other one is a fox. Right this moment, Arya is wearing that disguise ring that Fia given her, and that's why she is right now looking like a regular human. Looking at Arya's face, even though it might appear emotionless, but I who lived with her can understand her, and I confidently say that right now Arya's eyes are filled with pure curiosity as she looks towards Kanu. Since Ira only saw Kuroka in her cat form and not Kuroka in her real form, so to her, Kanu might be the first yokai she has ever seen, and that's why she is curious about her, just like the time when Arya saw a cat for the first time. Meanwhile, it can't be said same for Kanu, because she has rather her head down most of the time, and whenever I don't look at her, she looks at myself. Whenever I look back at her, she again lets her head down like she doesn't want me to notice her sneakily peeking at me. Other than that, she is only following my lead completely. Maybe it's because she still is afraid and wary of us due to previous accidents, which is the reason for her this behavior. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a tired sigh, thinking that it might take a while before she fully trusted, or maybe taking her to her mother might help her to stop being wary of us. Kanupovi. My dream prince was not in dream. I said this very excitedly in mind, because even though I wanted to shout this, but I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of the prince. I couldn't help but feel angry towards my mama for lying about princes in the book aren't being real. I hope when the prince takes me back to my mama, she will see that princes in the storybooks are real, and she was wrong, but right now, I really don't know how to behave in front of him in order to not embarrass myself again. I couldn't help but want to beat up my stupid stomach, which embarrassed me previous time, but it was not bad, since not only Prince is guiding me like a princess, but he was also gonna eat with me. I kept my head down all the time in order to not let Prince see this stupid grin on my face, whenever I tried to look up and see Prince's face. I immediately lowered my head again in order to not let Prince see my burning red face, which would embarrass me again. But it's not my fault because the prince's face is too looking that I have never seen anyone even near a good-looking face like his. And because of that, whenever I tried to look at him, I became shy, especially when he looked at him, I couldn't even utter a word. "Sit here," Prince said as his voice came into my ears, which brought me back to reality. I noticed that I already reached somewhere else, and Prince told me to sit on the chair. I tried to do what Prince told me to do as I climbed onto the chair, but the height was too high that it was very difficult to sit on the chair. I tried my best in order to reach on top of the chair alone, since I didn't want a prince to think that I am a useless girl who couldn't even do such a simple thing. But when I was struggling to climb up, Prince helped me and made me sit at the table, which made me realize how kind and caring Prince is. After sitting, I saw more people whom I hadn't seen before, especially this black-haired big sister, and I couldn't help but find her pretty, especially her red eyes. Her face looks so cold. Maybe she doesn't like other people. Will she get angry if I say hello or try to greet her? I want to greet Prince's family, but I am afraid of disturbing her and accidentally offending her. Will she scold me if I disturb her? My mama sometimes scolds me whenever I disturb her when she is doing some important work. In the end, after thinking for a while, I decided to not speak to this beautiful, cold big sister in fear of offending her, as I tried to turn my head side in order to see the prince, but instead of him, I saw that maid's big sister, who was the first person I saw after waking up, and even though I don't know why, but I did feel not good around here. Maid big sister's face also looks very cold, but she has a cold, angry face, which is somewhat different from that Red Eye's big sister. I immediately began to search for the prince since he was not present around, and I found him moving to another place. Chapter 119, Trip to Kyoto 6. After some moments, I was finally able to see him once again, Prince, after he came back from that, and brought me something in his hands. Since my nose is very strong, I am immediately able to tell Prince brought back food with him, even though I can't tell what food he brought for me, but I am sure it is something very delicious. Because of how delicious aroma of food, which Prince brought back have, and also I am sure because that I believe Prince wouldn't give me food which taste bad. I couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the number of dishes in front of me. I could tell by their looks that all the dishes that Prince brought were super delicious. Why you? I said to Prince, who passed me the plate, even though I tried my best to speak. Without stuttering somehow, I still did it even for saying such a simple word. My mother taught me that I should say, thank you, every time someone helps me because that's a good girl always do. But I can't even do this properly, even though Prince already helped me multiple times, and not to mention, he is also saved from those bad people. He is also talking back to my mommy, which makes me more ashamed that I can't say something as simple as thank you properly. I am sure my mother will scold me if she knows that I don't even say thank you, for one time even though Prince helped me multiple times. And more bad thing is that the Prince will think that I am not a good girl, which is worse than my mother scolding me, because that way maybe he will even stop talking to me. But I couldn't help it because whenever I tried to speak to him, I always stopped midway after seeing his face. It's like some kind of magic that whenever I look at his face, I feel that my face started to heat up as well, and my heart starts to beat very loudly while the words that I want to speak get stuck in my throat. I tried again to look at the Prince again, to check whether that had happened again or not as soon I looked towards him. And the moment I look at his face, I immediately lower my head to avoid looking into his eyes. As I was afraid, the same thing happened again like I imagined, which made me more thinking about why is this happening, because I was sure it was not some kind of magic. I wished my mama were here, then I am sure she would have known what was happening, and then told me some solution to this. That way I will able to talk to my Prince, normally without avoiding his eyes, but unfortunately my mama is not present here. While my head down, my eyes fell on my plate which was filled with dishes that looked very delicious. Gulp! I couldn't help but swallow my saliva because not only food looked delicious, but the aroma of the food was also very good. And not to mention I am right now super hungry too, so I decided to put my all thoughts back of my head and stop thinking about it. I decided to give priority to this delicious-looking food, especially when this food was prepared by the Prince himself. For me, otherwise Prince's efforts would be in vain. With those thoughts, I dug into the food immediately as I took my first bite. I almost stood up in my place because it was unbelievably delicious. As a result, I kept eating without stopping, or more like my hands and mouth couldn't stop. After 15 minutes, I released a satisfying sigh after I finished everything, and patted my stomach, which was rather like a balloon that moment because I had eaten too much. I couldn't help but think that the dishes prepared by Prince were so delicious even though I ate these dishes for the first time. I will make sure to tell my mama about this, so that she can also try this food. I am sure she will also love the taste like I did. And I am sure Prince will also cook for my mama since he is so nice. I just need to ask him, and not to mention no person refuses my mama's request. Here, Prince's gentle voice enters my ears as I look forward, and see Prince is holding a napkin in his hand. The next moment he came close and started to wipe my lips, and I couldn't even move for some reason. After a few moments, he was finally done. He took his hand, and then I saw a dirty napkin which I had cleaned before. Wait, did he see me in such a state? I inwardly shouted this in my mind as I realized that the Prince must have seen me and how I was eating food in such an untidy way. My mama always told me about table manners, but I totally forgot about it because the food was so delicious as well as I was super hungry. Not only that, but he also cleaned my mouth, which got dirty due to my lack of table manners. If my mama somehow knew this, then surely she would spank me. Moreover, I again embarrassed myself in front of the prince even though I promised myself not to. I couldn't help but blame my stupid face. And not to mention Prince himself has to clean my dirty mouth. I am so embarrassed right now that I can't even lift my head. At night, Prince left me in this room and told me that he would take me back to my mama the day after tomorrow, which made me happy and sad at the same time. Chapter 120, Kyoto. I couldn't help but think about the previous few days, which I lived because these past days felt like a dream. It's exactly like those stories in the book that my mama used to tell me at night, and I can't believe that it actually happened to me in real life. I am sure that my mama will be shocked if she knows that I have experience, first getting taken by those bad people, and then Prince saving me from those bad people. I really can't wait to tell these things to Mama, and I am sure she will definitely reward Prince for saving me because she loves me the most. Sigh. I miss her. I muttered this myself as I released a sad, tired sigh, because even though it's only been a few days, but I am already missing her so much. But it's all right. I said this in my mind loudly as I motivated myself, because Prince already promised me to go back to my home in just a few days, and I was sure he wouldn't lie to me. So it's only a matter of few days before I meet my mama again, and I am sure she will be happy to know that Prince helped me. I wondered my mama what would be doing right now, and I couldn't help but wonder whether she was all right or not, because I was sure she would be very sad after not finding me anywhere. Maybe she already ordered everyone to find me, or maybe she herself would have left her all work and started to search for me because she would be super worried for me. Somehow I want her to know that I am all right, so that she doesn't need to worry for me, and also her know that I will be back in just a few days. But it's impossible now, because those bad people have already broken every item my mama had given me, and I don't know how to contact her now. So I could only hope that she would be all right now, at least till I got back to her, and then I could let her know that I was fine, so she didn't need to worry about me anymore. But the prince will leave after taking me back home? I couldn't help but ask this question to my question, because even though my head was always down when he was telling me this due to embarrassment, still, I clearly hear through my ears that he will drop me back at my home and leave, which I don't like at all. Going home meant the prince would leave me, which I hated, and even though I wanted to go back home, I didn't want him to leave me. Is that any way in which he can live with us back in my home? I asked this question to myself in my mind, since I couldn't help but think how nice it would be if Prince could live with me and Mama back in my home. Maybe I should ask my mama about this, since she always has a solution for everything. I am sure she would find a way to let that happen. Right now I should sleep, otherwise I won't be able to wake early, and then the prince will think I am a very lazy girl, which is something I never want to happen. With those thoughts, I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but it is difficult to sleep, especially about thinking about today, but still, I forcefully closed my eyes as I tried to sleep. Jinwu Povi. Phew tilde, I release a sigh of relief thinking about today as I sit on my bed, and have to say, I didn't expect that kid to be so well behaved. Since she is the daughter of some big shot, so I expected her to be spoiled, but it seems I was wrong, or maybe she is just due to recent events happened to her. And now here is a totally unknown place where she has no one to rely on other than us. So maybe she is just trying to appear as well-behaved as possible to not make us angry in the slightest. At least now that I know she trusts us, which is really good, and I am glad she liked my food very much. And I am so sure about that because when she was eating the food, her fluffy tail was swinging very fast, which only means that she really enjoyed the food I made. That's not only due to that, but also the fact that after taking the first bite of the food, she immediately started to eat like she hadn't eaten anything for many days. She ate too much food, which makes me wonder how such a small body can contain such a big quantity of food inside. At that time, her body looks like some big balloon that will explode at any moment, while her face looks very satisfied, which kinda makes me glad. Due to the way she ate the whole meal, her whole mouth got very dirty, and I found this rather very funny. It can't be said the same for Tiamat, because seems to looking at the kid with cold eyes filled with disappointment. Maybe she expected the kid to more better and mind her table manners. But I don't mind it at all, so I quickly grab the napkin and wipe it off for her since I feel no one else will do this. Maybe afterwards the cleaning, she realized that she had eaten like a starved animal, and that's why her face became pure red, probably due to embarrassment, as she kept her head down the whole time. Not only that, but her fluffy tail as well as her ears also got dropped, which wanted me to have her head pat and cheer her up. Anyway, we are finally going to Kyoto after 2 days, since we are gonna go like normal people, which means we need to pack our bags, especially when I consider this trip as part of Arya training. Chapter 121, Kyoto 2. Arya needs to understand how this world works for her future, otherwise she will always be dependent on me, Graphia, or any other person. This is why I am using this trip as an excuse to teach Arya about this world, especially when the homeworld is very different from this world. I still remember the first time she got out of this house. She became extremely overwhelmed by all the tall buildings and other structures, as well as other things like cars, which she had never seen before. It took her a few days just to get used to her outside world, or more precise, this neighborhood, but she's still scared of people. This is why whenever she sees any person outside, she immediately tries her best to hide her body or just try her best to stick to me. After her training, sometimes we encountered some old people who come to the same park for walking or to do some morning exercises. Whenever they greet us, Arya always hide behind us immediately, even though those old people never took it to their hearts, but still, this is not good. So I hope this trip will help her to adjust to this world, as well as I will make her understand the concept of money, since that's most important, especially when she is living in the human world. Since the concept of money is how human society operates, especially when there are no superpowers involved, why she needs to understand how money works. This is not an easy task, especially when she doesn't have any concept of money back in her home world, and but her fear of strangers makes this even worse. I hope this trip will help her to understand this as well, and then I can also teach her about trade, which is basic required for living life here in this world. Sigh. I couldn't help but sigh, because even though I am doing this much for Arya still, she seems to look very unhappy about this. Because she remembered the little expressions on her expressionless face when I told her she would be coming with us to Kyoto. Even though she was very upset about my decision, but still, she obediently nodded her head and agreed to my decision. I just hope that somewhere in future she will realize this and appreciate my efforts later. Come to think, she doesn't know how to make preparations for trips. Until now, I was using my shadow as some kind of storage. Since she doesn't have anything like my shadow, which she could use as some kind of storage to store her things. This is why I want her to learn this too, just in case of an emergency, where I nor someone else is present who she can depend on. Then, I want her to be ready for any kind of situation on her own, in case of emergency. I already gave her an empty backpack, which I created using my power, meaning no matter what, that backpack won't get damaged, at least by any normal means. Well, to be honest, I even doubt that even a nuclear blast could do anything to that backpack. Anyway, now she needs to pack her items, even though I told her what she will need during this trip, and according to that she will need to pack her bag. In the end, she needs to do this herself, but I hardly think that she would make a mistake, especially when I already told her what she needs to put inside the bag. Considering how serious about following my every word, I hardly believe that she made even a small mistake in this. Even by any chance, if she makes any mistake, then also it's all right, since I quickly used Shadow Exchange to teleport back here. Anyway, I already booked all the necessary tickets that I will need for this trip. And I booked all these tickets for the day after tomorrow, since I wanted to give myself some time to Arya to get prepared, which includes both physical as well as mental. Master Naya Tilda. Kuroka said this in her usual playful tone as she comes and entered my room from the opened window. As soon as she entered my room, her whole cat body started to shine in bright light as she started to change back to her original humanoid form. I guess she again sneaked into my room after Arya fell asleep, even though this is frequent now. But why do I feel like today she wants something? Kuroka Povi. Master and Arya, both going to Kyoto to return that girl to her home, which means they gonna leave me alone here. Definitely, I don't want that to happen. Especially with Tiamat, she is a total psychopath, and I know I am not safe with her. Right now, I am only safe because my master here present, which is why I am still saved from that psychopath. But I am not sure what will happen to me if my master is gone for a few days, leaving me with that psychopath maid alone. I am sure she would kill me or at least torture me when he is not surrounded, because right now, she is only in control since he is around. And somehow, she won't do anything that goes against his wishes, which really makes me admire him for taming such a psychopath like her. That's the reason I absolutely can't be left alone in this house, with that maid, otherwise who knows what will happen to me. This is why I came today inside the master bedroom, to convince him to take me with him, and for that to happen I even willing to do anything. Chapter 122, Kyoto 3. So you want to come with us? He asked this as he sat down on the bed and looked towards me. Yes, Nyatilda, I replied and tried to appear as cute as possible, but from his looks, he appeared emotionless as usual. This makes me sometimes wonder whether is he man or not, since I am very aware of my beauty and know how effective it is against my opposite gender. But it can't be said the same for this man, because no matter how I try to appear flirtatious in front of him, he always remains unmoved, like he doesn't even consider me a love interest at all, which makes me question whether he is even a man. Maybe he is someone who already had been used to being a beautiful woman, even though I don't want to admit it, but that maid is as beautiful as me or maybe more. I can't forget that master friend in the underworld who found information regarding my sister in just a few days, since I am sure that friend is female, and my gut feeling says that that friend also is beautiful as that maid. And somehow my senses tell me that this friend is more than just a regular friend. But anyway, if seduction doesn't work on him, then I can only plead with him while somehow convincing him to take me with him. For that to happen, I am ready to do anything, but looking at him, who seems very unmoved, I feel it's not gonna be an easy task. I can protect Arya too, Nyatilda. I said this as I knew this would be an effective excuse to go with them, since he can't be with her every time. So if I go with them, then I can watch over that girl for every second and protect her from any harm. Since I already fully recovered from my injuries, I doubt I will encounter any enemy who could give me a tough time. Especially when I feel my body more stronger than before I was injured. I don't know how, but somehow his treatment made my body not only fully healed, which sounds rather very impossible, since I know better than anyone else how serious injuries I had my body at that time. I should be dead, or at least crippled, but not only he didn't heal my body completely like good as new, but also somehow make my body more stronger than before. I couldn't help but wonder how he managed to do that. Maybe this is his power, or the power of some sacred gear. I can't be sure, and not to mention that I don't even know what is he. He might appear as an ordinary human with an extremely good face, but I am sure he is not just your regular human, because he doesn't look pathetic like other humans at all. Or more precise, I feel he is hiding himself completely, which shouldn't be possible normally, but this man can't be described by any normal means. So I won't surprised even if he is using some kind of advanced magic or some artifact to hide himself. But anyway, the excuse I gave him is perfect, because I am sure he won't be able to watch over Arya 24/7, especially when he is going with 2 kids, which is why taking me will be more beneficial. For that, I will be staying in my cat form, since that way Arya won't be able to find out about my humanoid form, and not only that, in my cat form. I hardly believe that she would let me go out of her arms if I stayed in my cat form, since I and he or anyone in this house knows how clingy that girl become to me. Even though it's very annoying for me, but at least I can use this excuse to go with them, which actually will save me from staying with that psychopath maid alone in this house. After hearing my words, the master got into thinking, which also gave me an opening as I gave him more reasons and tried to more convince him, then I am sure he will soon be agreed. Jinwoo Povi. I couldn't help but find her reason reasonable, but I am not sure, since I hope someone could stay with Tiamat too. Not because I want someone to watch over her, since she could go on berserk, even for the smallest inconvenience, which makes her mad, since that work could be easily handled by my shadow soldiers. The real reason I wanted to leave her here was so that she at least would have someone to give her company, especially when I knew how painful loneliness could be. Can roughly guess why she wanted to go with us this eagerly, and the reason might due to Tiamat. Since I know how much Kuroka is very afraid of Tiamat, especially from their first meeting, and I guess Kuroka still hasn't been able to overcome that now. But what Kuroka said makes sense since I can't use my powers in public, so I am sure Kuroka will be much more helpful and can remain stuck to Arya all the time. Especially considering that the fact that how much Arya likes to cling to Kuroka in her cat form, and also the fact that could also maybe make her mood a little better at least. This really makes me think that taking her might be the correct choice at least for this situation, where I need to babysit 2 children. I am sure I can't focus on both, especially in between the public, while I can't use my shadow soldiers in public. Even leaving shadow soldiers in their shadows might not helpful as taking Kuroka with us, especially with her abilities. So maybe taking her will be a good idea, and since she might be really helpful for this trip. Chapter 123, Kyoto 4. On the day of departure. Today is the day when we are going to Kyoto, and everyone is fully prepared. And luckily, it seems Arya's mood has improved a lot compared to last time. And it all happened when I told her she could take Kuroka with her as the result, rather than being nervous right now. She is holding Kuroka, who is in her cat form, while staring at her with bright shining eyes. And the good thing is that, since Kuroka looks like your regular cat, taking her everywhere with us is much easier than a humanoid form, since her real form is rather too eye-catching, especially her clothing. And I don't think anyone would be able to ignore her, which is why her being her cat form is much more convenient than her original form. Not to mention, since she is going with Arya, she needs to stay in her cat form to not let Arya find out about her true form. Because I don't know what would be her reaction to knowing that the cat who she so much adored is someone who has a similar appearance to us. And I think if she knows that the cat she adores so much is deceiving her with a fake appearance, then I don't think she will be happy about it. I am sure that she then definitely won't be this open with Kuroka when she knows the reality, or maybe she will become more like a robot, which is definitely not good. I know someday Arya gonna found out about Kuroka's truth, but at least by that time, I want Arya to find a real friend who can make Arya more open, so that she could become more like a person than a robot. Should we go? Kanu, who is wearing something which seems to be called Miko, or to be more precise, shrine maiden attire, consisted of a pair of red hakama, divided, pleated trousers, a white kasode, a predecessor of the kimono, and some white or red hair ribbons. This was the same outfit she was wearing when I first found her, and it seems she didn't want to wear anything other than this, or more like, she never wore anything other than this outfit. But since at that time, her clothes were already torn and dirty, I created the same copies of her clothes that she was wearing, since it was a piece of cake for me. And maybe because she thought of this as some kind of magic trick, since suddenly a bunch of clothes appeared in my hands, she was looking at me with nothing but pure admiration in her big eyes. Which was quite a scene to watch, since this might be one of the few times when I saw her face properly, because she always has her head down whenever she is with me. Yes, but before that, I replied as I looked at her fluffy ears as well as her fluffy tail, and I didn't think it was a good idea to take her out like this, especially since normal humans aren't aware of supernatural species like devils, yokai, etc. But it's fine, since I already prepared the solution for this problem, as with that in my mind, I brought my fist in front of her, and then opened my fist. "Wear this," I said, as I revealed the pitch-black ring in my hand, and it was the same as Arya's ring, which was given by Fia, and had the same function as that ring. Or might be more better than the original ring that Fia given, since I am pretty sure nothing could destroy that duplicate ring, which I created at least in this world. Maybe I should give one to Arya, just in case later, since I can't be sure when she might need an extra ring in case of any emergency situation where her ring stops functioning or accidentally gets destroyed. This is? Kanu asked this with a confused expression on her face as she looked at the ring in my hand, and suddenly next moment, after seeing what was in my hand, Her entire face got red as her ears got down. Meanwhile, I could see her tail swinging at a very high speed. Since from that swing, I can probably guess that she was happy. Since Yonkai and animal characteristics are similar, meaning her tail swinging means she is happy, but why? Is it because she thinks this a gift, since that's reasonable, because kids always like to receive gifts? And I think it's very true for girls receiving accessories as gifts like a ring. After a while, she calmed down as she slowly stretched her hand towards me, but she stretched the wrong side of her hand. Maybe she was nervous about receiving this item, which is why she hesitated. I got tired of waiting as I gently grabbed her hand straight and then gave her the ring while I told her to wear it. Her tail dropped with her ears like she got upset. Maybe it was because I grabbed her hand, since that's possible, especially when she comes from high-profile background. Anyway, after a few moments, she did as I said and wore the ring on her finger as her ears and fluffy tail completely disappeared. Well, not disappear since it's technically still there, but still blends in with the surroundings, meaning I or anyone else still could touch it, but no one can see it. So it's better to say that her fox-like characteristics have now become transparent instead of disappearing as well. And it's the same case with the ring that Arya is wearing. Kanu looked extremely surprised and frightened after seeing this change, as she thought that she lost her ears and tail. Chapter 124 arrived. She tried to reach out her hand to touch her tail, like she worried that her tail was now gone. But she can touch it just fine since it's still there. Her tail just becomes invisible, or more like transparent. Next thing this girl did was to touch her ears, and as her tail, she's still able to touch her ears without any problem. Phew, Tilda. She released a sigh of relief as soon she realized that her ears and tail were safe, which was quite a funny scene, like she thought that she lost her tail and her ears. And after a few seconds, maybe out of curiosity, she started to play with her tail and ears, which are invisible. Maybe she just found the fact very fascinating that her tail and her ears become invisible, which is why now she can't stop playing with it. I couldn't help but find how easy it is for kids to get fascinated by anything that they find rather interesting. Meow. Tilda Kuroka jumped from Arya's arms after so much struggling as she came towards me like she expected me to save her from Arya. But considering her whole purpose for going with us was to give a company to Arya as well as to protect her from any harms. Even though it's very unlikely Arya will be in any danger, because no one knows her nor do we have any enemies in this world. So her getting attacked by someone is very unlikely, but it's not impossible, which is why taking Kuroka with us will do more good than harm. And I am very sure if we don't take her with us, then probably she gonna go somewhere to search for her sister, which includes the underworld, and that's not safe for her. Especially because she is still a wanted criminal in that place, and even though Grafia is trying to find any evidence to prove her innocence, but unfortunately, there are still no results. Not to mention Grafia has her work to do, because she was away from her home for years in the hope of bringing peace to her homeworld. Even though somehow her purpose got fulfilled, but her family lost all the power in the underworld, and not only that, but while she was away. Her family also got troubled by many people in the underworld, so I am guessing Grafia must have scores to settle with that, since I would do the same if I were in her place. Even though I want her to help, since she is the reason why I was able to get out of her place, as well as she is someone I consider as my friend, so it's natural that I want to help. But I don't think she will need my help, since she is already very capable herself. As well as I don't think there is anyone who could rival her in the underworld, especially when I checked the entire underworld and found nothing but weak devils. So weak that I feel even Grafia, without using that thing, could also easily beat any one of them, which is also the reason I don't think she will require my help, nor I think she will appreciate my help. Especially because it's her family matters that don't involve me at all. So it is better to let Grafia handle her matters herself, which probably gonna take a while. Anyway, another possibility is that Kuroka will possibly follow us, since I am very sure of the fact that she won't stay here with Tiamat alone, since Kuroka still very afraid of Tiamat due to their first encounter. So it's better to take Kuroka with us before she can make any of these stupid possibilities true. But she sure will be helpful, especially with her abilities like illusions, which she could use in public, without any problem to not give us any unwanted attention. That gonna make things bad for us, and it's way worse for Arya, because Arya has social anxiety, or is it more precise to say that she is just afraid of people due to her past experience in her home world? This is also the reason Kuroka taking with us will do more good, and not only that, but she can also keep an eye on them while protecting them from any harm without gathering any unwanted attention. Pat. I couldn't help but kneel as I started to pet her head after thinking how useful Kuroka is. Meanwhile, Arya, who lost grip on Kuroka, came towards me, or more like towards Kuroka, to grab her once again. But she looks rather restrained. Maybe it's because of me. She probably looking at me like she wants my permission to hold Kuroka again. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a sigh in worry about Arya's behavior, since she was acting like I was a very strict guardian, even though I didn't do anything to make myself look like that in her mind. Nod. But anyway, I nodded my head as I gave her what she wanted, even though she looked the same as before, completely cold still. I could tell she was happy by the shine in her ruby color eyes. She quickly comes forward with the intent to catch Kuroka in her arms, while Kuroka looks at me with teary eyes like she is asking me to save her from Arya. I couldn't help but say sorry for her in my mind, since I was not going to help her, because I didn't think I could afford to give Arya more reason to think of me as a strict person, which would only make her behavior more like this. The next moment, Arya grabbed Kuroka back in her arms, and I could see a small smile on her face, which is very rare. Meanwhile, Kuroka completely gave up after Arya held her in her arms. Chapter 125, Spy. In Kyoto. At one of the railway stations. Finally reached this place. I said this in my mind as I took the first step to Kyoto, and with Arya, Kanu, and finally Kuroka, who is in her cat form. Even though I am very unsure about leaving Tiamat alone back at the house, but she herself insists on not going with us, saying she needs to attend to her unattended business. From the looks of it, I could tell that she was not lying, which means what she said was true, but I don't know what unattended business she has in the human world, especially when she previously was a shut-in dragon. The only unattended business of hers I could think of is that dragon who borrowed her things and hasn't returned them yet, and since that dragon now has become sacred gear. So she must be gone to find the new host of that sacred gear to get her things back. I just hope she won't chaos and start to destroy everything in just raid. But I think it's gonna be fine, since I already have one of the shadow soldiers to keep an eye on her, just in case she ever tries to do anything stupid like destroying everything in her path to find the person she is looking for. Also have to make sure she won't take the life of that sacred gear, new host, since I doubt a person even knows why the hell a dragon wants to take her life. Meow. Kuroka meowed as she jumped from Arya to my shoulder and rubbed her head against my face. And the reason she managed to get away from Arya, who always seemed to hold her, because of the new thing that I come to know today. Are you okay? I asked this in a worried tone as I looked towards Arya, who seemed to have an extremely pale face at this moment. It seems Arya have a severe motion sickness, which I as well as Grafia were unaware of, and her motion sickness is worse. Even on the train, her condition got so bad that she almost vomited, but luckily, we reached quickly since I took the fastest train to Kyoto. Sigh. I couldn't help but think about my decision to come here through normal means, especially after witnessing Arya motion sickness. Anyway, since we already are here, I don't think it's better to regret it now, but at least I will use my powers to teleport back home, since going back again by any vehicle probably gonna be a big issue for Arya. The only thing happening right now is due to Kuroka, we can easily blend in with people, since she is using her illusions all the time. But this also worries me, since I feel she must be exhausted by now, since not only using her illusion ability to make us look like normal local people to others all the time, but she is also in her cat form. Considering strength, which is a lot weaker than Grafia or Tiamat, I am getting worried about how she will be holding right now. Even though she might appear normal playful cat as usual, but I am pretty sure she is right now exhausted, now needs rest. So a good hotel to rest probably will be best before continuing our journey. We still travel a lot until we finally reach our destination, Xuanhuan's home, or to be more precise, where I can sense her mother's location. Not only that, I also discussed this problem with Graphia regarding Xuanhuan, even though she couldn't help since she is busy with her work. Indeed, told me about Yonkai territory and other basic details that I will need to know. I appreciate it, since this is my first time coming to Kyoto in this world, as well as in my home world, since even in my home world I went to Kyoto. Growl tilde. I heard this sound waking me up from my thoughts, as I looked in the direction where this sound came from, and saw no. It seems that sound comes from her stomach, probably because she is hungry. Well, it makes sense since right now it's time for lunch, and considering the fact she is just a normal child without strength of her own, unlike me, Arya, or Kuroka. She gets hungry and needs food to get energy. Looking at her right, she seems to become embarrassed, probably because of her stomach. I couldn't help but have a small smile on my face, thinking about how this child tries to act as well-behaved as possible. Anyway, I guess it is better to go to some restaurant before continuing to our destination, since we still need to travel quite a bit before finally reaching her home. Let's go first for something to eat for lunch, I said in a soft tone as I slowly stretched out my hand towards her. Looking at my hand, her face becomes a little shy, probably because she is shy, and even though her tail right now is invisible, but I know her tail is swinging around. But soon Xuanhuan reached out and finally grabbed my hand with her small soft hand. Meanwhile, I stretched my other hand towards Arya since I couldn't forget her. Especially considering she just looks teenager, but inside she still is the kid, which is why I am worried she might get social anxiety, especially after seeing her motion sickness or getting scared in the new place, as well as seeing so many strangers. Not only that, but I am also worried that she accidentally might get lost. Arya quietly grabbed my hand without any delay as we began moving towards the restaurant where we could eat, but I couldn't help but wonder why someone is spying on us right now. Chapter 126, Spies. I clearly could see that some people spying on us, and it was not one but multiple people, even though I didn't know why they were doing this, but I decided to wait until I found out about their motive. Well, considering their body structure, I am sure these people who are spying on us are yokai, and the reason for them to do this probably should be Xuanhuan. Since her mother is the leader of the yokai faction, then surely she would be a strong individual in this world, and I won't be surprised to know that she has some kind of power to sense her daughter. Which is why she sent some people to spy on us, but again, I am not sure whether that's true or not. And that's why I gonna wait until they take action, or until I can confirm their real motive behind this. One thing I am surprised about is that even though I can tell that these people are a lot weaker than Kuroka, still somehow they manage to break the illusion that she is as casting. Maybe she got tired that much, then it makes sense why these people managed to found, or another possibility. It could be that the illusions that Kuroka cast probably are only for humans, and any supernatural species would be able to break through very easily. And even though these people who have been spying on us aren't looking powerful, but have to say they have pretty decent stealth skills, even though I can see them day as clear with my eyes. But for most normal people's strength in this world, those people who are following are pretty much invisible. In one of the restaurants, I am sitting in one of the restaurants to let these kids have their lunch, and it seems those people still following. Since it's too obvious now that Arya has taken notice of those people who are following, as she already told me that. I couldn't help but pat her head, feeling proud that Arya has grown in such a small amount of time, or maybe it could be because she has been reincarnated as a devil. After getting reincarnated into a devil, her body has grown quite a bit, and I feel that her brain also developed with her body, which is good for giving her an understanding of her surroundings. But I am surprised by the fact that Kuroka still couldn't able to detect those people who were following us, which probably means she is exhausted, since there is no way that she hasn't noticed that. Especially when she escaped countless devils who were after her, I think it's better to give her a little bit of my power, because after recovering fully from her injuries, not only did she become perfectly in her peak condition, but also became more stronger than probably due to Baru's treatment, since Baru has the same energy as me, but at a lower. Which probably caused her body not only to recover completely from near-dead serious injuries, but also well as become more stronger than before. Even though her body has become more stronger than before, but her energy reserve, which they call magic, remains the same as before, which is probably why I feel that she should be exhausted. So lending a little bit of energy probably should be enough to replenish her full magic reserves in this instant. Come here, I used telepathy and said this to Kuroka. Maybe like others, after suddenly hearing my voice in her mind, might have startled her as her fluffy cat ears stood up. She looked completely surprised, but soon she came back to her senses, and she did as I said. She jumped and came towards me since Arya was right now eating, which gave Kuroka the freedom to move. As soon as she came near me, she looked at me with her big eyes like she was curious about what I was about to do or how. My voice suddenly sounded inside her head. Before any delay, I put my hand on her head as I started to concentrate, transferring my energy as much as possible, since giving her more of my energy probably gonna make her overflow. As a result, she would explode. After a few moments, I immediately removed my hand from her head, since I felt that was enough for her, but I didn't know why she was breathing heavily. Maybe because of my energy. Anyway, now her magic should be completely refilled, and with that, I got a new task for her. There are some people who are secretly following us. Investigate them. I again used telepathy and said this to Kuroka. She looked surprised, maybe because she hadn't noticed this before, but soon she nodded her head as she understood what I was talking about. Even though I know those people who are following us are a lot weaker than Kuroka, but just in case, I send some of my shadow soldiers into her shadow for protection. Nod. She nodded her head as she quickly jumped from my hands, and she started to move in a certain direction, and finally disappearing from my sights. She will be back after a while, I said as I looked at Arya, who was staring in the direction where Kuroka just left and probably wanted to chase after her to catch her in her arms, but she didn't do this because I also taught her table manners. I said this made her calm down since with her strength, I don't think it will take long before she comes back. As well as right now, this restaurant provides a private place for the customers to let the customer enjoy their meal in peace, meaning she doesn't need to cast her illusion here. Chapter 127, Meeting Kanu's Mother. Kuroka, before following Jinwoo, what told her to do comes into a female toilet because she wants to take care of her private business. Right now, she is alone as she taking very deep breaths, while her face is completely red due to thing Jinwoo did to her. Kuroka Povi. Heya. I couldn't help but take deep breaths as I felt very overwhelmed by him. I don't know what he did to me, but I felt so full inside at that moment. I couldn't help but remember the feeling when he touched my head. The moment he touched my head, I felt my insides become extremely hot. It felt amazing. I couldn't help but say this to myself, while I felt my body burning. Even though he gave me some important task, I don't think I am in any condition to do that. I took out my hand and found it completely wet, but still, I wanted to feel that sensation again when he touched me. I don't know what he did, but I want to experience that feeling again. And luckily, there is no one here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to face anyone in my current situation. As I expected, he is indeed not any normal man, otherwise that terrifying maid must not be following him, and even though I was only suspicious about this in past, but I am very sure he is special. Not to mention, just with the help of his friend, he was able to know about my sister's whereabouts in the underworld just by sitting in his house, which really makes me curious about his identity. I needed to fix my appearance before completing his task. I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of the fact that I didn't notice that people were following us until Master notified me. Especially considering the fact I escaped from the underworld under many powerful devils with my own strength, but at least I am glad none of them is the devil, otherwise it might be bad since that would reveal my whereabouts, and it might also give him unwanted problems. But I want to experience that feeling again because it felt so good. Luckily, I didn't let him see my current appearance, otherwise he would surely think of some strange woman. I quickly need to adjust my appearance and then go out before they finish their meals, and maybe, after I complete his task. I might able to experience that wonderful fulfilled feeling again. With that hope in my mind, I quickly tried to clean myself before going out and taking care of those, but since I feel so full now, I can take care of all those people very easily, especially when they are a lot weaker than myself, so I feel it will be a piece of the cake to complete his task. I tried to stand up, but I felt my legs shaking uncontrollably. Feeling this, I couldn't help but wonder how I gonna go outside while being like this. I need to go anyway, who knows, I might get rewarded later on, after I completed his task. I couldn't help but lick my lips thinking about the rewards he gonna give me in the future. With expectations in my mind, I got strength as I, after checking my appearance, decided to go to take care of those who were following us. Third Aka author Povi. After 30 minutes. Back to Jinwoo. Jinwoo was not worried about Kuroka, since he left his one shadow soldier in the Kuroka shadow, which made him at ease since he was sure that she would be safe. Unless she encounters someone's same level of strength as Tiamat, which is impossible, since from his senses, he easily can tell that none of these people are of that strength. This makes Jinwoo at ease and decides to let Kuroka act as she pleases until she comes into any nearly impossible danger. She is taking longer than I expected. Jinwoo thought this in his mind, as he thought Kuroka should take this much time for such weak people who were trying to spy on them. So he decided to check on her since it had been a while since Kuroka had gone and they already finished their meals. And they had no reason to stay anymore. So he connected his 5 senses with one of the shadow soldiers, which he left inside Kuroka's shadow. After a few minutes, it seems she almost finished. Jinwoo inwardly said, as he saw the current situation of Kuroka, and he had to say her methods of interrogation were very good. Jinwoo Povi. Using illusions to let them tell everything the truth is a smart method. Have to say she is crafty, and I can see why she was able to escape from the underworld despite being chased by many powerful devils. I already heard information given by those people was exactly what I expected, as those people were underlings of Kanu's mother. And those aren't the only ones who are spies, because her mother spread many of her underlings in the state to find any clue about her daughter. These people only became suspicious of us due to Kanu, since right now Kanu wearing a ring that I created, and it seems no one can detect it as I expected. But even with the disguise, they were suspicious of us due to the same facial structure as Kanu, which is the reason they all followed us. Well, since now I have confirmed this, I used Shadow as a medium and spoke in Kuroka's mind to tell her what she needed to do, which is to let them go back and tell them about our arrival. Since we do not have any harmful intentions, I don't think we need to worry about anything, especially when this concerns her daughter. Chapter 128, Meeting Kanu's Mother 2. After a few moments, Meow Tilda, Kuroka's voice sounded as she came back in her cat form to us. But why did I feel she was looking at me with shine in her eyes like she was expecting something? Does she want a reward or something? I couldn't help but say this inwardly in my mind, since her expression is like she wants a reward for the work she did. She has exactly done what I said, even though more efficiently, and the reasons behind letting those people go who tried to spy on us were rather simple. Which was to let Kanu's mother know about our arrival with her daughter, because that's gonna make meeting her more easier since she's gonna wait for us now. As well as let her know that we had no harmful intentions at all against her or her daughter, by letting her people go without any injury. And Kuroka did better than I expected, so I don't mind fulfilling her request, which I am probably sure that she is gonna wish for her sister, considering that she was ready to become a wanted criminal just for her sister, even knowing that she might die. Anyway, after seeing Kuroka back, Arya's eyes shine brighter as she quickly comes forward towards her, and without giving any chance to escape, Arya quickly grabbed the Kuroka before she could dodge her, or rather Kuroka already is used to Arya that she didn't dodge Arya at all. This is understandable, since there is no place for her to escape, especially when her main job is to stay with Arya. Arya, after grabbing Kuroka, rubbed against her body like she missed Kuroka very much, but judging by Kuroka's dead expression on her cat face, I can easily assume she doesn't like it at all, but she is not resisting it at all now, which at least should ease her suffering a little bit. Arya's mood, which was previously down again, has now become bright, which is good, and have to say that bringing her here might be troubling, especially with her serious motion sickness. But at least she was also able to learn many things due to this, and the reason why I am so sure about this is because of my observation. During this whole time, Arya might look very timid as well as sick, but you could easily tell that she was still very curious and saw everything we had done. I don't know whether she could travel alone anywhere if she had, but at least she now has an understanding of how these works operate. This is good since her homeworld totally operates differently from this world, and I want to make her understand this for her own good to not let her suffer. And having to notice her curious eyes on every new thing she sees is enough to tell me that she learned something about the outside world. Even though it may not be much, but this is only starting, and I am sure next time she won't be this much scared to go outside like previous times. Well, of course, only if Kuroko is with her, since I doubt Arya will be able to handle herself without her illusions. Since looking at her appearance, I am very sure she is gonna attract a crowd, similar to me when I go outside. I don't know whether it is because my face is weird, or it is because I look foreigner to them, but either way I am sure Arya is gonna suffer the same fate as me if she goes outside without a Kuroko illusion. Even I was almost overwhelmed by the amount of people who were staring at me like I was some kind of rare animal, which is why I can't imagine the condition of Arya if she goes without Kuroko. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a sigh of relief thinking that taking in Kuroko to live with them was a totally good idea, otherwise I might not be able to live the normal life that I planned to. Not only that, but there is also the fact that Kuroko in her car form right now is acting as her emotional support during this whole journey. Arya holds Kuroko very tightly whenever she sees people whom she doesn't know. Outside on the way. After paying the bill in the restaurant and exiting it, we begin our journey towards the location of her home. Since I already scanned this entire place and had every place registered in my brain, meaning that as long as I know the location, I will be able to reach it without any problem in a direction which is really convenient in my opinion, and even though I could easily open the portal to that place, but still, I feel it's better to go like this while enjoying the scenery. And it's not a big issue since we are already very near the place where Xuanhuan's home is. We are so near that Xuanhuan started to recognize the surroundings. She also started to run while trying to introduce everything to us in rather a proud tone, which was quite a scene since we had never seen her like this. But have to say this kid is really something, because even though she is just 5 or 4 years old still, she has such a good memory to remember her home surroundings, which is remarkable for a kid. Finally here, I couldn't help but say this in a low tone since finally reached the destination, and I could see many people staring at us from the woods to hide themselves. Unfortunately, they are very unsuccessfully in hiding, especially against me, who could see all of them clear as day. Not only me, but I am sure Kuroko, and even Arya could see. As I noticed, Arya started to become more tense than a few moments ago. Chapter 129, Meeting Xuanhuan's Mother 3. Arya might not have any offensive power, yet, but her natural senses are much higher than any normal living being, and on top of that, she could also become much more powerful after doing all the training she has done. Since the training that I had made her do is not only for her body, but also for her mind, and it seems she is now very well aware of her surroundings too. At any rate, I didn't think we would be welcomed by so many people, even though they all had hostility in their eyes, but they still did not attack us or not even bother to show up in front of us. There are 2 possibilities for this that I could think of. One is that they are afraid that we gonna hurt Xuanhuan, which is why they are hiding to observe us. Another possibility is that no mother told those people to don't act, because I highly doubt she wants her daughter in any harm. Whatever the possibility may be, but this makes one thing clear, which is that her mother knows about us. This means that those people who tried to spy on us have now done the job, which is good since now at least we don't have to worry about how to meet this kid's mother. But I didn't think we would be welcomed by these many people. Anyway, I can clearly sense her mother's upper head, and have to say she is one of the most powerful people I sensed in this world. If I have to compare, then her mother might be compared to Tiamat at best, or maybe a little weaker. I can't exactly tell, since a person's powers cannot be determined by strength alone, because I have defeated my enemies who are stronger than myself in past. Anyway, I can see many different yokai, or more like very different than Kuroka and Kanu. All have different animal characteristics. But all of these are extremely weak compared to her mother, which makes sense since she is the leader of this group. We moved forward towards our destination, while ignoring all these hateful grazes, even though it was not easy for Arya since she is very sensitive and can't ignore these emotions unlike us. But still, seeing me moving forward, she also started to follow me while doing her best to ignore all these people. I couldn't help but feel a little bad seeing this, since I could feel how tense she was now. Even though her face didn't show it, I just knew, as well as the fact that I could see her body trembling a little bit. But I am sure she could handle this much. After all, she endured worse hardships than this. On the other hand, it seems Kanu is completely clueless about her people, or maybe it's because these people's hostile eyes aren't on her. There is also the chance that she might become too carefree after coming back home, that she didn't sense this, and even though she might child of some big shot here in this world again, in the end, she is just a young kid. I can't blame her for doing this. As for this place looks very similar to shrines or temples, which makes sense as to why Kanu was wearing the outfits that are usually worn by shrine maidens. Even though I have never been to Japan before in my previous world, but after coming to this world, especially in the human world, and studying about this country's culture and all other basic information online, since I am going to live in this country, then it's better to know this information if I want a normal life here without any troubles. We moved forward as we finally saw some structure, and it was a big open gate, which is common in temples here. Inside that gate, there were multiple buildings present, and in the midst of this, there was a woman patiently standing there with a very calm look on her face. The woman appears both as a human as well fox, which is very similar to now. She appears as a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She is a woman with delicate facial features, and her eyebrows are cut very short and round. Her hair is tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that end in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. She wore a traditional shrine maiden attire, the same as you, and over that, she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon and a golden crown. Unlike Kanu, who has very few, this woman has 9 fluffy foxtails behind her, which probably symbolizes her power, since she got some information regarding this from Graphia. "Mommy!" As Sunno saw this woman, she immediately shouted this as she ran at her full speed towards this woman. "My child," the woman said in a low tone as she kneeled down, and then opened her arms while the girl straight ran to her opened arms, and she hugged the woman very tightly. "Sorry, Mom." Kanu murmured this as she broke down into tears, which makes sense since she is just a small kid who got kidnapped. "It's fine," the woman said as she patted Kanu's head, and she let Kanu cry as much as she wanted on her shoulder. This woman looks like a good mother, since I can see relief on her face as soon as Kanu comes into her arms. It took some time before Kanu came back to normal, as she separated from her mother's embrace and looked into her eyes. "Big brother saved me and brought me back here," Kanu said while she pointed her finger towards me, and to her mother nodded her head as she stood up back on her feet. Chapter 130, Yasaka. Inside the main temple. After the daughter's heartfelt reunion, her mother, whose name seems to be Yasaka, brought us inside, and have to say she indeed is a very beautiful. Come to think, I remember Kanu don't have a father, or more like, she even never seen her father, and here too, I can't see anyone male inside this building, which seems to be the home of mother and daughter. Other than a few servants who are also females, there aren't any males among them, but I think it's rude to ask her directly about this. Especially when I am nothing but an outsider, and the reason why I am curious about her father is because Kanu is the same as her mother. This is weird since a child should inherit both mother and father genetics, but looking at Kanu, she looks like an exact copy of her mother. Not only is her appearance the same, but her energy is exactly the same as hers, but at a very weak level. The more accurate word to say is that I feel Kanu rather looks like a clone of her mother more than her child. In the past, I might think this might be normal for Yaokai, but since I know Kuroka, who is also a Yaokai, has normal parents, I don't think that's the case. But seeing the connection between both of them, I feel that her feelings for Kanu are very genuine, like a real mother. So I can guess that there is some story behind this, but I, as an outsider, don't have any authority or right to know that. Tilda, I can't know how to thank you enough for saving my daughter, Yasaka said, as she sat down with her daughter. Meanwhile, her servant served us some kind of hot drink. But still, thank you very much for saving my only child, Yasaka said in a sincere tone as she expressed her gratitude in a serious tone as she bowed her head. It's okay, I replied, as I felt that was not an issue since I was also glad nothing bad happened to that kid, since I knew if I hadn't interfered then, surely, this kid would have experienced something very inhumane. Still, if it is any for me to repay this debt, then surely I will do my best to satisfy your needs. She said this as she got her head back up again and then winked at me for some reason. Well, I don't want anything, to be honest. Just be sure to take care of your child's safety from now on, since not every time she can be saved by someone. Of course, I can't say this directly to her face and appear as someone rude, and considering the fact if I did say that, then even though I don't know her reaction would be. But I am sure her servants in this building, as well as the people outside of this building, will take this as an offense. Come to think of it, I am perfectly hiding my energy, meaning that anyone would think of me as nobody at this moment. I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if I released even a little bit of my energy, which would probably be enough to make everyone in this area lose consciousness. Not only that, it could be way worse, because if a person here doesn't have a strong will, that person might die instantly by my energy alone. But I won't do that at all, since I have no intention to fight with them, since first of all, I got no enmity, and second, we just come here to return the No back at her home where she belongs. After that, I don't think we will meet again, or most probably, No gonna forget all these things since she is just a small kid, and I am sure after a few years, she's gonna forget everything that happened these days like normal kids. But since she is not your normal human child, and because of that she remembered everything and wanted to meet us again, then also it's fine. Since she now has the ring, I don't intend to take it back, because it's totally useless for me to take, but on the other hand, for Kanu, this item is extremely useful. With that ring, she can easily blend in with humans, even though I know they have stuff like magic and all, but having a permanent backup is better. Not only that, since with this ring, she probably saved herself from getting kidnapped again, but I am more impressed by the fact that her mother was immediately able to recognize Kanu, who was wearing that disguise ring at one glance. Maybe that's what a mother-child bond is. I know this because I experienced that bond myself, but fortunately, unlike me, she was able to meet with her mother again. Hopefully, she will live safely with her from now on, without any accident or kidnapping. Anyway, after saying that, Yasaka asked about our identities as we introduced ourselves, even though Arya was still not a good stranger. But at least she was far better than in the past, and now she introduced herself. She looked at the Kuroka, who was in her cat form, as she was about to ask about her, but I told her name, and luckily, she didn't ask anything else. I am sure that Yasaka is definitely aware of Kuroka's real identity, especially when she is the leader of the Yaokai faction, and there is no way that she failed to recognize her own kind. But at least she didn't ask more questions. Maybe she was able to understand that there must be some reasons for Kuroka being in this form. Otherwise, I might have to send my shadow soldier to Yasaka's shadow to talk to her mind. Chapter 131, Yasaka 2. Yasaka Povi. I don't know where this man comes from, but one thing is clear, I can't afford to offend this man at all cost. Otherwise, worse possibilities like getting me and my whole faction wiped out will be possible, even though I don't sense anything from this man. But my senses are screaming that don't mess with this man, otherwise it will be devastating. And believe in my senses because due to my senses, I was able to save my life multiple times in the past. That's why I do not doubt that this man, who appears to be totally harmless, is a monster hiding in a man's skin, even though I am doing my best to appear as polite as possible. But why are these idiots showing their hostilities? Do they not care about their lives? Even though they might not be able to tell this man's strength, but at least they should have done what I told them to do. After knowing the arrival of these people, I strictly forbid them to not show themselves, since I was worried about my daughter's safety. Since one of the subordinates told me everything he witnessed, and if his information is correct, then surely that man will come here. Not to mention, according to my subordinate, she knows that her daughter was rather following that man very willfully, meaning that the man didn't treat her badly. This is why I thought that the best bet would be to let that man be here and see his intentions, but the moment my eyes fell on him, I felt something that I hadn't felt for a long time. And that was fear of death. I couldn't help but feel scared as soon my eyes fell on him, even though I didn't sense any power from him. But my senses were screaming to run away from him, as far as possible, like this man was very dangerous. No matter what, I can't win or even survive against this man in a battle, which makes me understand one thing, and that is to never offend this man at all cost, otherwise, not only me, but my whole faction might completely vanish from this world. Even though I was scared for a moment, but very soon that fear turned into pure joy and happiness as soon as my eyes fell on my child. I can't see her tails and her ears as my subordinate told me, which I didn't know how, but I am very sure this is my child, and I can't make a mistake in identifying my child. As soon No saw me, she quickly started to run towards, making me forget everything else in my mind. I bent down while I opened my arms for her, and she quickly fell into my arms and started to cry. I couldn't help but feel immersed in happiness after having my child in my own arms. I wanted to cry in happiness after finally getting my child back, but I didn't, since if I cried then, who would comfort my child, who already had started to cry. As a result, I started to pat her softly and started to speak comfort words in a gentle tone. It took some time to calm my child, but after she stopped crying, she told me that the man saved her and brought her back here. This makes me grateful to him for bringing back my child to me, even though I know how dangerous this man is. But that doesn't change the fact that this man is my child's savior, as well as mine too, since brought my most precious treasure in my life back to me. Considering a man of his strength must have some reasons, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to do this, but I don't know his motives yet. But one thing is certain, I owed a debt to him. Hopefully, he won't ask for anything that is out of my capability or against my principles. After I brought him, and the people who came with him inside the temple, as I introduced myself on the way. And it seems he didn't treat my daughter badly, since I can see her very carefree, or more accurately her eyes, rather full of admiration. This makes me feel relieved that my daughter didn't suffer in any way for these past days, after bringing them inside the main hall. Another thing that greatly surprised me was that one of my own kind is with him in disguise. And for some reason, she remains in disguise, but I am sure that she must have reasons, and I can't force her to reveal herself. Not only because they are benefactors, but also the fact that I am afraid to offend this man by doing this. As for her strength, I can definitely say that she is not as dangerous as that man. All I can say is that she is talented for her age, but still, many years younger to even give me a challenge. And as for the other small girl, I don't know what species she belongs to, but I am sure she is not strong either, but somehow looking at her gives me a very uneasy feeling. It's not the same as this man, who gives me feelings of danger, but rather unsettling feeling like this little girl is not easy and simple. And lastly, this man whose name is Jinwoo gives me a feeling like I am nothing but an ant in front of him, which he crushed at any moment. Luckily, he isn't arrogant or hot-tempered, so it was much easier to communicate with him, other than the fact that I feel he is less talkative, but at least he is reasonable and doesn't appear as arrogant. After talking for a while, I sent my daughter to her room with one of my subordinates, since she was sleepy, which also gave me the perfect opportunity to ask one most important questions. Can you tell me about how you found my daughter? I asked this as I looked towards Jinwoo, since from my daughter's explanation, it seems he saved her from some other people, which is why I want to know the whole story. Chapter 132, Yasaka 3. I want to know who dared to kidnap my child, since I heard from my child and Jinwoo that there were people who dared to kidnap her. Luckily, he saved her, otherwise my child would surely have suffered a horrible fate, which is why I want to know who is responsible for this. And I am sure whoever did this must have done a lot of planning, since getting her out of this under my surveillance is not an easy task. This is why I want to know who is responsible for doing such a thing, and then give an unforgettable lesson to that person. I also want to know who dares to do something like that, as well as what was their objective with my daughter, or if they just wanted to use her to threaten me. I want these answers to my questions, and I am sure the man in front of me can give me all the answers I need. I waited till my daughter was tired, and then sent her into my room since I didn't want to discuss such a topic in front of her, thinking this might remind her of bad memories. But since now my child is not here, I want to know the whole truth about this case and punish all those bastards who dare to pull such an act. Before asking that question, I decided to give him a tour of my place, since I also understand it's not good to discuss such topics in front of kids. As we went out, I couldn't help but feel that after my benefactors were gone, I needed to give a tight lesson to my subordinates, since even though they were out of our sights. But still, I feel their hostility near us, and I also know that this man is also aware of that fact, since he is looking in the direction where my subordinates are trying to hide. I apologize for my subordinates' behavior. I said this as I didn't want him to get offended by my subordinates by any chance, since even though they may be idiots still, I don't want them to get themselves killed. Even though from the conversation I had with him, I understand he is not the kind of person who is immature nor arrogant, but still, it's as my subordinates I need to be responsible for them, as their mistakes are somewhat my mistake too. It's fine, he replied as he shook his head like he didn't mind the behavior of my subordinates, which was a relief, since I didn't want him to get the wrong idea by any chance. I don't know whose faction he belongs to or what he is, since other than that Yaokai cat, I can't tell which species this man and that kid belong at all. After a few minutes of the conversation on the way, I came to know he didn't belong to any other faction, which made me glad since having him on any side would definitely be very advantageous. Even though I want to invite him into my faction, but is not possible since, in these conversations, I come to know that he rather wants to live freely than be tied to some faction. I can't force him to join my faction either, not only because he is my and my daughter's benefactor, but also the fact that I am not capable of doing that, and I am sure forcing him will only make the image bad in his mind. First of all, I need to thank him somehow for my daughter, and since he doesn't want anything as repayment, so I only think of one way to repay him, but that's for later. After putting all these thoughts in my mind, I finally asked the question that I had wanted to ask him this whole time and waited for his response. Jinwoo Povi. Hearing Yasaka's question, I decided to tell the truth since she deserved to know what happened to her child and who was responsible for this. I started to tell her about the people who kidnapped her daughter, as well as their objective, while she kept her facial expressions normal without any anger or hate. Even though I can see no expressions on her face, but I am very sure she is very angry at this moment, since I can feel her energy being more violent than just a few moments ago. After a while, she took a deep breath as she calmed herself down, and then she looked at me and opened her mouth to speak. Again, I couldn't help but thank you again for saving my daughter. If it wasn't you then, I would never imagine what would have happened to my daughter. She said this as she bowed her head. Even though I already said this, it was all right, but still, she insisted on saying things like this, somehow how I can understand her, since I would do the same if I were in her place. If there is anything I can do for you, then don't show any hesitation to ask. She continued to speak and finally stopped after this as she got her head up. To this, I could only nod my head since I understand her feelings, because her daughter is the only family in the world. Then surely, she would want to thank that person who saved her family at all cost. So even though I have nothing to ask for, still I need to say yes to this, otherwise she might not let this matter go. Seeing me agreed, a small smile formed on her face as she continued to tour her place, and had to say this place is beautiful. Chapter 133, Meanwhile Tiamat. Third-person Aka author POV. Meanwhile, back in Q Town, Tiamat, who was left alone back at the house, has a smile on her face. Finally free from him, Tiamat said this in her mind with relief, due to that promise she made with Graphia, even though she could easily act more freely around Jinwoo, since he is not a willful person. But still, she chooses not to, because no matter what, she needs to honestly fulfill the promise she made to Graphia. Doesn't matter whether she likes or not, because she needs to honestly fulfill the promise she made, since her pride doesn't allow her to back off her words. One of the rules that Graphia told her for being a maid was to be ready 24/7 to attend to master any needs at any time. But since now Jinwoo, who is her master, is finally gone for some time, she finally has time for herself. The first time she did was to find some stray devils and fallen angels to vent some of her frustration, which was quite effective. Since by doing that, helps her to calm down her mind at least to some extent after burning some of the stray devils, and gives her peace. Even though this all is seen by Jinwoo himself, because he leaves one of his shadow soldiers inside Tiamat's shadow, and since he can connect his 5 senses with any of his shadow soldiers. He knows what kind of things she did in his absence, but he didn't stop her only because he knows she didn't try to hurt any innocent person yet. The only people she burned to death were stray devils or fallen angels, even those people were not innocent. All of them committed various kinds of inhumane activities like killing, raping, torturing, smuggling, and this list goes on. They did to people weaker than themselves while they hide from stronger people than themselves. A classic scumbag behavior. This disgusted Jinwoo very much, which is why he let Tiamat do as she pleases with these people, since he feels this world would be a better place without these kinds of people living. Other than that, she only killed a few humans, but still Jinwoo didn't interfere just because they weren't innocent either. It was not a coincidence, because living with Jinwoo for some time, as well with pieces of advice from Graphia, Tiamat understood what kind of person Jinwoo is. She understands that if she hurts anyone innocent, and surely he must not like that, which might also put her in a bad spot. She doesn't know how Jinwoo will react if she did that, and that's not the worst part, since doing this surely breaks the promise she made with Graphia. Tiamat remembers that one of the rules stated by Graphia for being a perfect maid is to never make her master upset or unsatisfied. She promises to become the perfect maid like Graphia and attend Jinwoo in Graphia's absence, which is quite an impossible task for her, but still does her best to fulfill the promise she made despite being so arrogant. Otherwise, it's difficult to imagine someone like her who saw all other species as lowly creatures, caring about innocence among those she considered equal to insects. But now, after burning some people to death, her mind finally calmed down like she burned all frustration inside her with all the people she burned today. Even though she might also kill anyone today since she was alone and free, but she didn't, because not only did her pride not allow her to cheat, but somehow instincts told her that someone was watching her. She is sure it was Jinwoo. She guessed that he must want to keep an eye on her in case she did anything that Jinwoo didn't like, for example hurting or killing an innocent. Luckily, there is no shortage of scumbags anymore, so Tiamat easily manages to go full to her heart's content and burn as many scumbags as she could found in the area. Hearing their screams and beg for mercy was like a melody to her ears, since from the time she first met Jinwoo in her cave. She didn't feel like the noble dragon she used to be in the past, more like she was living like a servant or a fool after she met him. Hearing their screams put a cold smile on her face, since this reminded her of her last, when she still is the same dragon that every other species feared in the past. At the current time, let's find that bastard now. Tiamat inwardly said this in her mind with hate, since now her mind is cleared, she can finally focus on the task which she wanted to do. As she already told her story to Jinwoo, right now, she trying to find that sacred gear host in which D-Drag is sealed for this generation, but even though she able to sense his presence. And to her surprise, it was very near the house she was living with Jinwoo and others, which was indeed a pleasant surprise for her. But she can't able to pinpoint the location of the person who is welding that sacred gear, which contains D-Drag's soul. Is means whoever that sacred gear host is, in this generation, must not have awakened D-Drag yet, And that is the reason Tiamat can't pinpoint the person's location. And this is indeed a big problem, since in past, she might have destroyed a whole area, resulting in burning everyone to death in that whole area. But right, she can't do that otherwise due to the promise I made, as well as I don't think that man will let me cause any destruction. Tusk, Tiamat clicked her tongue, since this meant the only thing she right now do was wait until D-Drag was awakened by his host. Chapter 134, Meanwhile Tiamat 2. How unfortunate, Tiamat muttered to herself as she couldn't help but find this situation really unfortunate, since this meant she could find her target. She couldn't help but curse the current generation wielder of that sacred gear, which contains D-Drag's soul, and blamed that person for his or her incompetence. Even though Jinwoo told her to not hurt any innocent person, but to her the person who is the host of that sacred gear, which contains D-Drag's soul, is not innocent. More like she concludes that whoever is related to that dragon is guilty, even though it might seem unfair. But that also shows how much hatred she has for D-Drag. She hates that dragon to the core, since that dragon never returned her precious treasures, which were bought from her treasury. And since those treasures which that dragon took from her are priceless, meaning that by any means, Tiamat can't get those treasures from anywhere else for a second time. That's why her hate is so deep for D-Drag, and she won't stop killing D-Drag's host until she gets those treasures that belong to her. First, let's check that place. Tiamat thought of this in her mind as she decided to check the area herself, since maybe then she might be able to find that person if she saw it with her own eyes. Not to mention right now, she doesn't have anything else to do at all at this moment, and since it's been a while she has free time now. And since she doesn't know when will be next time she will get time like this, she decided to go out now. If she is lucky, and then finds that host who still hasn't awakened D-Drag, then it might be beneficial, since even though she doesn't plan on killing D-Drag's host yet, due to the fact that the person still hasn't awakened D-Drag yet, which means she can't communicate with that dragon until he is awake, but at least she hoped to find that person who is the host of that dragon in this generation. There are multiple reasons for her to do this, like she imprisoned this generation host of that sacred gear in which D-Drag's soul is sealed, until he successfully his or her sacred gear forcibly or by natural training. This way, she is not killing anyone with this method, and since he didn't say anything about imprisoning someone, she doesn't think Jinwoo would have any problem with this, but first, she needs to find that person, then she could think about what she will do. With those thoughts in her mind, she quickly grabbed a mask and a big hoodie to cover herself, since the previous time, she went out to burn those scumbags to ashes to vent her frustration. The previous time Tiamat went outside, she noticed how many people were staring right at her, which annoyed her very much, especially people who were watching her with dirty. She couldn't help but want to kill all those people who were nothing but insects, and those insects were staring at her with those eyes. She could easily sense that people who she considered nothing, but insects were giving her grazes with nothing but envy, greed, and lust, which makes her want to burn all those people who were giving her those grazes into ashes, but she somehow controls herself. Some men even tried to approach her in the hope of getting her phone number, and some tried to approach her just to take or even ask about her name, but Tiamat ignored them without saying even a word. For her, they were insects, and who cares if insects tried to speak with her? Some of those people were persistent and kept trying to get her phone number or name, but as soon they saw Tiamat's emotionless eyes like a cold murderer, they immediately flee. On the way where she was going, even got blocked by some thugs after seeing her beauty and in the hope of getting the taste of her. Fortunately, things didn't happen the way those thugs were expected, since as a result, her arms and legs were crushed by her. Those thugs make Tiamat reach her patience limit. As a result, she brutally beats all the thugs, or more accurately, says that dirty insects. She broke all those thugs' bodies without any effort, even though she tried to hit them with very little strength to not accidentally kill them. But it was enough to break all the bones inside their bodies, which makes her think how fragile humans are, but at least she was relieved that she didn't kill them. As soon as other thugs who were planning to do the same got scared, they all immediately ran away as far as possible, without even looking back. But still, She didn't let them off easily, as she picked up some stones from the ground and threw these stones towards all the thugs who were running. She threw those stones so fast that stones became like actual bullets as they penetrated their bodies. But since she didn't aim for those thugs' vitals, she was sure those insects would survive. At least if someone saved them before those thugs lost too much blood and died due to blood loss. And since this happened on the public path, those thugs got saved just in time, but Tiamat didn't care about this, as she moved forward even without looking back. Anyways, this makes her understand that her current appearance is too eye-catching for humans, and since she can't transform into her original form, which is a dragon, because she is sure that will probably attract more attention, and she is not sure that she won't destroy anything at accident. This makes her confused about what she should do as she looks around and finds one person wearing a long coat and a big hat with a mask. Chapter 135. Meanwhile, Tiamat 3. Tiamat got an idea, and without any delay, she directly went towards the direction of the person who was wearing that attire. "Human, come with me," Tiamat said as soon as she reached that person with her quick speed, and then grabbed the person's arm. And that poor person didn't even have time to reply to her, because Tiamat didn't give any time to this person since she was a superior dragon, so Tiamat thought it was natural for an inferior race like humans to obey her orders. Tiamat immediately pulled the person without giving the person any chance to speak, since Tiamat naturally did care what this person's thoughts. She pulled this person into a very quiet alley, where therefore no other person was present. Meanwhile, the person Tiamat had held off tried its best to shake Tiamat off, but unfortunately no matter how hard she tried. It was futile because Tiamat's grip was something that no one could get out of, especially for a normal human being like her, as this person tried to struggle with her all might as it was nothing but a little vibration for Tiamat, similar to an insect. The person tried to shout for help, but couldn't since Tiamat had already noticed before that person called for help, as Tiamat used her killing intent to shut the mouth of this person. Naturally feeling such a terrifying killing intent of Tiamat, the person quietly shut her mouth while she started to tremble in fear, since that person clearly understood unconsciously that if she opened her mouth, then she would die. The unfortunate person couldn't help but want to cry in this situation, since she had no idea what was going to happen to her. The person in Tiamat's hands couldn't help but hope that someone nearby would notice her and save her from Tiamat, which she considered as a kidnapper who was roaming around in a maid uniform. Unfortunately, no person would listen to her plead, as everyone was already focused on the thugs who were in critical condition due to Tiamat. Since they had already lost so much blood, it wouldn't take long until they lost their lives from blood loss, as people were trying to help those thugs. Some people, mainly nearby police officers and some kind-hearted public, were trying to help them get to the hospital. Meanwhile, everyone else was focused on watching what was happening or recording this all situation with their phones just for their entertainment. As a result, no one was able to notice her right now, and seeing no one was focusing on her, the person couldn't help but want to cry at that moment. Because this might be the first time she felt this helpless in her life, she couldn't help but think what kind of bad luck she had today for her to encounter such a situation. In the alley. After Tiamat entered that alley with the person she was holding onto, as she pulled the person near a pile of garbage. Thud. Tiamat threw the person on the pile of garbage since she didn't want to actually hurt this person, because to Tiamat's knowledge, humans are extremely fragile. Especially after facing those thugs, she can expect that even a fraction of her strength is enough to kill the human she is holding onto right now. This is why she threw the person on the pile of garbage, to not let this person injured even in the slightest. Ouch! The person cried in pain due to forcing Tiamat to throw her in the garbage, but luckily didn't get any injuries since fell on the garbage bags. Please Sabdo, don't hurt me. Sab IPR promise to give Sab you money as much Sab you want. The person cries as she said this since she already regards Tiamat and kidnapper, and thought that she wanted money, which is why she brought her here. When the person looks at the face of Tiamat, who brought her here, she can't help but be stunned because, in her entire life, she has never seen someone as beautiful as Tiamat, which also makes her question why such a beautiful person as Tiamat doing something like this. Do I like some kind of robber to this human? Tiamat couldn't help but ask this question to herself in her mind, since even thinking of this thought makes her feel disgusted. After all, she is one of the noble dragon kings, and being accused of being a robber makes her feel disgusted and very insulted. She couldn't help but want to dig this person's eyes for seeing her, and then cut her throat for speaking such a rude and bold statement to her. Be silent, human. Tiamat said this in an extremely cold tone, since she was already very annoyed right now, and felt if this human didn't shut her mouth, then she wouldn't know whether she could control herself or not from killing her. Hearing such cold words, the person immediately shut her mouth, since right now Tiamat is unconsciously leaking killing intent, since her words angered her. Even though killing intent was nothing compared to what she could release, but it was too much for a normal human like her to handle. As a result, she starts to lose consciousness and finally falls to the ground after becoming completely unconscious. What happened to this human now? Tiamat inwardly asked this question as she became confused after seeing the human she brought lying on the ground unconsciously. She checked and found out that the person seemed to be passing out from fear, which made her again think how fragile humans are, but it was fine because to Tiamat, it didn't matter whether this human was conscious or not, since she just needed to be careful enough to not kill her accidentally. She took her coat, hat, and glasses as well as the mask, and wore it on herself even though she felt tight, but Tiamat thought it would be all right. After that, Tiamat stretched out her hand as a small pouch suddenly appeared in her hand. This small pouch was completely filled to the point it couldn't even be closed fully. If someone looks closely, then they will find out that this small pouch is filled with pure gold coins and gems. Tiamat dropped this pouch on her as she gave the payment for the things she was taking, since she didn't want to appear as a robber, even though she didn't care what these insects thought about her, but still. She doesn't want to appear as a robber, as this human said, which would be a great insult to her existence. Then she proceeded to cast magic on her, which would hide her as well protect her, until this person's consciousness came back, because Tiamat understands human greed and lust. After getting everything done, Tiamat finally got out of the alley to continue her journey. Chapter 136. Meanwhile Tiamat final. If that lowly human still tries to accuse me of as a thief, then I surely would cut off her tongue before she could even speak. Tiamat said this inwardly in her mind as she thought of that person who she had just taken these clothes. She not only gives her money, but also casts magic to protect, and it's not because she cares about that human. More like the Tiamat was thinking about the words spoken by that human, since, when she thought about that human words, then Tiamat had to agree. And if she indeed takes things without any repayment, then surely her behavior won't be any different than a lowly thief, which is why she left some pure coins as well as gems, which Tiamat thinks will be plenty as payment. She has no idea about how the economy works in the human world, since she previously was nothing but a shut-in dragon. She doesn't have any real money which is used in human society for transactions, so she can only take out some gold and gems from her treasury as she gave to that human. Tiamat thinks there will be plenty as payment for the things she is taking from that human, even though the amount she gave is enough to make someone instantly rich. Not only that, Tiamat also cast magic on humans to protect that human from other humans or any other species who would find her there, since even though she might have been a shut-in dragon in past still, she understood how greedy or lustful humans can still be. They would even try to harm their kind for their benefit, using any means possible, which is also the reason Tiamat don't like humans. It is the same with fallen angels, devils as well as other species, but at least they have some strength unlike humans who are generally fragile. Now Tiamat thinks that even after doing so much for someone equal to the ant for her, and then also that humans accuse her as thief, after she comes back to her consciousness, surely it would make Tiamat mad. Back at present, luckily due to that outfit, Tiamat didn't attract much more attention than the previous time, since not only she is hiding her beautiful face and figure, but also her maid dress. Noticing this, Tiamat couldn't help but praise herself for making such a good decision about taking that clothing from that human. As soon she finally reached her destination, where she sensed a host of unawakened sacred gears in which D-Drag is sealed, and then immediately started her search. Back at Kyoto, in Yasaka Shrine, even Jinwoo had planned to return after returning Kanu to her mother, but Yasaka stopped them and requested them to stay. Because she planned to host a big feast to celebrate her daughter's return, and since Jinwoo is the one who saved her daughter and brought her back to Yasaka, so naturally he is the main star of this big feast which Yasaka is hosting. Moreover, now at least all the yokai who were hiding themselves started to show themselves after Yasaka gave them a lesson. After showing themselves, they started introducing themselves under Yasaka's watch, even though Jinwoo could tell that they all didn't like him at all, but still, they respectfully greeted him. Jinwoo and Arya both were surprised seeing all these yokai, especially Arya, since she hadn't seen many different yokai till now. Since right in front of them, there are many yokai with different animal characteristics, and Jinwoo is sure all of them have different abilities and strengths too. Because Yasaka told him about the yokai faction, and the yokai which is more detailed information than the information which was given by Kuroka. Jinwoo was surprised to know that Yasaka is not the leader of the yokai faction, but rather she is the leader of the West yokai faction, meaning there are more factions with different leaders. After introducing each other, Yasaka told her subordinates to prepare for the feast while telling Jinwoo and his companions to rest. After a few hours, Jinwoo Povi. Tiamat sure had an adventurous day today, but luckily she didn't do anything which is out of line, and if I were to be honest, then I have to say indeed she controlled herself very well. I already heard many stories about her from Graphia, and know even Tiamat burn human cities to ashes even with the slightest of inconvenience she felt. But right now, she killed some scum of society who deserved to die as well as injured some thugs. At least she didn't kill those thugs, but seriously injured them, which was totally reasonable since they were the first to mess with her. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a tired sigh, thinking why I didn't create clothes for her, since I am sure that one of the biggest reasons she gathered so much attention from people was due to her maid outfit. I feel deeply surprised by Tiamat's tolerance, since even though she got very annoyed by all the people who were trying to talk to her, or just staring at her still, she managed to control herself. Author's note. Dear readers, I hope this message finds you well. I want to sincerely apologize for my absence over the past few weeks. I was unexpectedly admitted to the ICU for more than 2 weeks, but I'm now discharged. Unfortunately, I'm still facing challenges with mobility, can't use my legs, due to an infection, and will need 8-10 weeks for a full recovery, according to the doctor. While I can't move my legs yet, I'm grateful that I can still use my hands, which means I'll be able to continue writing. Your understanding and support during this time means the world to me, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you for being a part of this journey. I look forward to sharing new chapters with you soon. Warm regards. Shinigami. Chapter 137, Gift. Honestly, I was a little worried when she kidnapped that woman and brought her into a dark alley, even though somehow I knew what Tiamat wanted from that woman. But I was a little suspicious of her way of doing it since she sees others as ants or insects, so I thought she just gonna snatch it by force or get it by killing it. Thinking about that and then seeing her killing the woman, I was ready to take action, but luckily I was wrong as she even took her clothes, but in exchange, she left a pouch filled with gold and precious gems. Since this world is the same economy as my home world economy, then surely with that amount of gold and gems, I am sure anyone would be able to live the rest of life in a luxurious way. Not only that, she even put several magic barriers on that woman to protect her. Even though I might not much know about the magic this world uses, because I am not native of this world. But during my time here, I tried to study the magic system of this world, which devils and other supernatural species use with the help of Tiamat, since she is most knowledgeable regarding, especially considering her age and her race. What's surprising is that I managed to pull some of the magic spells, which I thought would take time, because magic works on very different energy than mine, especially when I belong to an entirely different world. Even though this world of magic works on very different energies and principles, but I never thought I couldn't pull it off. But I never thought I would be able to do it so soon, which was a pleasant surprise at least. And not only that, since even the lowest magic spell I cast is also a lot more powerful than powerful magic of this world. This is understandable considering whose power I wield, but anyway, now with this much understanding of magic, I can tell that the magic Tiamat cast on that human woman is nothing but a good defensive barrier, as well as an illusion magic to protect. Maybe she understands how dangerous human greed is, so she decides to use illusion to hide that woman from other humans, meanwhile defensive magic to protect her from any supernatural species until her consciousness comes back. And that I really think is very considerable of Tiamat, especially seeing her bad experience with humans anyway. Luckily, she didn't do anything extreme, which is why I am quite satisfied with Tiamat. Thud. Ara Tilda, I apologize that the banquet would take more time to prepare than I expected. Yasaka spoke as she opened up the gate and entered the room. She was carrying a black box, printed with gold linings, as it's a wrap with red thread. She comes inside and gently puts the box down on the table in front of me, while she looks at me with a gentle smile on her face. Even though this might be nothing compared to my daughter, please accept this gift, Tilda. She continued to speak this as she looked at me like she was waiting for me to open the box. I didn't know what it was, but surely I wouldn't reject her efforts as I slowly started to open the red thread, while everyone watching me, or more precisely at the box, with curiosity. Charm, I couldn't help but inwardly say this in my mind, since as soon I opened the box there was a very small black pouch with some name tag on it, as it's closed with a red thread. Even though this might be my first time seeing this, but since I learned a lot about Japanese culture because I am going to live here from now, I also have some knowledge about this thing in this box. This thing is a protective good luck charm that people can buy from shrines. Charms are wrapped up in a brocade bag, and it's considered bad luck to open it and peek inside. There are charms meant as a general good luck charm, while others are very specific. I am sure this is a good luck charm as I read about that, but this charm looks very different than I saw on the internet with curiosity, and not only that, but I feel some kind of energy inside it, which is the opposite of the devil and very similar to Yasaka, after picking up the charm with curiosity. With this, you can enter this place without any interruption at any time as well, and every member in my faction will treat you with respect, Tilda. She said this as she explained the function of this good luck charm. So basically this good luck charm works very similarly to a VIP pass to this place, and with this, I can enter this place without any place in future. Even though I doubt I ever come back here, but still, it won't hurt to accept this gift, and not only that, since I feel this is more than just a VIP pass of this place. Thank you, I said as I showed my gratitude for her gift, since I got some hunch this good luck charm surely would come in handy near future. Hearing my words, a big smile formed on Yasaka's face as she spoke. It's nothing compared to my daughter Tilda, and I am sure if you come in future, then my daughter as well as I would be delighted to have you all again here, Tilda. She said this as she looked only at me, even though I appreciated her kindness, but I might not come here in future. Mainly because of other factions, since any other faction noticed me, then surely my peaceful life, which I plan to live, gonna interrupted. Chapter 138, Gift 2. Even though I am not native to this world, but from Graphia, I managed to understand this world to some extent, as according to Graphia, this world wasn't this peaceful in the past between all supernatural factions. It took wars and countless lives, but finally, all sides came to peace as the result of today's world where humans can live without knowing any supernatural species exist. Even though these factions are an alliance, but still, that doesn't mean it is peaceful, as there are people who still oppose the alliance. I am sure if I keep coming here, some of those people probably able to notice me, since this will drag me into these troublesome politics that gonna disturb my peaceful life. Even though it might be no problem for me to take care of all the troubles, but I prefer not to, especially when I want to live here peacefully. After accepting the gift, Yasaka went because her daughter, who was sleeping due to exhaustion, woke up. Yasaka Povi. Remembering him accepting the gift, that I prepared makes me feel happy, since even though it was nothing compared to what he has done, but at least it was something. Even though I am considering what other kind of rewards I could give him, especially after seeing his appearance. I would say giving him another kind of reward might not be bad for him, since he is the most good-looking male I have ever seen. Not only the most good-looking, but also the most dangerous, even though I don't know how exactly strong he is, since I can't sense anything from him. But my sixth sense is telling me that he is the most dangerous person he ever met, and he is capable enough to kill me or even annihilate my entire faction within seconds or even less. But fortunately, he is not an enemy, nor does he have any bad intentions towards us, otherwise it might be really bad for us. Not only that, but he is also an easygoing person, which makes me more glad, and it was refreshing to interact with him since I sense no greed, lust, envy, or any other negative emotion. If any other male met me, then surely he would have looked at me with lust filling his eyes due to the beauty I possess, but this man didn't look at me that way. He treated me like an ordinary person, or more likely an equal, since I am sure if there was any other person with his power would look down on others. Not only that, my daughter also considered as him as her hero, even though my daughter might not have developed her abilities, but she is capable enough to know who to trust or not. Maybe giving him that other reward might be a good idea, because not only my daughter idolized him, but also the fact he is the most good-looking male I have ever seen. Not to mention, we will be able to get protection from someone as strong as him, even though I am not sure how exactly strong is he. But I can say with confidence that he is far more stronger than anyone I ever faced in my life. Let's observe him for more time. I inwardly said this in my mind, because I think it's better to know more about him, since I don't know about his dislikes and likes. Since I don't want to make him unhappy even unintentionally, otherwise, definitely, it's gonna unfavorable for me and my faction. Not only him, but also that girl who came with him. Even though I couldn't sense any danger from him, still somehow I got that uneasy feeling from her. Especially like Xuanhuan, I can't tell that girl which species belongs to, even though they might belong to the same species, but to me, it's very unlikely. If they did, then surely I would have felt a similar feeling when I look at Xuanhuan, which makes me believe that both of them belong to different species. And I know that girl is having disguise, but of course, I won't ask this of them, especially when they are not only my daughter, but my benefactors too. If he didn't save my daughter, then I can't imagine what would have happened to me, but now seeing my daughter healthy and happy, my heart feels at peace. And it's all thanks to him, even though I don't know whether he had any ulterior motive behind his actions, because it's hard to believe that he did this out of goodwill. Even if has any ulterior motives behind his actions, but still, that doesn't change the fact that I am indebted to him, and no matter what I will repay this huge debt I owed him. And even though all those who tried to take my daughter away were killed by Xuanhuan, but still, I gonna discuss this matter with the devils who are solely responsible for this case, and found more about it. I will make sure to go to the root of this, and if there are more disgusting devils like the one who kidnapped my daughter, then I will kill those devils myself. I couldn't help but feel angered thinking about that devil who dared to do something like that to my daughter, even though Xuanhuan already killed him. I feel that killing him is a light punishment, as really want him to regret living, but it's late now since that devil is now already dead. With those thoughts, I put my hand on the door of my daughter's room as I tried to clear my anger. Thud. I opened a door, and I saw my child who was sleeping open her cute eyes as she looked towards me, who just entered the room, which immediately vanished my all angered. "Mommy," my most precious child murmured as she looked at me with her sleepy eyes since she just woke up. "Ara Tilda, did I disturb my child's dreams?" I asked this playfully with a smile on my face, thinking how cute my precious child looked right now. Chapter 139, Feast. Looking at my daughter who looks so cute right now, my all anger for all those devils immediately started to disperse in the instant as a small smile appeared on my face. "Did you sleep well?" I asked this with a gentle tone as I looked at my child who was rubbing her eyes while I walked towards her. To my question, my cute kid just nodded her head and looked at me, and it seems now she is feeling refreshed. It seems a good sleep gets her all refreshed from all the fatigue built up not only from this travel, but also from the past few days. Are you hungry, my child? Tilda, I asked this since I expected her to be hungry after sleep, and even though there is a big feast later for her return celebrations, still little food won't be bad for her. But to my question, she quickly shook her head like saying she was not hungry at all, as she looked at me like she wanted to ask me something. Do you want something else, my child? Tilda, I couldn't help but ask this after seeing the look in her eyes. Did He leave? She asked with a little shuddering voice as she looked at me with hesitation. No, they are here till the big feast which is specially prepared for my beautiful girl Tilda, I said in a sweet tone as I came near her and started to pat her head gently. Hearing my answer, her mood instantly became happy as her tail started to swing around. Tilda, what did you do to my daughter? Tilda, I couldn't help but ask this to myself, seeing how happy she is after knowing that Xuanhuan hadn't left. Maybe it is because she considered her hero after he saved her. In most cases, most children's first hero figure has always been their father. But she doesn't have a father in the first place, I inwardly said in my mind as I continued rubbing my child's head while I fixed her messy hair. Maybe he is now her father figure in her mind. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but make plans for the future. Well, making him my child's actual father is no problem for me, since not only he is the most good-looking male she has ever seen, but from the time I interacted with him, I came to understand he has a good and understanding personality too. Also, even though I can tell he is very strong, but my senses also do not sense any negativity from him, meaning he doesn't have any bad intentions for us. So I can't find any shortcomings in him, but the problem is how he thinks of us, or especially me, since any male who saw me would immediately look at me with lust due to my appearance. But I can't sense anything from him, meaning he doesn't see me as the opposite sex who he wanted a mate, or another possibility is that he doesn't even see me as a person at all. Even though he might appear respectful on the surface, still, he doesn't see me as equal and thinks of me as some kind of lower being, which makes sense considering his strength. I have seen people who are powerful enough to destroy countries at their will, and they would not care about people they will kill, because they are too arrogant due to their power that they always thought of others as insects like all other species are below them. But if that's the case, then surely he would have never bothered to save my daughter in the first place. I said this inwardly in my mind, since it makes no sense if he is thinking of us as lower beings, then surely he would have never saved my daughter at the first place. Not only did he save her, but also brought her back to me, means he is not like those people who are blinded by power. Well, I need to know more about him. I said this in my mind as I needed to observe him more to know more about himself before coming to any decision. Come, Tilda, I will help you to get ready, Tilda, I said to my child, whose appearance was messy, as I took her hand and started to guide her towards the bathroom. After a few more hours, Xuanhuan Povi. Even though it's nothing compared to my daughter's life, enjoy this feast and fill your stomach to the fullest, Tilda, Yasaka said while she sat on her seat. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but marvel at all the dishes in front of me, even though I had seen some of these dishes in the underworld, when Fia offered the feast, but somehow these dishes were very different from the underworld. Mainly because of the ingredients, these look filled with energy, which is the opposite of the food in the underworld, but it still looks very delicious. But I am more surprised at this place, as this place looks massive since from the eyes. This place looks like a normal temple as well, and it's a lot bigger than it looks. Even though I already know this place, since I already scanned this entire place, still, I feel a little surprised after seeing it with my own eyes. After Yasaka said that, she told everyone to begin to eat. Meanwhile, before she ate, she helped her daughter. With that, I took a bite of the first dish in front of me, as I couldn't help but think how delicious this is. Arya, I couldn't help but at Arya, who was also eating the food, but as soon as she ate the food, somehow her energy seemed to become much denser than before. Chapter 140, Feast 2. I clearly could tell that the power inside Arya had increased as soon as she ate that food. Even though the change in power is very small and can easily go unnoticed by anyone due to my sensitive senses, I could sense even the slightest change. Not only that, but the food also seemed very delicious, as I could tell from her reaction, and the way she couldn't stop eating the food. Is this food special? I couldn't help but ask this question in my mind, as even though I already expected this food to be different, but never thought this food was going to be somewhat extraordinary. Not only that, but Kuroka, who was still in her cat form, took a piece of the food, and same as Arya, her power also increased just a little bit. Sensing this, I looked at the food in front of me as I also took a bite, but it didn't happen to me. And it's probably because I already become very strong that something of this level wouldn't affect me at all. Or I can say that I am already at max level now, since it won't be wrong to say that right this moment, I don't think anyone has the power to rival me, especially after all monarchs got killed by me. Especially Monarch of Destruction, since he was previously known as the strongest monarch, and he was also the biggest foe for me. Even though he was killed by me and the battle injuries inflicted were still fresh and hurt. And none method of healing could make my wounds disappear, but it's nothing compared to what would have happened if I failed to stop him. But it was a small price to pay, and I would have to make the same choices even if I got another chance to go back into the last. Then, surely, I would make the same choices again and again. Even though this food does not affect me, but I am still able to say that this food is delicious, and have to say that Japanese cuisine is something. Even though I never tried Japanese cuisine back in my world, I can't be certain whether it's better or worse than my homeworld Japanese cuisine, but I'm sure I liked this world Japanese cuisine. Does this suit your taste, Tilda? Yasaka asked this as she looked at me with a small gentle smile on her face. It's really delicious, I replied to her question with my honest feelings, since I felt the taste of this food was perfect. Arya as well as Kuroka nodded their heads at the same time, agreeing with my statement, while they continued eating. Tilda, I am glad to hear that, Yasaka replied, as she finally also started to eat her food. Till now she had been helping her daughter. Even though everything right this moment looks very peaceful, but still, there is something that still bothers me even this moment. And that was her people. Even in this hall there are only servants, but still, I can clearly sense their hostility towards me as well as Arya and Kuroka. They seem to hate me way more than those two, even though Yasaka already told them not to be hostile, but still, it doesn't have much effect. They only seem to be respectful on the surface, but their inner feelings are totally opposite, especially for someone like me who probably looks like a powerless nobody. Since I am hiding all of my energy in their eyes, I am nothing but a powerless human, which is probably the reason why they hate such nobody with no power getting close to their leader. But this I can't say with Yasaka, since even though she might appear friendly and carefree with us still, I can sense fear in her for me. I am certain that she is not capable of sensing my power, otherwise, she might be not even able to stand still in front of me. This gives me only one possibility, which is that even though she can't sense my power, but she can somehow know that I am dangerous, which she needs to be aware of. Maybe this is the so-called sixth sense. I inwardly said this in my mind, since from that devil which now is my shadow, I learned how exceptional the sensory skills are of Nine-Tails Fox Yauk. That's why even though she could not tell how powerful exactly I am, but surely her sixth sense is telling her that I am someone dangerous, which is most probably the reason she is trying her best to treat us best of her ability. This is probably why she was too worried when her subordinates were showing hostility towards me, and thinking that I might get offended by their behavior. Especially in this world, where weak people are prey to strong. But unlike my world here, many people aren't aware of any of the dangers lurking around them. And that also might be the reason why she didn't raise any questions regarding Kuroka for being in that form. But I have to say that she seems to be a very loved and capable leader of her faction, because I could only feel admiration, love, and respect from her subordinates towards her. Well, I heard some stories about her feats from Kuroka, so it's no surprise that she is such a capable leader. I wonder who would win if she and Tiamat fought, even though Tiamat seems to be stronger in destructive power. But I say that Yasaka surely isn't that weak compared to Tiamat. So surely I can't be certain who would win, since victory in battle doesn't solely depend on how much power a person holds. Come to think of Tiamat, she still seems to be searching for that person who holds that sacred gear that contains the soul of the dragon she hates the most in this generation. Chapter 141, Yasaka's Thoughts. Yasaka Povi. As expected of someone like him, I couldn't help but say this in my mind as I saw him noticing the speciality of the meal presented to them. Even though he might not appear surprised that much, but noticed how he stared at the food with little open eyes like he was surprised. Even just small details can't escape my eyes, but I am not surprised that he noticed this considering how dangerous this man is. All the meals right now are cooked with ingredients filled with natural energy, even though growing those ingredients is not cheap and easy at all, since it requires resources as well as time. Not to mention resources aren't cheap at all and easily available. Due to that, making a dish out of these ingredients is something which even people with a lot of wealth can't enjoy it. And if some weak human without any magic or any other power like Sacred Heart eats this, then that weak human body is to a whole another level, but still, it would be wasteful to use such precious resources on humans, especially when even with strong bodies they still don't have any chance against any other races like devil, yaokai, fallen angel, etc. Even though I suffered a huge blow to our financial condition, but I think it is all worth it since treating him to the best of my abilities. That's also the reason why every one of the people was against this. But I can't blame any one of them for being like this, because to them, I am doing nothing other than wasting. Even if they have many objections, but still, no one dares go against my order, as this special feat was prepared. Not because he rescued my daughter and people back to her home and me, but also did to the fact that this definitely gonna put me and the faction on his good side. All these foods will have great effects on yaokai, which is the reason the yaokai he brings with him is so focused on devouring the food in front of her. And I can say the same with Arya. I am sure she didn't notice, since meals are not only helpful in getting stronger, but also very delicious, that she solely focused on eating. As a result, she is getting stronger with each moment. I can tell that this kid is a reincarnated devil, but I can't tell from which species she is from before. Since even someone who got reincarnated, as the devil still can't completely erase her, his originated race, similar to that yaokai with Jinwoo. I can tell that before reincarnation, she was a yaokai. As a result, even after becoming a reincarnated devil, she can use all of her abilities before her reincarnation. Not only that, she also had the same body and same face as when she was yaokai. Only thing that changed was that now she belonged to someone. I don't think she belongs to Jinwoo, since I can tell he is not the devil, otherwise she definitely would have heard, and would at least be able to identify his race. Not to mention someone good-looking and powerful, as him would have a big name for himself, in not only the underworld, but in the whole world. So definitely she belongs to someone else, or she is a runaway devil, and considering the previous meeting between all three factions, I probably can guess what her identity. If she is that person, then surely the underworld would never be able to catch her back, since she right now is under his protection, and that's probably why she is in that form, to protect herself from getting identified by any devil. As for Arya, no matter what, I can't tell this girl named Arya race, even though I know she is not a threat to me, but somehow she gives me an uneasy feeling like, if she becomes an enemy, then surely it wouldn't be good. And the more she eats, the bigger that uneasy feeling becomes, even though the change is very small still. It increases, meaning food has an effect on her too. I feel she is quite strong for her age, but she has a long way ahead of her, till she becomes as strong as me or any other person in my faction. At last, Jinwoo, I am certain that he didn't gain anything from eating this food, because even though I can't sense anything from him, still, I can tell that he didn't gain anything from eating that meal. I clearly see some disappointment in his eyes, as well as the fact that the dangerous feeling around him didn't increase even a bit at all. This only means that special food didn't have any effect, maybe, because he is already too strong that something like this can't make him increase his power even a bit, or these kinda resources don't work on his body. This makes me think how unfortunate it is to waste such resources, because to him, this is nothing but delicious food, which I feel is really wasteful of such precious resources. It's all right. I said this inwardly in my mind, as I comforted myself thinking this might be worth it if this could get him on our good side, since that way even if some troubles come on me, my daughter, or even my faction, then he might help us. Thinking of that I feel this would be all worth it, since danger is lurking around me as well as my faction, and it would be soon. I want to be prepared as much as possible, and having him as backup surely would definitely be reassuring, especially since thinking about his dangerous aura, I can say with certainty that having him as an ally would solve every trouble. I don't know how big the danger would be which is coming soon, but I just hoped it would be over peacefully, even though I know it's just a fantasy to even think that. Chapter 142, Happy New Year 2025. Chapter 143, Back Home. Third person aka author's POV. After the feast, it was already very late, and that's why Yasaka asked them to stay with them for a night, but Jinwoo refused since he wanted to go back since he knew he wouldn't go back now. Then surely Tiamat would continue searching, till she found the person she was looking for, and had a bad feeling that she might be able to find that person. This is the reason why he rejected her offer and hearing they were going to depart. Kanu was naturally very sad, but she did not say anything. Even though she wanted to cry, but she didn't because she wanted to appear as a pathetic little girl in front of him, and despite not wanting to cry, she was still not able to hide tears in her eyes. She just hoped her mother would somehow manage to convince him to stay with them, but unfortunately, her mother didn't pressure Jinwoo to stay since she feared that it might upset him. That's why she could only sigh in disappointment, since even though she wanted them to stay too, but she couldn't force them. As a result, she says farewell. At least for now, but before going, she makes sure to give them all gifts before they depart. Even though these gifts might be useless to him, but surely it's very beneficial for Arya and Kuroka. Not only that, but Jinwoo can take these as blueprints and create more items, which would be more effective and efficient. Even though Jinwoo could tell that Kanu wanted them to stay, which he found normal unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill her wish, since involving her probably gonna bring disturbance to my peaceful life. Which I definitely gonna avoid, but I am pretty sure with Yasaka's strength, I doubt anything bad would happen to her now. I am sure due to Yasaka's strength despite looking like a harmless woman, but she is a powerful individual among all the people he meets here in this world. After this accident, I am pretty sure she is going to take all precautions to not let any danger fall on her daughter, which is the reason I am not worried about her safety. Even if something happened, then surely she would come to me, or just contact me, somehow then I would help. Not to mention I can easily tell the lucky charm she gave me is more than just a regular lucky charm. And I am not worried that they both come to the house where we are living, since considering she is a leader of her faction, then surely someone like her must be very busy. That's why I think her going outside her faction is rather very difficult, which is also the reason I didn't have any problem telling her about my address. Not to mention, even if they encounter a difficulty or trouble that they can't solve, then he leaves one of his shadow soldiers for that. Not only that would help them in case of emergency, but also that shadow soldier could supervise them, because even though they behaved very humbly and nice people, still, he can't trust them blindly since in the end, they are part of a supernatural world where the strong eat the weak in this world, which is one of the reasons why he is leaving one of his shadow soldiers behind to find out whether it was all an act or real. But Jinwoo don't know how to say goodbye to Kanu, because he can see that Kanu is almost on the verge of breaking down in tears, as she is somehow controlling herself from crying. He is afraid that if he tried to say goodbye to her, then surely she would definitely cry, which is gonna be very awkward for him, since he doesn't have much experience with kids and doesn't know how to calm them down. After getting all the gifts given by Yasaka, they said goodbye as he instructed Kuroka and Arya to stay close to him since he was gonna use shadow exchange. Since Yaokai is part of the supernatural world, using his power in front of them is not a big issue, and not only because it will save the trouble of traveling all the way back to their home. Suddenly darkness, which is darker than black, spread from Jinwoo's feet, instantly covering all of them, and within an instant, all instantly vanished into thin air. The exchange shadow soldier quickly hides in near shadow, completely becoming invisible to anyone. Even though this was an instant, but Yasaka and some other people couldn't even breathe in that brief moment, because they were too scared since they instantly felt immersed in fear when darkness came out of Jinwoo, was very terrifying. They didn't even breathe as chill ran through their spine. After they completely vanished, Yasaka and her subordinates finally released a sigh of relief as they couldn't help but look at Yasaka with respect and gratitude in their eyes. They were very stunned to find out that a harmless-looking human is such a dangerous entity, and if they really offended someone like her, then surely their entire faction would be in great danger. Even though they might be proud of themselves still, they aren't stupid, due to the fact that they understand that a harmless-looking person is a very powerful. Thankfully, I was right about him. Yasaka inwardly said this, as she couldn't help but feel relief, thinking that she was right to listen to her instincts and treat him with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Kanu was already very sad that Jinwoo left, that she didn't notice the current condition of her mother or her subordinates. And since she is just a little kid, she couldn't sense what her mother or her subordinates sense now, otherwise she would be unconscious by now. Chapter 144, Back Home Too. They have returned. Tiamat couldn't help but inwardly say this in her mind as soon she sensed them, even though she couldn't sense Jinwoo, but she could sense the people who had gone with him were back. Since they are back, then there surely he will be back too. As a result, she decided to stop her search for her target. Even though she has managed to shorten the area to search still, she knows she needs to search for that specific person. The only sure thing is that the host of that dragon who she hates is human, since she could tell that in that small area, there are not any supernatural races. Other than humans, she can't sense any other race, so she is certain that the person she's looking for is a human. Even though she was near to pinpointing the person she was looking for, but it seems she needs to stop now. Tusk, Tiamat didn't help but click her tongue, feeling annoyed at the fact that they had arrived, since that meant she needed to go back now. But she felt that if she had some more time, then surely she would have found that person. Well, there is also another problem in front of her, which she seems failed to notice due to her outfit and behaving like a suspicious person. Some people already reported her, because no one wanted such shady-looking person luring near their house, but since humans are similar to ants to her, she didn't notice anything. Luckily, after sensing Kuroka and Arya back, she decided to go back immediately, making all the nearby people become stunned, since she was too fast for human eyes to see her leaving. As a result, nearby people felt that the suspicious person disappeared like a ghost, making all the people dumbfounded. Back at home, Tiamat arrived back in no time, since the speed of dragon-like speed was not any joke. Right after coming back, she looked at Jinwoo without much emotion on her face as usual. She already changed back to her usual maid outfit, as she put her previous suspicious clothes in her storage, even though she really didn't want to do this. Since her special storage basically is a treasury, and she doesn't want to put trash in her expensive treasury by any means, she still does, since she understands even though those clothes might be no more than trash to her, due to the fact it's made by an ordinary powerless human. But she thinks those clothes could work well for disguise, since after wearing those clothes, not any person looks at her with lustful or envious eyes. So thinks that she might be able to use this set of clothes again to go out. Not to mention, since right now, she already has a lead where she could find her target. Then it is only a matter of time before she finds the person she is looking for. Then these clothes would help her to walk in among humans. "Welcome back, Master," Tiamat said with her usual cold tone, like she doesn't do anything while they are gone. Even though she sensed something weird as the energy of Arya and Kuroka became stronger than before, which was unnatural, she didn't think much as she shook her head, since, to her, it doesn't matter, because they both still couldn't hold a candle against her. Jinwoo looked at her as he nodded his head, even though Tiamat looks usual self like always, but Jinwoo clearly could sense the annoyance in Tiamat's mood. He knows even though she is searching for her sworn enemy, he doesn't want her to hurt someone innocent, and it is not only about the person she is looking for. Even though she failed to notice, some people looking at her, Jinwoo did, as one of his shadow soldiers was inside the shadow of Tiamat. And he knew how she lurking near other people's houses, making them alert of her, as he was sure that if it goes for some more time, then surely the police would have arrived, and because if they attacked her, then surely she would have killed them without any second thought. Due to the fact, it would be self-defense even though for someone as strong as her, humans aren't nothing but ants. Here for you, Jinwoo said as some boxes appeared in his hand, and then handed all those to Tiamat, who was stunned. It was some of those gifts given by Yasaka, which were some sweets and some other items. Tiamat was a little surprised by all these boxes since she didn't expect him to give her these items, as for now she has a servant-master relationship with him. So naturally she didn't expect to receive something from him. Not only that, but she could tell one of the boxes was special, and for other boxes, she could easily tell all were ordinary items which she didn't even need to look at. She put all the other boxes aside and opened the one she felt special about and opened it to find a bunch of clothes there. To normal people's eyes, these look exactly like normal ordinary women's clothes, but Tiamat could sense these are special since these reek of Jinwoo energy. Even though she only sensed and experienced his power for a brief moment, but still, that brief moment is something that she never forget in her life. And she clearly could tell these clothes were created by him since they reeked of his power, and since it's not much denser like the real thing, she wasn't affected by it. In fact, despite looking like regular clothes still, they are very durable as well as it will help her to bend into the environment more, making her less noticeable. Even though Tiamat herself have illusion magic, she can use unfortunately at low-level magic. And due to that she can't use it on herself, since because of her strength, it is impossible to use such low-level magic to hide herself. Chapter 145, Back Home 3. The illusion magic she remembered was low-class magic that she couldn't use on herself. Due to that, she needed to use traditional way to disguise herself in the human world. Even these clothes might be the best way to disguise herself in the human world, but unfortunately, Tiamat is not totally right. Even though these clothes aren't as eye-catching as her maid outfit given by Graphia, still wearing those won't be able to hide her very beautiful figure and face. And considering human nature, they surely would bother her again if she went out as long they saw her face. But still treasures these clothes due to the fact that it's created by Jinwoo, the person who fought her like an adult, playing with a child. And seeing the clothes he gave her, she is sure that these clothes had way more defensive power than any armor in her treasure. Sensing similar dark energy coming from these clothes which she sensed from Jinwoo, makes it more certain that even if she can't destroy these clothes with her full power, this makes her feel that these are treasures, and without any second thought, she throws all of these clothes into her treasury. Her treasures are back safely in her cave, but still, she could open a small window wherever she wanted which would be directly connected to her treasury back in the cave using her magic. And that sure is convenient for her, since by doing this, not only she could take out the treasures she wants from anywhere in the world, but also she could throw any items she wants back into her treasury. But she can't use this magic in certain places, which she finds troublesome, and also the reason why she wanted to avoid those places. Thank you, Tiamat said as she expressed her gratitude since dragons like treasures, especially dragons like her, and these clothes aren't less than treasures, due to the fact these clothes possess more defensive power than any armor or treasures in her treasury. Jinwoo was surprised, as he didn't expect someone as prideful and arrogant as Tiamat to say thank you for such small things. Since it was unknown to him that a few pieces of clothes given to him were considered priceless treasures in Tiamat's eyes. And for the dragon who loves treasures more than anything, receiving those priceless treasures is like winning a lottery, as saying some words of gratitude is the last thing she can do. Especially when the other party is a lot stronger than her. If he wanted, then surely he could have taken all the treasures from her very easily, but he didn't do it, which shows that he has no interest in her so-called treasures in her treasury. Not only he didn't take anything from her, but also now gave such items to her without any demands, making her grateful. But Jinwoo had no idea about this, as he regarded these clothes as ordinary pieces of clothes, since he could create as many as he wanted in just the blink of an eye. Which is why he couldn't understand why someone prideful as Tiamat suddenly would say thank you out of nowhere, just for his pieces of clothes. Maybe she never received anything in the past. Jinwoo, inwardly thought of this in his mind since now he thinks about it. Jinwoo thought that since Tiamat was a well-known dragon in the supernatural world for causing destruction, surely everyone would have been afraid of her in past, which is probably why she never received anything from someone. He thought some people might try to give her some kind of sacrifice in exchange for something, but again, it was a transaction rather than a gift. Not to mention, according to Graphia, the Tiamat treasury is filled with various treasures, which are one of its kind that include magic items too. Maybe that explains why that guy D-Drake guy came to her asking for some kind of treasures, considering the power ranking explained by Tiamat. D-Drake guy seems to be higher level, which is probably why Tiamat wasn't able to reject him. Even if he asked multiple times, he kept taking without returning anything. Jinwoo thinks of gangster-like behavior, but he can't do anything as he already died in a battle in past. Even after dying, his soul got converted into a scared gear, and the same goes with his opponent. He couldn't help but think this is some kind of karma for D-Drake guy, even though he himself doesn't have much belief in karma. But clearly, this wasn't enough for Tiamat, as even his death gave her back no items that she lent him. And not only this, as she thinks that he used his death as an excuse in order to not return his items. After knowing that now D-Drake guy's soul is trapped in sacred gear, meaning she could still ask him about the treasures he took and where he stored. Not to mention, since he already lost his body, she didn't need to worry about fighting him. As a result, she kept killing D-Drake hosts if they refused to give her the answer she needed. Even though Jinwoo has no good feelings about D-Drake, still, he can't help but feel bad about his hosts, since they died for no reason. As for now, he got to know some information from that shadow, which he leaves in her shadow regarding that person she is searching for, and from the looks of it, Jinwoo could easily know that the person she is looking for is a human, meaning this generation's host of sacred gear, which contains D-Drag's soul. Even though he doesn't know who exactly that person is due to the fact that he has never seen a person with sacred gear before with his own eyes. Chapter 146, Treasure. Even though he doesn't know who exactly that person is, because he has never seen a person with sacred gear before with his own eyes before. Still, he could see differences between some humans due to their energy. At first, he thought it was because of age differences. But now he can tell it was much more than that, since magic exists here, and so-called sacred gears. After talking with Tiamat, did say humans aren't powerless, as some of them possess sacred gears as well, and some of them even possess magic talent. Those are very rare, since due to human society, they're nothing like magic hunter school or some academy. They won't able to develop their talents if they have any. Probably due to the fact that humans with supernatural powers are so rare, since most of them don't have the resources or knowledge to discover their talent. But now, after practicing magic for some time, he could also sense magic inside the person, and it didn't matter whether a person developed magic or not. Meaning he could also sense so-called hidden talent in people, meaning it doesn't matter if other people learn or practice magic before. With this, he could also deduct the potential of the person, giving him insight into how much a person could grow. Even though he senses some people with hidden potential for magic in the place where Tiamat is searching, but that's not all. He sensed someone above others who stood out the most, even though it was very hidden deep inside, but still, it couldn't escape his senses. The person he sensed was just a small kid, as well as he guessed that kid was the one Tiamat was searching for. Another reason why Jinwoo is sure is because he felt a similar presence like Tiamat inside that kid. And since Tiamat is a dragon, he is very sure that the sacred gear in that kid also is dragon, meaning D-Drake. D-Drake, the dragon she is searching for, even though he had no idea what she was going to do with the kid, after knowing he is that human she is searching for. He doubts knowing the other party's kid will gain any sympathy from her, considering Tiamat is a high-level dragon who looks down on other races. Naturally, she won't care about an inferior human kid. After all, she just wants her stuff back, even though she has no plans on killing that kid, until she has some conversation with D-Drake. Still, Jinwoo was worried about the fact that she would harm innocent people, especially that kid, since from a previous conversation with her. She understands how much she bears hatred for D-Drag Guy and how much she wants her stuff back. So if he thought she didn't get what she wanted, then surely she would use other means. By other means, Jinwoo meant torture or forcefully awakening that sacred gear inside him to have a conversation with D-Drag. But he feels if there is such a way to forcibly awaken sacred gear, then surely it also will have serious consequences like death or worse. It's better to delay her until that kid naturally awakens his scared gear. Then surely Tiamat could have a way to talk with D-Drag about her treasures. Anyway, after putting all the stuff away, Tiamat looks at Jinwoo as she waits for his next order. This makes Jinwoo a little speechless, since he can't help but wonder that Tiamat is taking her job as a maid too seriously. He expected her to be angry or annoyed, but he couldn't feel such emotions from her. Jinwoo thought that due to him, she needed to come back here immediately, which definitely should make her upset or at least annoyed. Right now, he is sensing no such emotions from her, making him a little confused, as Tiamat appears to be normal as usual. But unknowingly to him, Tiamat indeed was upset earlier, as after receiving those clothes, she immediately calmed down since she considered treasures. As a dragon who values treasures above all, her mood immediately improved after receiving such treasures from him. Because for him, even though it might be a simple piece of clothes, but for her or any other person who is near her strength can immediately tell that these clothes that Jinwoo gave are treasures. Due to the fact that these clothes are indestructible, Tiamat also has other plans with the clothes he has given. Because these clothes are basically made of his energy, surely, if she manages to damage these clothes, then she might be able to find a way to fight him. She didn't forget the humiliation that day she suffered, and she wanted to rematch in order to pay back what she suffered that day. She clearly remembered how powerless she was against him, since even though she was giving her all out, especially using her last powerful move, which almost cost her life. But still, he fights against her like he is playing with a child. The only time he becomes serious is when he tries to save her life. This is the biggest humiliation for her, since having her opponent pity her is something very humiliating for a proud dragon like her. Even though she understands that fighting someone like Jinwoo is nothing but a dream, as she feels that power he releases for that brief moment. But at least she wanted him to fight her seriously and wanted him to take her as a threat, not some random kid who he just played. Otherwise, her mind won't ever be at peace, and he knows that way she might be able to become stronger too. But it's not easy since, after examining the clothes, she felt it's nearly impossible to destroy these, which gives her a headache. Not to mention, she could easily sense that creepy energy in those clothes, but luckily it was bearable since it was not as much as the real thing. Chapter 147, Meanwhile Graphia. Not to mention, she could easily sense that creepy energy in those clothes, but luckily it was bearable since it was not as much as the real thing. Tiamat thinks it's great due to the fact that with this, she might manage to get an idea of how much power she will need to actually fight him. Even though dragons are known for their impulsive behavior, which is why everyone is always on guard when meeting them, but Tiamat right now is thinking very deeply. Since she understands that if she fought him again without getting stronger, then surely the results would the same. Due to the fact how overwhelming Jinwoo was when he was fighting her, it was like he wasn't taking her seriously at all, which means he took her as no threat. Because of that, she clearly understands that he is not someone who she hoped to defeat with her current power. Even though she used all her treasures in her treasury, then also she doubted she would be able to give a scratch on him. But if she were to fight Graphia again, then she would do it without any single thought, because both of them don't have many gaps between them. Tiamat believes that the fight only got a draw, because Graphia caught her off guard with her sudden transformation. Normally she would be unfazed, but after transforming, Graphia somehow managed to become like her dragon, which leaves Tiamat thinking. And managed to not give her 100% otherwise, Tiamat is sure that she would beat her, which is the reason she is not afraid to rematch at all against her. That was also the reason why she was so unsatisfied with Graphia after that fight, and wanted to fight her again. Unfortunately, due to Jinwoo, she needed to stop, otherwise she wouldn't have stopped. But she is still curious about her transformation, which is the reason why she is so dedicated to this role of a maid. Just to know what's the secret behind Graphia's transformation. Tiamat will make sure after completing the promise, she will fight again and win, giving Graphia a clear image of who is superior and powerful dragon. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that she isn't the only one who didn't give 100% of her power, as Graphia still is very dark about her newfound powers. Surely if they fought next time, then also Graphia won't be easy, as Tiamat is thinking right now, but that's for the future. Meanwhile, in Underworld, so he is finally back, Graphia muttered as she just found out that Xuanhuan had returned from Kyoto. Even though she has been living in the Underworld still, she has contacted Tiamat and Xuanhuan daily. Xuanhuan because he is naturally her master, and even though she is not beside him right now still, it's her duty to know about her master's needs, as well as to know Tiamat's behavior. As for Tiamat, she is Xuanhuan's temporary maid, who is in charge of taking care of him in her absence, but since she is very inexperienced, it's her job to guide her and tell her what she needs to do, even though Tiamat hates this, but still can't reject Graphia due to that promise. Graphia herself was surprised at how she was listening to her every word and followed. At first, she thought Tiamat would not follow the promise they made and gave up, but it seems she had underestimated Tiamat's pride. Despite being a superior dragon still, she is willing to listen to her, who is the devil, a race which she considered an inferior race, just by one promise where she will gain nothing. Since she knows even if she told her the truth about where Graphia got that power, she doubts that truth will be enough to satisfy her. Graphia is worried after Tiamat finds the truth not satisfying. She will attack her out of frustration or anger, even though she is not worried about her safety due to her new powers. But still, she is worried about the destruction it will cause in the crossfire, since the previous time, when she and Tiamat clash, Graphia failed to notice the destruction they were causing, and due to that, she almost destroyed the forest and all the beasts in the forest. Luckily, Xuanhuan comes and stops both of them before their destruction gets out of hand, especially when she doesn't know what the extent of her newfound powers. The new power is enough to rival a powerful dragon like Tiamat, even though Graphia knows she could do much more in that transformation. But unfortunately, using too much power causes more harm than good. Despite trying to make things right back at her home in the Underworld, and trying her best to repair her damaged relationships, especially with her sister, she understands that she needs to make up for the long time she went away from them, which caused them to have countless unwanted troubles. Even though she was so busy, she still managed to get some time, and in that time she practices with her newfound power. This is not an easy task, since she could only use that transformation for a very short amount of time, otherwise her body might get damaged permanently. But luckily, she is not alone. Graphia's system is with her even though she is cut off from her creator, meaning she can't give her much knowledge about other things. But that doesn't change the fact that the Graphia system is still an extremely smart AI, as her system analyzed her new form and came up with ways for Graphia to control that form. Graphia understands that she is only using a small portion of that transformation, and if she needs more, then surely she needs to have more control of that thing. For that, her system gives her a few suggestions, and the first was that she needed a stronger body to have to tolerate that power. Chapter 148. Meanwhile, Graphia, too. Even though the system might be cut off from its creator, the Graphia system still has advanced AI which could think and talk like a smart person. It also helped Graphia to get solutions for her problems through that system, which is really what Graphia needed to understand her new powers. The system has suggested 3 solutions to her problem, and honestly, she was disappointed after hearing those 3 solutions. One of the solutions is to do tough exercises daily to the point where her body can't move anymore. Similar to the training she did on that planning when she was living with Xuanhuan, even though at first she thought those training would be meaningless since she thought that she didn't need it. The fact that she is a superior devil is a reason her body is already very strong, or that was she thought. But she is very wrong, as she knows that if that time she tried to take this thing, then surely she would fail without any doubt. This is why she is grateful to Xuanhuan for training her. Not only did he train her, but also he arranged sparring partners for her, helping her grow by getting beaten every time, even though she is frustrated at the fact that how could she be so weak. Since the beginning, she was sparring with Jinwoo's weakest shadow soldier. But soon that frustration turned into dedication after feeling how much she was growing and becoming stronger. Another method suggested by the system was fighting people equal to her, but it's now difficult for her since she doesn't think there is anyone who could rival her in the underworld right now. She might be able to face Tiamat, but that was only due to her transformation. Otherwise, she knew that she had no chance of winning against someone like Tiamat. Even though she could still ask Jinwoo to send some sparring partners for them, she thinks that it's impolite for a maid to make requests to her master. Not to mention, she also has no time or place where she can fight without worry. And due to those reasons, she can't follow the second suggestion of the system. Lastly, she suggests taking elixirs, but those are extremely rare, especially since her system is cut from her creator. So the system has no way to pinpoint the locations of those elixirs, which is why she has no way other than exercising her body daily in order to make her body stronger. Not only that, she also uses a little bit of power from that thing regularly to make her body familiar with her newfound power. The method is working, but it's very slow since she could feel it, and even though this method is very slow, at least it's better than doing nothing. I wonder what the master is doing right now. Grafia asked this question to herself in her mind, feeling curious about Jinwoo. After all, even though she has been talking to Jinwoo still, she hasn't seen him for a while, which makes her somehow anxious. She couldn't help but want to rush to his side and attend to his needs as his maid. Unfortunately, it's not possible, at least for now. If you are missing him that much, why not go back to him? Grafia's system can sense her thoughts, which is why it knows how much she is missing him, and couldn't understand that if she is missing him that much, then why she can't go there. No, I can't do that yet. Grafia said this in her mind to her system since she had many things to do before going back to him. First, she needs to make everything right here before going back, as well as pay back all the people who bothered her family in her absence. Hearing her thoughts, the system went silent since even though it might be very smart still, it's very dumb. When it comes to emotions, after all, in the end, Grafia's system is nothing but an artificial intelligence. This is also why her system doesn't understand Grafia's feelings for him. But Grafia could feel that her system started to become more like a person than a machine. Not only her way of speaking has changed, but also her system started to become curious about everything, unlike in the past when her system only answered her questions emotionlessly. Maybe I should at some name? Grafia couldn't help but say this in mind since calling her system it every time kind of feels very awkward and confusing for her. A name. Her system became confused since it didn't understand why Grafia was thinking of giving a name to her system, but still, it didn't interrupt Grafia, who was thinking. What do you think about Mia? Grafia muttered this name as she finally thought of a suitable name for her system. Mia. The system has no idea about names, so it doesn't know whether it's a good or bad name, but considering names on this place, the system thinks that it's not a bad name. Yes, so let's call you Mia from now on, Grafia inwardly said, as with this her system finally got a name, which was Mia. Knock knock. Suddenly her room door got knocked on by someone, interrupting their conversation. Grafia stood from her place and went to the door. Thud. And opened it to see her mom standing there with a plate of snacks in her hands, staring at her with gentle eyes. I thought my child would need a break from all the work she has been doing recently, Tilda, she said as she came inside and put the plate on the table. Grafia for the past few days doing nothing but research all the things that happened in her absence, every single detail, even small ones. That way she will make her next plan, and she also needs to get familiar with new technology. Thank you, Mom, Grafia replied to her mom with a small smile on her face while she looked at Fia. Chapter 149. Chapter 147. Meanwhile, Grafia 3. Mom is caring as always. Grafia couldn't help but comment this in her mind after seeing her mom bring some refreshments for her. Oh, Tilda dear, no need for saying such things to your mother, Tilda, Fia replied as she looked at Graphia with a soft smile on her face. After all, it's a mother's job to look after her children, Tilda. She continued to say this as she walked towards Graphia and started to tidy her hair. It's already been several hours since Graphia started to research the current world without any breaks. So many things happened while she was gone that she needs time to cover all that. Not to mention she needs to make herself familiar with today's technology. Since she was away for many years, and in those years, technology has developed so much that she needs time to adjust to today's technology. She was first worried for Jinwoo since she thought he would have the same difficulties as her, due to the fact both of their worlds are almost the same. Other than the fact that Jinwoo's home world doesn't have any devils, fallen angels, yaokais, or any other supernatural races. But later she realized that the technology currently in her world right now is the same as when he left his home planet. This means living in the current world is not an issue for him at all. In fact, it's very convenient for him to live since it is the same as his home world. Still, somehow she couldn't help but worry about Jinwoo, whether he needed any kind of help or not. No matter what, he is new to this world, and even though this world might be similar to his home world still, it's not exactly the same. She was worried whether he was doing well or not, even though she understood his strength was unrivaled, but still, some things can't be solved by violence alone. This is the reason she wants to finish all things in the underworld fast, and go into the human world where Jinwoo is, and attend to him as his loyal maid. Tilda, are you thinking about your dear, Master Tilda? Fia speaks this in a teasing tone while she looks at her with playful eyes. It's not like that, Mother, Graphia replied to Fia in a straight tone, while denying what her mother was saying about her. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but wonder whether her mother had some kind of mind-reading ability or something. Because she remembered this was always the same. Fia always could tell what her daughters were thinking from the moment they were born, which still hasn't changed at all despite so many years had passed. Graphia couldn't help but look at her mom with admiration in her eyes, since even though so many things happened to her, and Lily due to her absence, but still never blamed her. Not only that, she didn't even lose her smile and cheerful personality. Honestly, she was very relieved to see her mom smile when she met her after coming back here from that planet. Even though it was just a few months for her mother, it was many years. She can't imagine how much she had to suffer while she was gone. I wonder how my mother managed to create such a big business on her own. Graphia said this in her mind as she also learned what her mother had done in these years and found out that she created a small business in the human world, which is now one of the biggest businesses in the country. This is also the reason how they managed to survive without anyone's help, especially after having no real power in the underworld. Graphia admired her mother very much even before she was gone, but now after coming back, she even admires and respects her more than ever. Tilda, am I wrong? Fia asked in a playful tone after seeing Graphia refuting her statement, since she knew Graphia was lying, especially after seeing her red ears. Graphia remains silent since she knows that her mother is correct and knows there is no point in lying to her. As always, she knows me better than myself, Graphia commented in her mind, as she understood lying with her only gonna backfire on her. It seems I was correct, Tilda, Fia said in a joyful tone like she had won some kind of competition, as she continued and asked, if you are missing your dear master so much, why not go to him, Tilda? I need to do many things before going to him. Graphia replied to her mother's question with honesty, since lying to her is useless. You are worried about me and Lily. Fia asked this question next since she knows her daughter very well and understands how Graphia values her and Lily. Since they are the only blood-related family she has left now in the world, it's natural she deeply cares about. My child, we aren't that helpless and pitiful. You don't need to worry about us that much, Tilda. Fia said this as she wants Graphia to live her life for herself, not for others. Fia always wanted Graphia to live for herself, but unfortunately, she never listened, and even now nothing has changed. Even if we encounter anything which can't handle on our own, we will call for you. After all, you are going into the human world, not anywhere else where we can't reach you. Fia continued to say this as she tried to convince Graphia to chase her happiness and live for her own rather than here. Thank you, Mother, for your words, but I would do everything I need to do before going back to my master. Graphia replied in a determined tone, even though she appreciated her mother worse still, she prefers to stay here and get everything done before going back. Not only for them, but also for her. After all, she needs to make up for them for all the time she was missing when they needed her the most. Chapter 150. Meanwhile, Graphia 4. Another thing, she needed to make sure that, while in her absence, that they wouldn't get bullied by anyone else here. Sigh. Fia released a tired sigh after hearing Graphia reply as she put her hand against her cheek and felt regretful. She is the same child I know even now. Fia couldn't help but say this in her mind after seeing her daughter determined to look as she knew now that no matter how she tried to pursue Graphia to leave, it would be worthless. I see, I will respect your choice, Tilda. Fia replied to Graphia, as she couldn't help but feel a little bad about Graphia still. She didn't force Graphia to go as Fia respected Graphia's choice, and knew it even if she tried then, also it would have no change in her decision. Thank you, Mother, Graphia said to Fia, as she was grateful at the fact that Fia respected her choice, and didn't pursue Graphia to go away. After talking for a while, Fia decided to leave the room since she didn't want to disturb Graphia any longer as she went out of the room. Make sure to don't overwork yourself. It's bad for your health, Tilda. Fia said this to Graphia since, as her mother, she didn't want Graphia to overwork herself. I won't, don't worry, Graphia replied with a straight face, as she didn't want her mother to worry about herself, even though Graphia doubted that she would affect her health just by overworking herself, especially with her current body. Still, Graphia understands her mother since, for her, she will always remain a child no matter what, which is why Fia is still treating Graphia as a kid, even though right now, this moment, Graphia is a lot stronger than her. Graphia is not annoyed by this, rather she is glad that she has a mother who cares about her this much. Bye, Tilda. Fia finally said goodbye, and went out of the room as she closed the door after leaving. Graphia moved back to her chair, and sat as she needed to continue her research while she tried to talk to her system again. Mia, Graphia said this in her mind by her system name, Graphia gave to her system before her mom came. Fia came so suddenly that Graphia couldn't ask her system whether it liked the new name or not, even though the system already told her how it doesn't understand many things like people's emotions, mainly because it's artificial intelligence. Graphia found it amusing because her system's original task was to assist in making Jinwoo fall in love with her. Anyway, after getting cut off from her creator, her system, even though it's still clueless, but is slowly learning about people and emotions in the process, becoming more and more like a person. Yes, what do you need me for? The hearing system in her mind leaves Graphia completely stunned, since her system voice is completely different than before. Graphia was so stunned that her hands, which were turning the pages of the book, stopped as soon as she heard the system voice in her head. Previously, it was a very cold and emotionless tone, which was very fitting for an artificial intelligence like the Graphia system, but right now, it's very different and alive. The biggest difference is probably the fact that right now system voice is like a lady. If anyone hears the system voice, then surely they would guess that it is a lady speaking. This is a big change that Graphia never expected to see, at least not so soon. Previously, the system's emotionless voice made it impossible to tell whether it was a male or female. But right now, it was feminine, making Graphia surprised. She didn't understand why suddenly this happened, since all she did was the name that she thought was suitable for her system. What's with your voice? Graphia couldn't help but ask this question in her mind about the system, since she is very curious why the system voices so much change just by giving it a name. Graphia is somehow sure that this change happened due to the fact that she gave her system a name, but still, she want to know why the sudden change just by giving a name. I match the voice according to the name you have given me. Even though I have been cut off from the main database, but after observing all of you, I come to conclude that the name you have given me is a female, and for that, I need a feminine voice to match the name you have given me. I see, Graphia inwardly said this, as she understood why the system was done, but still, it was amazing how perfectly her system could use a female voice to communicate. It is not a copy of her or anyone she knows. This voice is completely different from anyone she knows, making her surprised at the fact system can make a feminine voice so perfectly in just a short amount of time. When she first received the system, Graphia didn't think much of it, since she was solely focused on getting stronger and getting peace in the underworld. But recently, she come to realize how advanced her system, which makes her wonder how capable her system creator. Unfortunately, she didn't get any information from the system regarding the system creator, due to the fact that the system creator was so cautious that he forbade the system to reveal any information regarding herself himself. Graphia couldn't help but why the creator was so cautious of Jinwoo, from all the time she was with him. She comes to understand that even though Jinwoo is insanely strong still, he is not like someone reckless or has any violent personality. Rather, it's the opposite. He is very calm and collected, only using his strength when it's necessary. This is why she doesn't understand why her system creator was so afraid of Jinwoo, since Graphia believes that if someone doesn't harm Jinwoo, then naturally, he won't harm that person too. Chapter 151. Meanwhile, Graphia 5. Another possibility is that Graphia thinks the creator of her system already knows Jinwoo, but it seems they have some kind of enmity between them, which is why the creator of the system uses such tactics. It's very unlikely he will win in a direct clash between them, since she already witnessed how insanely powerful Jinwoo is. Not only he is extremely powerful, but also the fact that he got a huge army of his own. A personal army that is not only very powerful, but also immortal. Graphia knows this since the system told her about this in that place. An undying army that will solely follow his command without fear or any hesitation, making an army extremely powerful. Since she sparred with a few soldiers of Jinwoo, she knows how powerful even the weakest soldier of the Shadow Army is. The most advantageous thing about the Shadow Army, which Graphia thinks, is that Shadow Army don't feel fear and is extremely loyal to Jinwoo, meaning they won't back down no matter who their enemy. Shadow Army is immortal, meaning they won't die no matter how many times some try to kill them. The only solution is to kill Jinwoo, which is more difficult. Jinwoo alone's strength is strength times more than his Shadow Army, combined, meaning it will be tougher to fight him than his army. Another thing that makes Jinwoo more powerful is his ability to turn anyone into a shadow soldier. Doesn't matter who that person is. As long she is dead, then surely Jinwoo has a chance to convert that person into his own soldier who won't betray him no matter what. Even though Graphia don't know how that works, from what she knows through her system, is that somehow Jinwoo's power makes his soldiers love him unconditionally. Which is a really scary power to have, and since if his Shadow Army loves him unconditionally, then there is no way they will betray him or harm him in any possible way. I guess it's reasonable why that person is so scared of Jinwoo. Graphia couldn't help but say this in her mind, since she now thinks that it's reasonable for the creator of her system to be this cautious. If anyone knows how capable Jinwoo is, then surely that person would take as many as precautiously are possible. Mia, can you tell me how strong your creator's strength is? Graphia couldn't help but ask this to question her system, as she was curious about the system creator's strength. She did not doubt the fact that the system creator is a genius, considering he created the system and took so many precautions, but she is curious about her physical strength. Graphia knows that her system creator forbids the system to reveal any information regarding the creator. But still, she hoped to know any clues about how strong Mia's creator is, since from her experience she knows there are people who are a lot stronger than her or the strongest people in her world. Mia, Graphia inwardly called out her system again, as she didn't know why her system suddenly became so silent. I don't remember. What do you mean? Graphia asked this question in her mind, as she couldn't understand Mia's answer at all. Even though she knows her creator forbids Mia to reveal any information, but still, after getting cut off from its creator, Graphia hoped that Mia would now reveal some information now. I just know that my creator was strong enough to destroy the planet easily. I see, Graphia muttered, as she understood that her creator already erased or deleted any main information regarding herself from Mia. But still, this little piece of information regarding her system creator is enough to let Graphia know that she shouldn't mess with Mia's creator. Even though she knows she already offended her system creator by breaking the promise, Graphia knows the only reason she and her world are still safe right now is due to Jinwoo's presence. She understands that Mia's creator Gunna won't attack the place where Jinwoo is staying out of caution or fear of not offending him. This is good since she couldn't imagine what would happen if he was not here. She doubts that Mia's creator will spare her if Jinwoo isn't here. After coming back from that place, she realized how small she and her world are compared to the whole universe, and also came to know that there are tons of people out there who are strong enough to erase her entire world as easily as their snap of fingers. After knowing all that, she now wants to become stronger, even though she doesn't know if she will ever be able to become stronger still. She wants to try to become as strong as possible. But she doubted that even if she managed to fully master her transformation, then also she didn't think she ever hoped to rival someone capable as Mia's creator in strength. Knock knock. A sudden knock on her door makes Graphia awake from her thoughts. She looks at the door and gives permission to enter. Someone is here to meet you, ma'am. A maid entered the room after getting permission from Graphia and said this. All right, I will be coming. Graphia replied to the maid, as she couldn't help but feel curious about who came to meet her, since not many people knew that she was back. After giving the information she needed to give, the maid bowed her head respectfully and leaves. Graphia stands up from her seat as she gets ready to see who downstairs wants to meet, but if she has to guess, then she already knows who that person. After tidying messy books on her desk, she decided to go downstairs to see the person she was anticipating to see. Graphia went out of her room, and as she was on the stairs, she heard a voice that she was familiar with. Chapter 152, Seraphal. My cute Lily-chan, did you miss me? A woman asked this in an out-loud tone as she hugged Lily, who seemed to be bothered by her behavior. But still, Lily didn't bother to say anything or try to stop that lady's actions, as she just silently endured this. She didn't change even a little bit. Graphia couldn't help but say this as soon as she saw the person who was hugging her sister. And it seems she has become a powerful devil too. Graphia inwardly said this to herself after seeing the person she knew very well in her past. The person who is clinging to Lily is a beautiful girl, looking like her late teens with black hair, tied into twin tails and blue eyes. As soon as Graphia came downstairs, Girl immediately stopped her actions and turned around while looking at Graphia with a completely stunned face. Is it you, Graphia-chan? The girl immediately said this with an excited tone as she ran towards her with extraordinary speed and quickly hugged her tightly while she looked at Graphia with big shining eyes. I am older than you. Graphia couldn't help but comment on this in her after hearing how this girl was addressing her with Chan. Even though she said this in her mind, still, she couldn't help but think whether that was true or not now. Time already spent several years in this place. Meanwhile, she was in that place where she had spent only a few months. Meaning, even though Graphia was born before this girl, still, there is a chance that at this moment, Graphia might be younger than this girl. Long time no see, Seraphal, Graphia said as she greeted this girl. Graphia knows from her past, and she was glad to see that there wasn't any change in her. Graphia knows much time has passed, and during that time, a lot of things have changed. She is glad to see someone she knows still the same as before. Wow, you become gorgeous. Seraphal said this as she couldn't help but look at Graphia, who has become more beautiful than in her memory. I mean, you were beautiful too, but now you become many times more beautiful than before. Seraphal continued to speak in a hurry, like she didn't want to make Graphia misunderstand the fact that Graphia wasn't beautiful in past. I understand, Graphia replied, as she also knew how much her experience had changed, especially her eyes, even though she had only been away from here for a few months. Still, after receiving that thing, her appearance changes, but since the thing is only known to her and Jinwoo, it's natural for Seraphal to think that these changes occur in years still. She is curious how Graphia's eyes become so much prettier than in her memory. I was very surprised to know that when I heard that you were back. Seraphal speaks this in an excited tone as she continues in an annoyed tone. I wanted to go and immediately see you, but the workload was so much that I couldn't leave. Hearing this brings no surprise to Graphia, since she understands that right now Seraphal is one of the most important people in the whole underworld. So naturally, she would not have much free time for herself, which is another reason that she is grateful to Seraphal, since despite having such a busy schedule still, she helped her mother and sister when they were in trouble. So to Seraphal's comment, Graphia didn't say anything since she understood her position, as she told her that it was fine. But wow, you changed so much. Graphia-chan, Seraphal couldn't help but say this again since Graphia's change was not small as she started to touch her skin with bright eyes. How does your skin become so white and soft? Seraphal asked this as she couldn't resist touching Graphia's skin and praised her. What is the secret behind your skin? Seraphal asked this in an anticipating tone with shining eyes, but unfortunately this some question that Graphia couldn't answer as she shook her head. Really, Tilda? Seraphal asked again in a playful tone as her hands moved forward towards Graphia's face since she planned to pull Graphia's cheeks. But unfortunately for her, Graphia already saw that coming as she skillfully managed to get out from Seraphal's hands with ease in the blink of an eye. With her current strength, doing this is a piece of the cake since after merging with that thing, Graphia's strength increased by multiple times. And Graphia knows there aren't any opponents for her in the underworld, currently, if she fights in her transformation. What? Seraphal couldn't help but ask this to herself, as she didn't understand what just happened since she wasn't able to catch when Graphia moved. She might be playful and have a childish personality, but still, she is one of the most powerful devils in the underworld. She clearly remembered in the past her strength, and Graphia's strength weren't that much afar. But now she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Graphia's figure when she moved, making Seraphal surprised. Stingy, Graphia-chan. Seraphal didn't lose her composure and her personality as she puffed her cheek, while she said this with a childish tone. Graphia didn't reply to her, as she simply showed a small smile on her face after seeing Seraphal such a childish look on her face. After that, they both started talking about the things they want to talk about. Meanwhile, Lily went back to her room since she had no role in their conversation. After talking about it for a while, finally, Seraphal finally spoke about the matter of what she wanted to talk about. Graphia-chan, can you tell me more about that person? Seraphal asked this, and the person she was talking about was Graphia's master, Jinwoo. Since Seraphal is gonna go to human school soon, and wants a place in the human world where Seraphal can leave her sister without any worries. That place that Graphia and Fia suggested was Jinwoo's house, where he is staying right now, since both trusted Jinwoo as well as knew he could protect Seraphal's sister without much of a problem. Chapter 153, Meeting Jinwoo. She has changed so much, but still, she is the same Graphia I knew back then. Seraphal couldn't help but say this in her mind after meeting Graphia for such a long time. At least for her, since unlike Graphia, who was only away for a few months from her home, for people on this planet, it has already been many years. Seraphal, like Graphia's mother, believes that Graphia has her own reasons for going since she knows Graphia's character. Still, she couldn't help but wonder where Graphia had been for so many years since getting news of her disappearance. Seraphal also tried all means to find the location of Graphia, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to find even a single clue about Graphia's disappearance, making people believe that Graphia vanished into thin air. Seraphal knows that it's very unlikely for Graphia to get kidnapped, since Graphia is one of the strongest devils in the underworld. So in the end, Seraphal believes that Graphia has gone somewhere of her own, which makes Seraphal extremely surprised, since she clearly understands Graphia's character and knows her home place has always been her main priority. And right now, no matter how Seraphal tried to know where Graphia was this entire time, she never got an actual answer from Graphia. Now she seems to be back, and somehow her appearance has become more beautiful, and her strength also somehow increased a lot. Seraphal, even though she mostly is busy still, she always remembers to train her power to not lose any fighting power. But right now, she feels that Graphia somehow become more powerful than her, and she wants to spar with Graphia to find out how strong Graphia has become. Unfortunately, Seraphal can't do that as she has limited time free, and so really just wants to have a chat with her friend, who is back after so long. The master she talks about should be an extraordinary person, Seraphal couldn't help but say in her mind, since another thing she came to know that is Graphia has a master. Which greatly shocked Seraphal since she understands what Graphia meant by master. Seraphal was shocked because she always saw Graphia as some piece of stone that can't move emotionally. In the past, her beauty was well known in the underworld, but no matter how many male devils proposed to her, she remained a piece of stone who never agreed to anyone. She used to think that Graphia didn't even like men, but now suddenly hearing that she got a master gives her an unexpected surprise. She couldn't help but wonder who in the world managed to move Graphia, who is like a piece of stone. This is why she wanted to know more about him, as well as since Graphia and her mother suggested she send her dear sister to live with her. According to them, he could provide the best protection and environment for her cute little sister, even though it was not like she doubted their word. Still, she wanted to see him for herself before sending her sister into the human world. I need to ask my master first for the meeting. Graphia said this, as she needed to confirm first from Jinwoo whether it was okay or not to bring a devil into his home. Since she understands Jinwoo right now trying to live his life as an ordinary human, bringing a well-known devil like her surely would interrupt the ordinary life he is living now. This is why she first needed to know whether he would agree or not, then permit Seraphal to go to her master's place. Even though Seraphal knows where her master is living right now, still knows if she goes there uninvited, then surely it's gonna piss off Graphia, which she doesn't want to do, especially when they both reunited after so many years. This is why, like a normal civilized person, she first comes to Graphia for permission to go and meet his master. She will see with her own eyes which man managed to charm his friend as well, and she is also able to judge her master's character while she is at it. To ensure herself whether it's safe to send her little cute sister to him or not, she just now hoped that Graphia's master would agree to meet her, since that way she would directly go and meet that person. Thank you, Graphia-chan. I know you are the best. Seraphal said this in a playful and childish tone after hearing what Graphia said. Graphia couldn't help but feel a little headache hearing how Seraphal was addressing her. Still, she didn't say much, since she helped her family in times of need. When no one else, this is something Graphia is very grateful for. As she decided to slide this off, while she decided to go upstairs, since that's where her communication device, which she uses to talk with her master. Seraphal has nothing else to do right this moment here, so she decides to follow her because she wants to hear how her friend talks to her master. She is curious whether her friend would talk to her so-called master like a normal girl in love or talk in her usual cold tone. She couldn't help but want to find out as she quietly just followed her. Meanwhile, Graphia already knew Seraphal following her. But since she doesn't care much about this, as Graphia lets Seraphal follow her without saying anything. In the Graphia room. While your room is the same as in the past, Seraphal couldn't help but say this after entering her room. She looked around. She recalls how her room looked in the past and how it looks, and she thinks it's the same. Graphia just nodded her head, as she couldn't help but feel glad at the fact that before going downstairs, she cleaned her room, otherwise this would hurt her pride for being the perfect maid. Chapter 154, Seraphal Visit. Next day. Ding dong. The main doorbell ring of Jinwoo's house rang for the first time since Jinwoo and others started living here. She is fast, Jinwoo couldn't help but say this in his mind, since he knew who came to visit him this early in the morning. After yesterday, he had a conversation with Graphia, who was telling him that someone wants to meet him. That person is an important figure in the underworld, as well as a good friend of Graphia, and all of this he already knows due to his shadow in the underworld. The reason for this meeting, because Graphia's friend wants to know him, since Jinwoo knows the kid Fia was talking about. Jinwoo knows that Graphia's friend is that kid's big sister, and since that kid gonna come here to live until her school is over. Well, I understand why Graphia's friend wanna come here to meet me, Jinwoo said in his mind, as he understood Graphia's friend's feelings. He doesn't want to send his sister to live in some stranger's house, which is the reason he totally understands Graphia's friend's request. That is why he had no problem meeting with her, but he didn't expect her to arrive here so fast since yesterday. Just Graphia asked him about it. And today, in the early morning, Graphia's friend arrived giving him a surprise. The reason he is so sure that it's Graphia's friend outside is that he already sent several shadows outside for surveillance, and can see who is outside, and can tell that the person who is ringing the bell outside is a devil. Not only that, Jinwoo also knew her face, since he also had one shadow in Graphia's home for their protection, as he could see Graphia's friend's face, by exchanging his 5 senses with that shadow. Little did he know that Seraphal, rather than worrying about her little sister's safety, she was more curious about him, even though Seraphal loved her sister very much. Still, she believes in Graphia's mother's judgment, and Seraphal knows that Fia won't recommend a person who she doesn't trust herself. Not only her, but her friend Graphia also told her that he was the safest person right now who she could entrust her sister to. Unlike Fia, Graphia knows that Jinwoo is the strongest person in this world right now, and Graphia understands Jinwoo's character since she lived with him for a while. She could say with confidence, there is no safer person than him who Seraphal could entrust her sister to, since not only her sister would be very safe with Jinwoo, but also the fact her sister would also be able to make a friend named Arya. That's what Jinwoo also hoped for, since right now Arya is nothing, but is like an obedient machine who only knows how to follow orders. He always wanted her to express her own will and enjoy herself, which is why he thinks that if she had friends, then surely she would act like her age. Jinwoo stood up and started to move towards the door before Tiamat, since he was pretty sure that Tiamat was gonna scare her away, especially when he knew how much Tiamat looked down on other species. Kuroka, who was sleeping at this time in her cat form, suddenly became awake as soon as she sensed a powerful devil outside the door. That's a dangerous devil. Kuroka inwardly said this to herself in panic as she widely opened her eyes since she sensed a devil outside, and she could tell that the devil outside was a very powerful one due to her sensory abilities. She didn't forget that she still is an S-rank criminal in the underworld, which makes her think that the devil outside probably coming for her. Out of fear, she quickly jumped and ran towards the Tiamat. Even though she herself is very afraid of Tiamat, she also knows right now staying with her problem gonna be the safest place for someone like her. Since she doubted any devil would have the courage to even go near her, especially someone as scary as Tiamat. Outside the door of Jinwoo's home. Right now outside the door, the ringing bell is none other than Seraphal standing alone, even though she wanted Graphia to accompany her, but Graphia refused as she had more work to do. As well as Graphia knows if she meets Jinwoo, then it might be difficult for her to leave, which is the reason she lets Seraphal come here alone. Seraphal Povi. I wonder what he looks like. I couldn't help but ask this question to myself with curiosity while waiting for someone to open the game. He should be handsome, right? After someone who managed to make someone's stone heart like Graphia melt, I am sure that that man should be very handsome. Again, that feeling. I inwardly said this in my mind as I felt that uneasy feeling like someone watching, as no matter how many tries to find the source of that uneasy feeling, but I found nothing at all. Maybe it's just my imagination. I thought this as I felt this might be my own imagination due to doing all that paperwork in the underworld. Sigh. I release a tired sigh and feel that I need a vacation from all that paperwork and boring people in the underworld. After all, it's so boring and tiring. Well, today I can treat this as a holiday and relax. I couldn't help but find the human world more relaxing and enjoyable than the boring underworld, because the human world has more means for entertainment compared to the underworld. Thud. Finally, I can see that man. I said this in my mind, feeling excited about seeing someone who could melt my friend's stone-like heart. Chapter 155, Seraphal Visit 2. I couldn't help but be curious about that so-called master of my friend, who managed to melt her cold heart. He should be very handsome, right? I couldn't help but ask this to myself, as I felt someone who managed to move the heart of Graphia wouldn't be ugly or an average-looking man. There should be more than just looks. I said to myself in my mind, as there was no way my friend would hand over the guy just because he was looking. As I concluded that there should be more than just looks, I couldn't help but want to find out about it. If it's only about appearance, then surely devils who come to propose to her in the past would not be rejected on the face, because they were not bad-looking at all. I would rather wanna come yesterday, as soon as Graphia got permission from her master, but she stopped me saying to go tomorrow. Honestly, I would come here without telling her since I already know about this place, but I am sure if I did that, then surely it's gonna be pissed her off, and I don't wanna do that, especially when she comes back after so many years. And it was a good decision, since I didn't wanna fight my friend at least for now since first of all, I wanna know what she was doing all this time. Even though I didn't get any straight answers from her about where she was all this time, which is why she hoped to get answers from her master. I understood that forcing Graphia to give answers won't work, considering what type of person is, which is why I hoped to get answers from her master. From what I know, she met him at that place. She was in all this time when she was missing from the underworld. So I only hoped to get answers from him when Graphia answered my questions. Honestly, I want to come with Graphia and see how she would react to meeting him in person. I want to see that moment, because it was not interesting to see her on the call with her man, since she didn't appear as lovey-dovey, which I expected. That's why I want to see how she's gonna react to seeing him face to face. I couldn't help but feel excited to imagine how she would react if I managed to record her embarrassed moments when meeting her master. Maybe I could use that recording to tease her all the time, seeing that red blush on the cold face of my friend, imagining that I couldn't help but feel that all would be worth it. Especially if my plan becomes successful, then surely it will help to relieve my stress from all that boring paperwork back in the underworld. After hearing the door lock got unlocked, I couldn't help but feel super focused with curiosity on the person behind the door who was opening the door. I couldn't help but be more curious since I didn't sense any person behind the door, but as soon my eyes fell on the person who just opened the door. It was almost like I forgot to breathe for a second, even though I have seen many outstanding faces in the underworld, but none are compared to his. So handsome. I couldn't help but shout this in my mind after seeing the person who just opened the door, since he probably is the most handsome person I had ever seen in my life. Now I understood why my friend fell for him completely, since it's naturally even me who has seen countless handsome faces in the underworld can't help but feel overwhelmed by his good-looking face. Inwardly, I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to my friend for having such a good eye for a man. If he had not taken, then surely I would have taken him myself. Even looking at his face made my heart beat faster. I couldn't help but feel a little bit shy while looking at him. "You are Graphia's friend," he said in a low voice as he looked towards me with his sharp-looking eyes, which made me believe that even those eyes had some kind of charm itself. If I didn't have any knowledge about him from Graphia, before then surely I would have believed that he was some kind of male incubus who could charm any woman. But I know it's not true still. One could easily be mistaken for an incubus due to his face and charm. Calm down, I inwardly said to myself as I tried to calm myself down, since the first impression of the person is always very important, and she doesn't want to ruin it right now. I took a deep breath as I tried to become as natural as possible to not act awkward in front of him, especially on their first meeting. After finally becoming calm, I quickly showed a big smile on my face, since after hearing what he just said, I guess he already knew who I was, but still I believe it's important to give an introduction in my style. "Hello, nice to meet you, Tilda. I am Seraphal Leviathan. You can also call me Leviathan." I introduced myself while doing my signature pose. As I looked at him for his reaction towards my introduction, I found no expression on his face as he stared at me with his cold face like he found nothing interesting. I couldn't help but feel hurt as well as awkward at the same time, since every time whenever I am introduced to a person I am meeting for the first time have some kind of reaction that is easy to read. But looking at his face, I couldn't read anything like he thought my introduction wasn't any special, and found nothing interesting making me feel hurt. "My name is Jinwoo. Nice to meet you too." He replied to my introduction with his own introduction in a very ordinary manner. Chapter 156, Seraphal Visit 3. "Nice to meet you, Jin-chan." I replied to him after hearing his name, even though I knew his identity but didn't know his name. Anyway, what is he anyway? I can't sense anything from him, but looking at his appearance, he appears to be human. But again, it could be a disguise too, so I can't be sure. Especially with his appearance, I refuse to believe that a simple human possesses such good-looking appearance. Not to mention, if he was human, then surely I would instantly be able to tell, but right now I can't tell anything. Also the fact that Graphia didn't exactly know much about her master. The only thing she told me is that he is not a devil, angel, yaokai, fallen angel or god. Like she is hiding his master identity from others, making me more curious about him, especially with someone as handsome as him. But somehow looking at his eyes, I felt a chill in my spine as I sweat a little, because he felt nothing in those charming eyes other than pure darkness. Still, I didn't lose any composure otherwise, it might not have had a good impression on him of me. Jinwoo Povi. She indeed has a unique personality. I couldn't help but say this in my mind after seeing how she introduced herself. Even though I already knew her personality, still seeing this in my person was totally different. Not to mention that I didn't expect her to behave like this to the person she was meeting for the first time. But I know even with her childish behavior, she is one of the strongest devils in the underworld, which is also the reason why she is considered one of the most important figures in the world. Honestly, in the past, I would have always imagined devils similar as ugly-looking creatures filled with greed, violence, arrogance, etc. But looking at the devils in this world, my whole perception of devils has changed totally. They aren't anything like devils I imagined in my mind back in the past. If I have to explain, then they look just like regular humans with powers and little difference in appearance. Otherwise, humans and devils have not much difference between. Well, it's rude to keep her waiting, especially after her unique introduction. Pretty sure if I don't let her in it, then she's gonna feel awkward. Come in, I said to her, who was still in her unique pose, as I opened the door for her to let her in. I just hope she won't get scared by Tiamat inside and run away. But it's very unlikely considering the fact that she is one of the strongest people out there in the underworld. So it's very unlikely she would run away just because she encountered a person with strength that she can't beat. Thank you, Jin-chan Tilda, she said as she entered through the door which I just opened. Now I think that her personality kinda is similar to Fia's, but not entirely the same. Now thinking about it, I imagine that both of them should have a good bond with each other, since both have similar personality. Third-person Aka author POV. After entering the house, Seraphal couldn't help but look around the house with curiosity in her mind, but suddenly she felt something terrible making her whole body shake. Who or what is there? Seraphal couldn't help but ask this question in her mind after feeling someone in one direction with a terrifying presence. Am I sweating? She asked this question as she wiped off sweat on her forehead while she started to feel very nervous. She couldn't help but wonder if she was feeling fear, because it's been a very long time since she felt like this. Even though right now she is very nervous, but her curiosity is bigger than her fear at this moment, making her believe in the saying, "Curiosity killed the cat." Still, she stepped forward, and while she was waking up, with each step that nervousness became bigger. Jinwoo by this time already come back as he couldn't help but look at Seraphal in confusion and wonder why she was going there. He was able to tell that Seraphal knew that there was a person like Tiamat in the direction she was walking towards, because he himself could feel that nervousness of Seraphal at that moment. And also says that right now Seraphal is very scared, making him question, even then, why she going in that direction. Jinwoo walked forward to ask Seraphal where she was going, and before he could ask that, Seraphal already turned back at him as she opened her mouth to speak before him. Who is there, Jin-chan Tilda? She asked this question with clear curiosity in her tone, as she couldn't help but wanna find out who that person is. But before he could answer her question, the sound of someone walking with heels came from the direction where Seraphal was going. Seraphal slowly turned her head even though she was very scared, but still, her curiosity got the better of her as she turned her head in that direction. She froze after seeing the person who just come right now, and she couldn't help but wanna rubbed her eyes to check whether what she saw was right or wrong. A maid, she couldn't help but say this in her mind after seeing the person who stood in front of her, with a terrifying presence, right now wearing a maid uniform. Why Graphia Chan didn't tell me about this? She couldn't help but inwardly shout this question with panic. She blamed her friend for not telling her that her master had a dangerous maid like this. She couldn't help but feel this maid look very familiar, and looking at her face, Seraphal thought this maid was looking at her like. She was looking at a small insect with clear disgust on her face. Chapter 157, Seraphal Visit 4. Her name is Tiamat, and, as you can see, she is my maid. Jinwoo said this as he tried to introduce Tiamat, since he thought that Tiamat wouldn't introduce herself to Seraphal, who she didn't consider worth. Tiamat. Seraphal couldn't help but shout this in her mind with panic after how she could not know someone like her, who is a famous dragon. Even though most people nowadays have forgotten about her, but she is not one of them, as she clearly understands who is she and what is she capable of. This is the reason so shocked to see someone like Tiamat wearing a maid dress serving someone. If anyone else told her, then surely she would have thought that person was delusional after its well-known fact that dragons are known for being prideful beings, especially someone like Tiamat. But this is something that she is seeing with her own eyes. There is no way she won't believe her own eyes. Not to mention her terrifying pressure enough to let Seraphal know that this Tiamat is the real deal, and not any fake, making wonder her why someone like her is serving someone else. And she felt more betrayed about the fact that Graphia, who she considered a good friend of hers, didn't think that this was not important enough to tell her before coming. Seraphal is very sure about the fact that Graphia already knows about Tiamat because she has daily contact with him. Not to mention Fia also mentions that Jinwoo have another maid, until Graphia finally goes back to him, but originally she thought it would be some normal maid from her family. Not someone like Tiamat, a dragon. She couldn't imagine how someone like Tiamat agreed to serve someone. Even though she is very curious about the story of Tiamat being a maid in this place, she manages to control mouth from asking that. Especially looking at the eyes of Tiamat, she imagined if she even opened her mouth to speak, then also Tiamat would get offended. This is why she couldn't help but trouble whether to speak or not in front of her, as after a moment she finally decided to speak. Since Seraphal thinks that if she gets offended by that, then Tiamat wouldn't be a maid here in the first place. "Hello, Tilda Tia-chan, nice to meet you." "Tilda," she said after gathering her courage, and did her usual introduction to Tiamat with the same pose that she did earlier in front of Jinwoo. Tisk, Tiamat just clicked her tongue as she gave a cold stare at Seraphal, while she walked away from her with the same cold face. But seeing this, Seraphal wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she was a relief, as with Tiamat, that terrifying pressure was also gone. Even staring at her was kind of torture for her, since her survival instinct always shouted to run away as far as possible when she faced her. But since she is gone, Seraphal finally could become relaxed, since standing under that terrifying pressure was very suffocating to her. Jinwoo somehow right now wanted to explain Tiamat's behavior, but he knew it was worthless, especially considering the cold look she had just given Seraphal. "At least now I understand why she told me it's the safest place for darling little sister." Seraphal inwardly said this in her mind, since with someone like Tiamat here, she hardly believed anyone would threaten her sister. The only fear is that her sister's accident won't anger Tiamat and kill her, even though that's very unlikely. She understands her sister more than anyone else, which is why she knows that possibility which she thought was pointless. After Tiamat finally was gone, Seraphal decided to look around the house to find something or someone interesting. "How cute!" Seraphal shouted this with hearts in her eyes as she ran towards Arya, who was relaxing on the couch. "Hug!" The next moment, she hugged Arya tightly, even though Arya sensed the danger beforehand, as she even tried to escape, but unfortunately, she was too slow. Before she could even try to run away, Seraphal appeared in front of her and hugged her tightly in her arms. "Arya-chan, Tilda, I have wanted to meet you for a long time now," she said in an energetic tone as she started to rub her head. "Wow, Tilda, so soft." Tilda, Seraphal said this next as she pulled Arya's cheeks and couldn't help but be astonished at how soft her cheeks are. Seraphal already knows about Arya due to Fia, and also knows Arya was one of the reasons Fia suggested this place for her dear little sister. Looking at Arya right now makes her of her little sister, and couldn't help but think what Fia suggested was right. After meeting Arya, she felt her little sister and Arya's personality kind of similar, making her think they might become friends. Not only that, but by doing this, she thought her little sister would be pleased and would hug her own like when she was little. Imagining that scene, she couldn't help but have a weird smile on her face, making Arya creeped out, as Arya tried to struggle more to get free from Serafal's grip. But unfortunately, no matter how much she struggled, it was futile in front of Serafal, as her grip didn't lose at all. Is she okay? Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this question in his mind after seeing the creepy smile on her face, thinking whether she was okay or mentally. Can you release Arya? She seems uncomfortable. Jinwoo said this as he looked at Arya, who seemed to be trying her best to get out of Serafal's arms but was unsuccessfully. Not Tilda, I want to play with Arya-chan more. I am sure Arya-chan must be like me too. Serafal said this after getting woken up from her imagination as she looked at Jinwoo, and said without any intention of letting Arya go. Chapter 158, Serafal Visit 5. After some time. Arya-chan, come here, Tilda, Serafal said in a soft tone, while looking at Arya, who got away from Serafal after finding a chance. As soon as she saw that chance, Arya ran away as far as possible, and went near Tiamat, since she understood that might be the safest place for her. Even this might appear that Arya ran away after letting Serafal let her guard down, but Jinwoo knows that Arya used her power to create that chance. Jinwoo thinks that even though right now Arya is very weak compared to Serafal, still creates such a small chance for herself, especially when the other party has no guard against her. After escaping from Serafal, she quickly ran towards Tiamat, since she knew that safest place right now. After getting behind Tiamat, she just intensively stared at Serafal as she watched her with caution. Serafal couldn't help but feel dejected, as she tried to call Arya multiple times in order to make Arya come to her. Unfortunately, no matter how she tried to call her, Arya mercilessly ignored her, making her more dejected. She even wanted to go and grab Arya back in her arms, but looking at Tiamat's eyes, she stopped her every action. Even looking at her eyes is enough to give her shivers in her spine, so there is no way she is going near her again. Especially since she doesn't want to experience that terrifying pressure again from Tiamat. Thinking about Tiamat, Serafal couldn't help but want to have a good talk with her friend, who didn't bother to say anything about someone like Tiamat. Right now, not only Serafal is watching Tiamat, but Tiamat is also watching Tiamat with grays, like she is looking at something insignificant. I still don't understand why he keeps those insects around him. Tiamat couldn't but say this in her mind after watching Serafal. She couldn't understand why he kept who was a lot weaker than him around him. Tiamat despised everyone weaker than herself and viewed them all as insignificant beings. And she could trample them as she likes without a thought. To her, it is nature, since this is the law of nature, that strong rules while weaklings only crawl below. This makes her confused. That's why someone like Jinwoo is so strong and still keeps these weaklings around him. She is sure it is not because of lust, since if that is the case, then surely he is perfect in hiding his lustful feelings, or just has no desire for them, otherwise he would already make a move. Somewhat Tiamat thinks she understands him in some aspects, like he didn't mate until now only due to the fact he likes her, but doesn't see them as equal. He doesn't have any lustful thoughts like her. He only gets attracted by someone with similar or stronger strength than his. Even if that was the case, then it creates more mystery about why Jinwoo let those insects come near him. Maybe he thinks of them as entertainment. Tiamat asked this question in her mind as she thought of this probability. When she and Jinwoo were fighting, he was treating her like some kind of toy for his enjoyment. In the whole fight, he was never serious. He was taking the entire fight like a child's play. This is the reason Tiamat thinks that he is doing the same with other people too. That case, then, everything makes sense to her. She is noisy. Tiamat inwardly commented this, as this was her expression of Serafal in her mind. She found her noisy, making Tiamat annoyed by her behavior. Tiamat found her noisy for someone with such weak strength, even though she doesn't like. But that doesn't mean she could do anything about it, otherwise she would have already taken action. But right now, she is not the master of herself, which is the reason she can't act on her own, especially in his presence. You don't like her too. Tiamat inwardly said this in her mind, as she turned around and looked at Arya, who was using some kind of shield. I understand you, little one, Tiamat continued as she said this in her mind, since she thought Arya didn't like Serafal like her. Right now she doesn't despise Arya, as she used to, as she now even refers to her as little one, instead of brat. As she decides to help Arya by letting her use herself as a shield, she understands that Serafal afraid of her. Even though on the surface she might appear normal, but no matter how she tried to hide that Tiamat could easily tell that Serafal is scared of her, which is found to be very normal. That's what she found satisfying, especially after living here where no one fears her, even Kuroka, who used to fear her when she first met her, but now her fear has been reduced by big margin after living here. Not to mention, she mostly stays her cat form. So seeing someone in fear just after meeting for the first time gives her some kind of satisfaction after a long time. That's an interesting cat you got there, Tilda, Serafal said in a mischievous tone as she looked in Kuroka's direction, who was near Tiamat, even though she was immediately able to tell that cat was nothing but a disguise of reincarnated devil. But she didn't say much about her, as she already knew about Kuroka before coming from Grafia. So she already knew Kuroka's identity, even though looking at her like this right now, she couldn't help but wanna just go and tease the cat. Unfortunately for Serafal, she can't do that as Kuroka is also using Tiamat as a shield, making her frustrated. Inhale. She cleared her mind as she took a breath, and then released since she couldn't solely be focused on them. As her main objective still is Grafia's master, with that in her mind, she turned her face towards him ready to ask some questions. Chapter 159, Serafal's Thoughts. After some time, back in the underworld, Serafal couldn't help but release a tired sigh, since the answers she wanted were not given, which she found frustrating. Both of them have similar, less speaking personalities. Serafal couldn't say this in her mind after meeting Jinwoo. She came to understand Jinwoo and Grafia's personalities are very similar. No matter how she managed to ask him questions about his past or how he met Grafia, he never gave her an actual answer she wanted to hear, similar to what Grafia said to her, making Serafal disappointed. She thinks this makes sense and could understand why both of them are together. Not only that, but Arya is someone who is very quiet. During her time inside Jinwoo's home, she didn't hear even a single word out of Arya's mouth. Honestly, she would think Arya was a secret child of Jinwoo and Grafia, but she knows that is not possible. Because there is no resemblance between that kid and Grafia as well as Jinwoo. The only resemblance Arya has is her black hair, similar to Jinwoo. Thinking of Arya, she couldn't help but find her super cute, especially Serafal, who found Arya's skin very soft. Honestly, she would want to play with her more. Unfortunately, couldn't due to Tiamat. But her expression of Arya is very positive since she found both her little sister's behavior and Arya's behavior similar. She thought this because she found both of them to have shy natures since they ran away from her whenever she tried to play, even though what Serafal was thinking was very wrong. Rather than shy, both of them are just annoyed, especially Arya, who already is not used to new people. Meanwhile, Serafal's little sister is already used to her sister's behavior. Anyway, due to Serafal's thoughts, she thinks her little sister and Arya indeed could become good friends, which she as an elder sister would really appreciate. Honestly, she would have wanted Arya to join her little sister's peerage, since she feels they would get along very well, but unfortunately, that's not possible since Arya is already part of Grafia's peerage. Well, she can't blame Grafia for taking someone like Arya without even telling her, but since she was the first one who met Arya. Anyway, they all look good people. Serafal inwardly said this in her mind, since from her experience, she found all of them not dangerous people. Still, she feels there are many mysteries about that man, and one of those mysteries is what he is, since even from observing very closely, she didn't manage to figure out his race. He might look human, but she was sure that he was not a human because he didn't look any weak to me, even though she couldn't tell how strong he is, but from just his sharp eyes, she could tell he is not weakling by any means. But unfortunately, she couldn't figure who he was or what he was, since she couldn't sense anything from him. She didn't even know something like that possible. Since it wasn't for her eyes, then surely she wouldn't even be able to notice him at all. She didn't know how it was possible, but one time she was sure that man is not a weakling by any means, but somehow her intuition told her that he was the safe person who she could trust. Not to mention Fia and Grafia, both guaranteed that Jinwoo and the other people with him were safe. But even so, the only person in Jinwoo's house she found problematic is Tiamat. Even though she knows Tiamat is safe, but still, that doesn't change the fact that Tiamat is extremely strong even though standing in front of her is very difficult due to her terrifying pressure. She couldn't help but imagine what would happen if her small, delicate, and cute little sister met someone like Tiamat. I guess I need to talk with my dear friend Seraphal, said this in her mind, as she thought Grafia owed her some answers regarding that maid. With those thoughts, she decided to move towards Grafia for those answers, and not to mention she was gonna give her some punishment for not giving her proper information. Back at Jinwoo Place, after Seraphal goes back to the underworld, both Arya and Kuroka release a sigh of relief since both of them weren't comfortable with Seraphal. Especially Kuroka, who is currently a highly wanted criminal in the underworld, found it fortunate that Seraphal didn't manage to find her identity. Remembering the time when Seraphal straight stared at her, gives shivers her, making her glad that she decided to stay with Tiamat. From their interaction with Tiamat and Seraphal, she could easily tell that Seraphal got overwhelmed by Tiamat alone, which is understandable since she experienced the same feeling. Even though Kuroka thinks she is safe due to the fact that Seraphal didn't notice her, but little did she know that Seraphal already noticed her at the glance. Fortunately, she didn't say much, and ignored her because Grafia already told her about Kuroka as well as her circumstances before coming here. As for Arya, she already started to consider Seraphal a similar person to Fia, since both of their behaviors are very similar, which she found annoying. Tiamat's expression of Seraphal isn't that good either, since she considers her as not worth attention, especially with her behavior. Tiamat thinks Seraphal doesn't know her place. Jinwoo probably would be the only one here right now who doesn't have any negative impression of Seraphal. He rather found her personality very interesting. Even though she might appear childish, but can see she is not totally like a child, as during their conversation, he could clearly sense immense curiosity as well as seriousness in her. He has a wild guess, which is that Seraphal only appears childish to let the other party guard down. Chapter 160, Neighborhood. Even though it's just a guess, but he thinks that it is highly possible considering the fact all people in high positions are either serious or arrogant. So by far, Seraphal might be the first person who, despite being in such a high position, has such an interesting personality. I guess she was more curious about my past. Jinwoo inwardly said this to himself in his mind, since from her series of questions, he could understand that she was curious about where he came from. Honestly, even if he wanted to explain, then also it's very hard for anyone to believe his story, so he thinks it's better for as many people as possible. And even if Seraphal believes his story, then also it will create unnecessary confusion, which he wants to avoid. He thinks it's better to let this world know as much as possible about dangers beyond this world. Well, anyway, I guess soon Arya will get a playmate. Jinwoo inwardly said this as he knew Seraphal soon gonna send her little sister to stay with them. He just hoped that Tiamat wouldn't scare that girl off, as she did with everyone else who was weaker than herself. If she did, then surely any kid would cry on the spot, which he really wanted to avoid in the first meeting. Thinking about that now won't help anyway. He inwardly said this as he left his worries to the future, since worrying right now won't help him at all. After a few days, early morning, at park, she could have become stronger, Jinwoo said in his mind after seeing how effortlessly Arya her training now, without breaking a sweat. Still, it's not enough, Jinwoo muttered as he knew having a strong body is not enough to survive, especially in this world where supernatural stuff exists. He understands that right now what Arya needs is an opponent to test her skills, But unfortunately, her power is worthless against him or his shadow soldiers. Even if he trained her in fighting her hands still, she needed to understand her own power and use it whenever she needed. There is no suitable person who could fight her in Jinwoo's mind right now, since Tiamat is very strong for Arya's power to work, and for Kuroka. Even though she might be a suitable candidate to fight Arya, since even her powers might be not that effective, he does not doubt that Arya's powers will work on her to some extent. But the problem is, if she did fight her, then surely Arya would know Kuroka is not your average cat, even though he understands that he can't deceive Arya like this forever. At least he wanted to hide this, until she completely overcame her fear of strangers, even though it was not as bad as in the past, still didn't overcome her fear completely. Jinwoo feels her fear will completely be erased when she starts going to school and making friends, and he hopes Serafal's little sister will look after Arya. Unlike Arya, Serafal is from this world, and he thinks she might be able to help Arya to adjust in the school where he can't go. Otherwise, he would be worried about the fact Arya will be isolated due to her unique personality. Sigh. Only one option left. Jinwoo said this in his mind as he released a tired sigh, thinking the only option he had left now. Sometime before Jinwoo and Grafia have a conversation regarding this matter, in which Grafia suggests it. The suggestion was to hunt stray devils and fallen angels in the human world, like the ones Jinwoo hunted once in past. Since most of them are criminals, it's no problem to kill whenever you see them. Still, Jinwoo is unsure whether it's the right time for Arya to kill someone. Even though judging from the power shown by those fallen angels and devils, he is so sure that Arya will be able to handle beings like this without any doubt. But the question is whether she can take their lives or not, since even though her body has changed a lot still, that doesn't change the fact she is a kid now. So Jinwoo thinks it's still early for her to kill someone, but he also wants to prepare Arya as soon as possible. Since school is gonna start soon, and he knows that in that school there aren't all humans like Serafal's little sister. There will be other species too. He knows more creatures are gonna attend that school under disguise. Not only school, as those creatures are already living in the human world in disguise. He wants her to be prepared as much as possible to overcome any opponent on her own without relying on someone else. Even though he could use his shadow soldiers to protect her every time, but he wants her to be independent rather than dependent on others to protect herself. Otherwise, she might be able to gain confidence. He thinks this way due to his past, remembering his days as a hunter when he didn't gain any shadow monarch powers. He remembered how everyone gave him the title of the weakest hunter in the world. No one would like such a title on themselves, but unfortunately, he couldn't say anything against this. He also thinks people weren't wrong, considering how he used to struggle against even the weakest monster in the dungeon, so he found no surprise why people used to call him the weakest hunter. He wanted to quit being a hunter the moment he came to know about his trash talent, but he couldn't since he wanted money for his mother in hospital, as well as fees for his little sister's school. Even though hunter was a very risky job for someone like him who had trash talent, but he had no choice since it also paid very well compared to other jobs he could do. Since there was no one he could depend on, the only thing he could do was suffer alone, but he was glad he didn't give up, no matter how much suffered mentally or physically. Chapter 161, Neighborhood 2. Because he was weak, he could only endure in silence, and he is glad he didn't give up as his efforts weren't in vain. He was able to become as strong as he is today, but it's not the same case with Arya since it was only luck that he managed to get the power of Shadow Monarch. And luck doesn't always work, which is the reason he wants Arya to be prepared for any kind of situation, without depending on luck or anyone. Not to mention, it could be also said that it was only luck that Grafia managed to meet Arya, otherwise, she would have died the same way as her people died. Your little sister is still working hard as always. Suddenly, an old woman came forward and said this in a kind voice. Jinwoo looked at the old lady, just spoke with a small smile on his face, as he already knew her, and he knew she was a kind lady. She is one of the people living in his neighborhood. She also comes here every early morning to exercise just to stay fit, especially at her age. Yes, Jinwoo replied to the old lady's question, as he was also proud of how much Arya had improved in such a short amount of time. Sigh. Alas, I really want my granddaughter to have someone like you, then maybe she wouldn't be as lazy as she is now. The old lady said next, as she released a tired sigh while thinking about her lazy granddaughter in the house. Jinwoo couldn't help but smile helplessly on his face, as he always talked about her granddaughter from her mouth, whenever she talked to him. Even though he had no idea who her granddaughter was, but from what this old lady said about her, her granddaughter sounded like a really lazy and introverted person. He also heard her say how beautiful her granddaughter is, but the old lady always complains about her being very unladylike and how lazy she is. This old lady only has her granddaughter in her family for some reason, and even though he was curious why, but he didn't pry at all, as he didn't intend to invade others' privacy. But Jinwoo could understand the old lady's worries, since she only wants her only family member healthy as much as possible. Meanwhile, the old lady couldn't help but feel frustrated about the fact that why this young man was not even a little interested in her granddaughter. Her granddaughter's personality is problematic, and moreover, the old lady knows her remaining days are fewer. She wants her granddaughter to get settled as soon. The old lady tried many times to match her granddaughter with men, because she always rejected all her partners in a very ruthless way possible. This gave this old lady a headache, as she now wanted to introduce Jinwoo to her granddaughter. At first, the old lady wanted her granddaughter to go exercise early in the morning with her, in order to meet him without telling her anything about Jinwoo. Knowing her granddaughter's personality, she will say no like a stubborn kid after hearing about meeting a man, which is why she didn't tell her granddaughter anything about Jinwoo. But she didn't realize how lazy nowadays kids are, as no matter how much she tried, she wasn't able to wake her granddaughter up. Another plan the old lady had in her mind was to try to let Jinwoo become curious about her granddaughter, then invite him into her house, and then let them meet each other. Are nowadays youngsters this much clueless? The old lady couldn't help but say this in her mind, thinking that Jinwoo was no less than stone in understanding her hints. She just wants him to meet her granddaughter one time, then she is very that little granddaughter will fall in love with him at first sight. She herself was stunned at how much good-looking Jinwoo was when she saw him for the first time. In fact, in her whole life, she had never seen anyone as good-looking as Jinwoo in her entire life, not even on television. Even though she was seeing them for the moment when they first started to go to the park for Arya training, only a recently old lady started to talk with them. She gets to know both of them are siblings who recently got settled here, and they don't have parents making an old lady feel sorry for them. Even though it was a fake identity made up by Fia, still Jinwoo couldn't help but feel guilty about lying to the elder lady. But he can't do anything, since in this world, this was her and Arya's identity to live ordinary lives among humans. Meanwhile, the old lady was more determined to let him meet her granddaughter, to let them start their own family. Not to mention, she found Jinwoo a perfect match for her daughter, after all, who doesn't want such a young, handsome, well-mannered and wealthy man. Jinwoo never told her whether he was rich or poor, but the old lady assumed that Jinwoo was wealthy due to the fact that the neighborhood they were living in was not cheap. She also assumes his age, but Jinwoo can't blame her, since on the outside, his age hasn't changed at all, as he still looks exactly like a young man in his early 20s. Because of these things, old lady thinks Jinwoo is a match made in heaven for her daughter, but to let that happen. Not to mention, the old lady couldn't help but think her granddaughter would gain such an adorable sister-in-law named Arya. "Child, you should come to my house. Grandma will treat you to candies," the old lady said in a kind tone as she looked towards Arya, who just come after completing her all tasks given by Jinwoo. The old lady tried to pat her head, but before she could do that, Arya immediately got away from her within seconds as she hid behind Jinwoo. Chapter 162, Neighborhood 3. Sigh. Why doesn't she like me? The old lady couldn't help but ask this question in her mind after seeing such an adorable little girl hiding from her while feeling depressed about it. She couldn't understand whether it was because she looked too suspicious or Arya was just wary of all strangers. even though Jinwoo already made an excuse, and said Arya is just shy still. The old lady feels there is more to it. Whatever the reason may be, but she doesn't like how such a little child is hiding from her, so she thinks about ways to make Arya trust her. Maybe she will like my homemade cookies, the old lady said in her mind, as she thought feeding cookies to Arya would make her lose guard against her. The old lady thinks every kid likes cookies, especially homemade ones, so she decides to bake cookies and later gives those to Arya. Right now, looking at Arya, who is completely wet in sweat, she couldn't help but compare her lazy granddaughter to this child. Even though Arya is so young still, she is working harder than her lazy granddaughter, who is now in her mid-20s. The old lady couldn't help but think if they ever ended up being together, then he might help me to cure her laziness. She hoped that after her granddaughter met someone like him, then she would improve her habits, thinking of her troublesome granddaughter. She couldn't help but feel worried for her granddaughter. Even though she was so beautiful, still her personality was troublesome. The old lady would have preferred if her troublesome granddaughter would be like Arya, who is quite lovely and moreover obedient. Looking at Arya right now with soft eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little worried about the condition of her body. Still, is it all right for a child to do this much exercise? The old lady couldn't help but say this in her mind, since she herself does so much exercise Arya does daily. And since she herself has experience in fitness in the past, she thinks the number of exercises Arya does daily is even difficult for an adult to perform. So she couldn't help but worry whether it's gonna be good or bad for her body to do this much work. Still, looking at Arya, who had just done such heavy exercises, she looked not very tired, making her curious how strong this small girl kid. Since normal adult human beings will faint by doing as many as exercises Arya just did, meanwhile Arya looks like she can do more. Unfortunately, the old lady is unaware of the fact that Arya is not human, but rather a reincarnated devil, and what's more, she doesn't even belong to the world. And even if she gets tired, he also has potions prepared in advance in order to remove her fatigue, but till now, he never needed to give her even one potion. The old lady stopped thinking about this, as she felt it was useless for her to worry about Arya, since she could see how Arya was hiding behind Jinwoo like he was her shield. Naturally, it shows how much Arya trusts Jinwoo, and she wouldn't do this if he made her overwork herself. Not to mention, she is right now an outsider, saying something only gonna backfire her place to making him and her granddaughter a couple. So she just remained silent and decided to trust Jinwoo, since she thinks that Jinwoo is Arya's brother. So naturally, he would worry about Arya better than outsiders like her. After talking for a while, they both said goodbye and went back into their own houses, as the old lady couldn't help but feel regret about another failure for not bringing Jinwoo into her home to let him meet her granddaughter. Sigh. She couldn't help but release a sigh of defeat, since she felt giving hints to Jinwoo was like giving hints to rock. Anyway, she still didn't lose hope. She still will try again to let them both meet each other next time. After all, it's a matter of her granddaughter's future. Back at Jinwoo's home. She is sure talkative grandma. Jinwoo couldn't help but say in his mind, as he felt that if he didn't leave the park, then surely that old lady kept talking to him about her granddaughter. Even though he is not complaining still, he gets overwhelmed by having a conversation with her, since she never stops talking, especially when it's related to her granddaughter. It's weird being called as young man, Jinwoo said in his mind, as he recalled his conversation with that old lady, even though he understood why she called him young man. Still weird for him to be referred to as a young man when he was obviously way older than her. Anyway, I need to find targets for Arya soon. Jinwoo said this as he planned to have Arya some real battle experience, but for that, he needed to prepare opponents for Arya. It's already now decided that he will let Arya fight stray devils and fallen angels to let Arya have real-life battle experience. And he already sent his shadows to find suitable opponents for her, even though he could easily find all the stray devils and fallen angels on his own. Still, he didn't want to hurt innocent. Even though Grafia told him it's okay to hunt stray devils as well as fallen angels still, he prefers to not hurt them just because of their race. Since Kuroka is also a stray devil as well as a wanted criminal. Still, she doesn't do anything wrong since all the stuff she does in the underworld is for her little sister, who is her only family in this world now. So he sends out his shadows just to check out stray devils and fallen angels who are really into shady business, since that way, he won't have any guilt towards killing them. Chapter 163, Arya's First Battle. At night. It's time. Jinwoo couldn't help but say this in his mind, as he knew this might be the perfect time for Arya to fight stray devils. Since most stray devils only hide in darkness, in order to hide from underworld eyes, which is why Jinwoo decided to hunt them at night. Even though he can easily locate them and deal with them in the morning, but he is worried if he or Arya gets noticed in the underworld, then it's gonna be a headache. Not to mention in the day, even humans might see powers that shouldn't exist in the real world, which is the reason he decided to go at night. So it's better to act at night when there will be no one, but still, he is not sure whether Arya is ready or not. But Jinwoo has no choice since he wants Arya to be prepared as much as possible before her school starts. He is only worried this much because he knows this is not a normal high school where everyone is human. Otherwise, he is very sure Arya will manage to take care of herself very well. School Arya is going to have different species, which disguise as students, and some teachers attending that school. He is not making any assumptions, since both Graphia and Seraphal already told him about the school. Even though he understands Arya's character, still, he also knows how some people only want to mess with others, which is the reason he wants Arya to be prepared as much as possible. He already decided to leave some of his shadow soldiers in Arya's shadow for safety, but he wants Arya to solve her own troubles on her own, instead of being helpless. She has potential which Jinwoo can see, and naturally, he wants her to become powerful enough to protect herself. Are you ready? Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this as he looked towards Arya, who was ready in her tracksuit. Jinwoo couldn't help but feel a little guilty making Arya go with him at such late night, instead of sleeping. This is the reason he decided to let Arya sleep as much as she wants in the morning, but one thing he is worried about is whether she knows how to deal with enemies or not. Well, Jinwoo didn't think much of that as he was going with her. Even if she made any mistake, then he would be there with her to let her get hurt. Nod nod. Arya nodded her head to Jinwoo's question as somehow instead of being sleepy, she was looking rather focused. The only thing Jinwoo told Arya about this trip is that they were going to deal with bad people like at your home. Hearing that her past memories replay in her mind, she clearly remembers how bad those people were back on her home planet. Not only did they kill everyone in her home, but also destroyed her entire planet. There is nothing but hatred in her for people like that. And right now, living on this planet, she getting fond of it even though some people are very clingy to her, but she never hated them. At least she feels these people are good people, which is why she doesn't want this place to become like at home planet. And not to mention, she is not a kid anymore as she knows that she has strength, which is the reason she is fully focused right now on defeating those people. She has complete trust in Jinwoo due to some reasons, which is the reason she didn't doubt his words at all. If he said that there are people similar to those who invaded her homeland, then surely it's true, and she doesn't doubt it at all. And now she is not a scared girl like back then anymore, as the only thing she is feeling right now is pure rage and hatred. Not only that she knows that even if she falls in any danger, then surely he will protect her like her mother. Because she already knew just how powerful Jinwoo was, so she was not worried about him getting hurt due to her. Jinwoo sensed Arya's emotions, as he could tell Arya right now probably all fired up, because of what he said to her. She is grown up. Jinwoo couldn't help but say this in his mind since back on her home planet, Arya was nothing but a little scared child. But right now, she is not scared at all, but rather all fired up for her first battle, making him time how fast Arya has grown. Is it because of her reincarnation? Jinwoo asked this question in his mind to himself, as he thinks it was probably due to devil reincarnation, not only her body, but also her mind as grown. Then let's go, Jinwoo said, as he used his shadow exchange, since he already sent out his shadow soldiers to locations where he found stray devils as well as fallen angels. So traveling will be a piece of cake, and not to mention, no one will notice them, which will give them enough time to get prepared for battle. The only thing he trained her physically, and also trained her how to throw her hands. But again, he didn't manage to teach Arya about her unique power, since he did not have much idea how he could train her power. Her power is something that he never experienced or even heard before. It's as she has the power to change the future. But again, she can't do anything if chances overwhelm her, meaning, if she is against someone who could kill her at any second, then her power is pretty much useless. Still, Jinwoo had a feeling that if Arya managed to master her power, then she could do much more than that. Seeing shadow covering her, Arya flinched a bit as she came near Jinwoo, as next moment both of them got teleported to their first location. Chapter 164, Arya vs 3 Fallen Angels. Broken Church. Both Jinwoo and Arya arrived near a broken church, which also was their first location, using shadow exchange. The building looks old, and nobody had done maintenance work on this building for a long time. Looking at the building, Jinwoo realized building with this condition should have collapsed a long time ago, but it didn't, and it was not some miracle or anything else. Because Jinwoo can clearly see magic traces on the building, to probably reinforced the entire church in order to prevent the building from collapse. So magic can be used for things like this, Jinwoo thought in his mind, as he couldn't help but wonder whether he could do that or not. Considering the fact it hasn't been a while since he started to learn magic, so he is not very sure whether he could do this or not, but he thinks if he can do this then, it will be much more convenient. He can avoid damaging his surroundings and by himself or anyone else, since this is not that place where Jinwoo can do whatever, because no one else will suffer due to his actions. Let's talk about this with Tiamat after going back. He inwardly said this as he decided to ask Tiamat, since right now, she might be the most knowledgeable one in the aspect of magic to him. Arya, who was holding on to Jinwoo's clothes while she shut her eyes, finally opened her eyes and checked her surroundings, even though she already experienced traveling like this before, but she was still scared after seeing pitch-black darkness coming towards her. After seeing that they had arrived at the place, she finally slowly loosened her grip on Jinwoo's clothes and started to look around. In that building, there are 3 people whom you need to defeat, Jinwoo said as he pointed towards the church which was broken. They are physically weaker than you, but they are stronger in magic. Jinwoo continued to speak this as he explained. Since this is her first battle, Jinwoo decided to give her detailed information about the people inside that charge. Jinwoo is very sure that if it was to hand fight, then definitely Arya would be able to come victorious, but if magic is involved then he can't be so sure. Since all people inside the church are females, he could tell that they are solely rely on magic rather than physical strength, which is not that shocking because he knows how other species mostly rely on magic, sacred gear, bloodline abilities. So most supernatural species don't train physical bodies, only because from birth they have a lot stronger bodies than humans. Another thing is that all 3 females inside the church are fallen angels, and they are abducting humans with the potential to other supernatural species for valuable items. Killing them will save future victims, also they deserve death for past crimes they committed, so killing them is natural. Do I need to fight in close distance? Arya asked this as she looked towards Jinwoo, even though he already taught her about this still, she just wanted to make sure what she was thinking was correct or not. Yes, Jinwoo replied to her question without any delay. He was glad that Arya knew what she needed to do in order to deal with these opponents. Jinwoo thinks that it might be a bit of a challenge for Arya considering she needs to keep 3 opponents at a close distance at the same time. Well, I am with her. If anything goes wrong, then I will intervene. Jinwoo said this in his mind since he was watching from shadows, so he was sure that nothing would go. Do you have any other questions before going? Jinwoo asked this as he wanted Arya to go there with a clear mind, and for that, she needed to clear her all doubts. To Jinwoo's question, Arya shook her head as she indicated that she had no questions she want to ask at least for now. All right then, good luck, Jinwoo said, instantly vanishing, making Arya's eyes wide open in surprise after seeing Jinwoo suddenly disappointed in that place. But he did not teleport or do anything similar. Rather, his movement speed is so fast that people can't catch his movement at all, making people think he teleported, which is totally wrong. Arya panicked, thinking he had abandoned her, but soon she calmed after realizing that this should be her task, not his. Maybe he is somewhere near me. Arya asked this question to herself inwardly. Unfortunately, Arya had no way to find what she is thinking, right or wrong. Because Jinwoo right completely hides his energy, meaning as long as he stays away from people's eyes, there is no way that someone will able to find him. Maybe I should try my gift, Arya thought as she decided to use her power to check the probability whether Jinwoo was near her or not, since she had been training her new evolved power from reincarnation for a while now. Jinwoo didn't know since Arya didn't tell him, and it was not because she wanted to hide this from him, but rather it was due to the fact that Jinwoo never asked her about it. Even though there isn't any person she could use her power on, but her power isn't only limited to living creatures, since her power also works on the non-living things. She practiced it in her room where no one could disturb, and she somewhat now understands how her power works, and is also able to understand how she can use that power. Sigh. It's no use, Arya thought as she failed miserably, since all she could see was pitch-black darkness after trying to use her powers on Jinwoo. Usually, she can see numbers, then she can somehow manipulate those numbers to some extent, but unfortunately, she cannot control them to the fullest. Her control over those numbers is also determined by the strength of her target, whom she is using her power on. Chapter 165, Arya's First Battle 2. For example, if an opponent is a little stronger than her strength, then she can make a little change in those numbers, like 51, 49 to 47, 53. Even though this might be a small change, but this puts Arya in an advantageous position since her chances of winning increase. This can't happen with opponents who are a lot stronger than her, like Tiamat, as she remembered using her power on some like Tiamat. The number she has seen using her ability was 100, 0, meaning she cannot do anything against Tiamat at all. Arya thought it would be the same with Jinwoo when she tried to use her ability on Jinwoo, since she knew how powerful he was. But the result she saw was different from her expectations because the only thing she saw was she can see no numbers, or her ability is too weak for someone like Jinwoo. Her ability to calculate the chances. He must be nearby, Arya said in her mind as she made herself believe that he didn't leave her alone here to fight. This confidence is not only from the fact that he saved her and even began to take care of her, but also from her mother's words. Remembering her mom's words, she becomes relaxed as she steps forward towards the broken church where her targets are right now. Meanwhile, Jinwoo. So she is finally ready. Jianwo said this in his mind as he was watching her from a nearby place, and he could tell that she panicked after he suddenly disappeared. Seeing Arya recover from her panicked state in just a few moments, Jinwoo couldn't help but think that Arya wasn't a little child anymore. After Arya begins to move towards the broken church where her targets are, Jinwoo also decides to change the location for a better view of the inside. With that in mind, Jinwoo again disappeared, or rather moved to another location where he could see inside of church closely. Back to Arya. Arya quietly reaches the broken church as she uses her ability to decrease the probability of getting discovered by them. As long as she doesn't come in front of their eyes, there is no way that she will be discovered. And then quietly see what was going on inside. She saw 3 fallen angels discussing something among themselves. It was more like an argument rather than a discussion from Arya's perspective, as they were blaming each other. Even though Arya couldn't understand why they were arguing, but she understood she could take advantage of this situation. She decided to use her ability on them, even though she might not be able to make many changes due the strength difference is not much, but at least it is better than nothing. After she used her ability, all 3 of them became more aggressive in the argument, taking advantage of that. Sigh. Arya released a tired sigh as she used her ability to alter the probability, consuming not only energy but also her stamina. But she can manage since she has been training like crazy under Jinwoo, so no way her physical capabilities are below. She flew inside the broken church from a broken window, since 3 of them focused on each other so much that they didn't notice someone coming inside from the window. The ring that Fia gave is inferior, as her non-human characteristics become visible if she uses her wings, but the ring she is wearing is different. Right this moment, she is wearing the ring that Xuanhuan personally created for her, as this ring is superior than the one that Fia gave her. Since she could use her wings to fly without revealing her wings to normal people's eyes, as well as the ring has other features too, which Xuanhuan personally added for Arya. After coming inside, she hides behind one pillar while thinking about her new move, since fighting head-on multiple enemies puts her in a dangerous position. She pointed her finger towards the ceiling as she tried to use her ability to find the weakest spot on the ceiling, which she could use to her advantage. Even though this building is reinforced by magic, Arya has still learned that every magic has weak points as long as a person attacks that spot with enough force. Then surely that magic will get broken in an instant. It is not like she learned this herself, as she little from Tiamat about magic, since she is the most knowledgeable one in terms of magic, due to the fact that even Xuanhuan, whom she considered as most powerful, learns magic from Tiamat. At first, Arya is very scared of Tiamat, but over time she comes to understand that she is not a bad person, as by time she gradually becomes used to her presence. And after Arya's fear finally finishes, she asks Tiamat about magic, including some simple spells. Arya looked at the ceiling and started to find that spot, even though finding that small spot is extremely difficult. But with Arya's ability, this extremely difficult task becomes easy, since she could use her ability like some kind of radar to find that spot. Found it, Arya said this out loud in her kind after finding that exact spot she was looking for, as she pointed her fingers towards that spot. She started to focus since she needed to make sure that she wouldn't miss, since if she missed, then surely those 3 fallen angels would notice her. Right now, she is trying to use one of the basic spells that Tiamat taught her, even though executing this spell is easy. But firing this spell to that exact spot in the ceiling is a challenge. Shoot! After a while, Arya finally released the spell, as a dark red beam shot from her fingers directly towards the ceiling at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 166, Arya's Domination. The strength of this spell depends on how much a person concentrates their energy on their fingertips. If a person like Tiamat casts this spell, then it will have destructive power enough to destroy several buildings without any doubt. But Arya is not Tiamat. Still, Arya is skilled enough to have enough destructive power to destroy the magic on the ceiling. Even though she aimed at a weak spot of the casted magic, still if she didn't hit that spot with sufficient force, then it would collapse. But thanks to her gift as well as her calm mind, which she achieved through her training, she managed to pull this off. That beam which got shot from her Arya's finger was extremely fast as it hit the ceiling. In no time, meanwhile Arya was pushed backwards due to the recoil of the spell, but didn't fall, thanks to the physical training she has been doing every day. Boom! As soon as an extremely fast beam hit the weak spot of the ceiling, a blast occurred. As the whole magic circle, which was protecting the ceiling from falling, got completely destroyed. The sound of the explosion was enough to attract the attention of 3 fallen angels, who were previously arguing about something earlier. Someone is her, one of them shouted as all 3 became alerted and looked above where the explosion sound was coming, but unfortunately, it was already very late. As soon as those fallen angels looked upwards, all they saw was a falling ceiling on them. They did not have any time to run away, fly, or even cast any magic. Thud! The ceiling falls on 3 fallen angels as they get trapped beneath the rubble. Arya comes out from the place she was hiding since she already used her gift many times earlier, so using it again will take some time. She slowly comes near the rubble, thinking it might be enough to deal with them, but still, she didn't let her guard down. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was nearby, watching this whole scene, even though he couldn't help but think that Arya's strategy was good. But still, it's not enough, Xuanhuan said. This is in his mind, as he clearly knows that those fallen angels are still conscious under the rubble. There is a reason why they are not coming out of the rubble, even though they are all conscious, because they are waiting for Arya to come close to them in order to catch the person who did this. But Jinwoo is not worried since having a close distance between them is only gonna put them in a more disadvantaged situation. Back to Arya. Arya reached near the rubble, thinking it safe since it was too quiet. Unfortunately, she failed to understand how durable supernatural species are. As soon as she came very near the rubble, where all 3 fallen angels were buried, she started to look for them in order to find out if they were alive or dead. Grab! Suddenly, hand came out of the rubble and grabbed Arya's leg, making Arya since she did not expect this. "You little rat, now I got you," one of the fallen angels shouted as she tightly gripped Arya's leg without any intention of letting go. Meanwhile, all 3 fallen angels started to come out of the rubble while removing dust from their bodies. Even though their durability might be high, they still suffered some minor injuries. "Keep holding on that rat. I want to burn her alive," the second fallen angel said in a loud tone filled with rage and arrogance as she looked at Arya with bloodshot eyes. "No, let's torture her first." The last fallen angel also spoke in anger as she felt burning. "Arya will be a quick and easy death for her." Arya didn't panic since she needed to take action first before they attacked her. Instead of pulling her leg to get out of fallen angel, she pushed her leg forward with her full strength. Kick! Arya straight kicked on fallen angel's face without any mercy at all. Her kick was so powerful that due to the force of the kick, the whole fallen angel went flying and fell a few meters back. Cough cough. The fallen angel spilt out blood as well as some teeth, while she couldn't help but feel pain all over her face due to Arya's kick. The other 2 fallen angels were too shocked to do anything, since they did not expect such a small girl to have such strength to make their comrade fly just by a kick. Arya didn't waste any time as she went straight to another fallen angel, since the fallen angel was in shock. She failed to react in time. Glab! Arya grabbed the face of that fallen angel and threw her towards the last fallen angel, who not only recovered from shock, but also prepared to cast offensive magic. Thud! Both fallen angels collided with each other and fell. Meanwhile, the offensive magic that one of them was preparing hit her comrade. "Get off me, you fat bitch!" The fallen angel shouted in anger towards her comrade, who was on top of her because she couldn't get up due to her comrade's weight. "Who are you calling, fat bitch?" Her comrade asked this in a loud voice to the fallen angel she is on top of, since she couldn't help but feel offended by the comment she spoke just now. "Yo," the fallen angel about to reply to her comrade, but she stopped mid as soon as Arya stood near them and before she warned her comrade. Arya smashed their head using their feet one by one into the ground, which was made of concrete, without any mercy. Arya does not have much idea about how strong these fallen angels are, which is the reason she didn't hold back, fearing that might give them time to fight back. Este Owe, last fallen angel seeking such a bloody scene, she finally comes to understand that even though their opponent might look kid, but actually she is a monster. Chapter 167, Arya's Domination 2. The last fallen was extremely scared right now, and it was natural because even though she wouldn't admit it, but she knew that she was weakest compared to the other 2 fallen angels, who just Arya crushed without holding back. Seeing what happened to her other partners, she knows that fighting against Arya is worthless, so all she can do now is beg to spare her life, because she don't want to end up like them. Running away is also possible, but Fallen Angel don't want to take this risk, because right now she is not in top condition, and she is not sure whether she can escape Arya by running away. Slowly, Arya started to walk towards her, while she shook her food to remove the blood from the other 2 Fallen Angels' dead bodies. Fallen Angel seeing Arya coming towards her got scared, but she leapt forward, but not to attack, rather to grab her feet. Sob 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 sob. Please spare me, I will do anything. Fallen Angel said this with a plea while she cried in order to gain sympathy since she thinks this might work. Even though Arya might be stronger, but she can see that Arya is still a child, so she thinks that Arya might fall for her acting. Meanwhile, Arya was also in trouble because seeing the Fallen Angel begging, her heart turned soft, but right this moment she could use the gift again. She immediately used it again to check whether the Fallen Angel was lying or she meant what she just said now. After checking the results, Arya's eyes turned dark as she found out that the fallen angel was lying, which was true, since the fallen angel was doing all this to make Arya let her guard down, and then strike Arya with a single move containing all of her strength. The fallen angel was pleading with eyes closed as soon she slowly opened her eyes. She saw Arya's hand grab her face and slam it into a nearby wall without holding back any strength. Splashed. Blood splashed everywhere on the fallen angel, as fallen angel's head got smashed into pieces, while Arya got all messy and dirty due to blood splashed on her. Arya felt grossed because of this as she couldn't help but want to go back and clean herself. Then she looked around herself towards all the fallen angels who she just killed and had one thought. They were so weak, Arya said in her mind while looking at the dead bodies of all 3 fallen angels, as she just now realized how easily she defeated all of them. It's not that they were too weak, rather after becoming a reincarnated devil. Her physical body got strengthened, and not only that is due to her physical training daily, she became much more powerful than most fallen angels or stray devils physically. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan sighed. She really showed a brutal performance. Xuanhuan couldn't help but say this in his mind after seeing how she brutally smashed their heads without any mercy. There are multiple ways to deal with the enemy, but she chooses one of the most brutal ways to deal with her enemies. And she did all this without even blinking an eye, which is very weird for a person who just killed a person, or she is like this, because she has been reincarnated as a devil. Whatever the reason, she completed this task without any problem. Xuanhuan inwardly said this in his mind as he started to move towards Arya. Since the task was completed, there was no reason for him to keep hiding. He came out from his hiding spot and started to walk towards her. As soon as Arya saw him, she became relaxed. Pat, you completed the task without problems. Good job, Xuanhuan said as he patted Arya's head and looked at Arya, who was right now completely bathed in blood. Nod. Arya nodded her head towards Xuanhuan and praised, even though she might appear emotionless as always, but deep inside, she was very happy due to his praise, and Xuanhuan knew this as he could sense her emotions. Do you feel any different? Xuanhuan asked this question as he stopped patting her head because it was the first time her killed anyone, so he wanted to know what she felt about it. Shoke. Arya shakes her head as she feels nothing, not to mention she is already used to blood and bodies due to her experience back on her home planet. Which is the reason she is so indifferent to all these dead bodies, as well as blood. Seeing her shaking her head, Xuanhuan couldn't help but remember the time when he killed a human for the first time. His reaction was also similar to Arya's, as he felt nothing while killing his fellow humans, but he also knows that it was due to the system. Maybe it is the influence of what happened back on her home planet, Xuanhuan said in his mind, as he concluded this possibility. Since that time, her species, including her most precious person, who was her mom, got brutally killed. Maybe next time I should give her some weapon. Xuanhuan thought this, as till now she has been only using her body. So he thought maybe giving her a weapon would make fighting easier for her, and giving her a weapon was not an issue for him, because he already had an entire arsenal in his inventory. But problem, what would suit her? Xuanhuan inwardly said this as he don't know what would suit her, but if he had to guess, then he thought Arya was suited for daggers or a blade. Maybe it's better to let her decide what she wants. He thought this as he felt that it was better for her to decide what she wants, but that's for later. Should we go back? Xuanhuan asked as he felt that it should be enough for today after seeing Arya's current condition. Right now, even though he has more targets, he thought it better to let Arya continue this tomorrow. Nod. Arya again nodded her head, as she also wanted to go home and clean herself as well. She wanted to rest. Chapter 168, Weapons. Xuanhuan, without any delay, used shadow exchange. Meanwhile, he forgot to extract the shadows from the dead bodies to add them to his army, as he told one of his shadows to deal with the dead bodies. He don't want to let anyone find any dead bodies here, especially any humans, since it will expose the supernatural world, or people who discover these dead bodies in horrible condition will be silent because of forces. Both cases are bad, since the first case will bring nothing but chaos in human society, especially for normal humans, and in the second case, a few innocent people will suffer for their actions, which he doesn't want. This is the reason he told one of the shadows to clean up the bodies after they went back to the house, and since it was dark right now, so it must have been easy to clean up all the mess without being noticed by anyone. Are you ready? Jinwoo asked this before teleporting back, since he knew how Arya felt uncomfortable whenever he used shadow exchange to teleported. Nod. Arya nodded her head, as she was just a little uneasy about the sudden darkness that wrapped, but that is all not to mention. She was in no mood to walk or fly back home. With this, both of them got wrapped in darkness, leaving behind a shadow who Jinwoo used to exchange themselves, and that shadow was also responsible for cleaning up this place. Back at home, they both appear inside the house, and as soon as this happens, Tiamat, who seems to be enjoying the snacks in the living room, becomes alert since she knows Jinwoo and Arya are back. Even though she might be able to sense Jinwoo, since he is always hiding his energy without leaking even a little bit of his energy, but it's a totally different matter if someone else is with him. Right now, sensing Arya appears in the house, Tiamat knows she is back with Jinwoo, and her eyes become narrow, sensing something. I guess she has done her first kill. Tiamat inwardly said this as she sensed something different in her, and immediately knew she had killed someone due to the fresh scent of blood on her. Not only that, she also can see visible blood on Arya's body, and Tiamat is definitely sure that isn't Arya's blood because Tiamat can't see any injuries on her as well. And she knows this smell of blood is very different from devils, making Tiamat sure that Arya has killed today. She knows that Arya is going to do her kill for the first time since Jinwoo already told her firsthand, which Tiamat fully agrees with Jinwoo. Since now she also considers Arya someone close to her, because she not only lives with her, but also teaches Arya about magic. So Tiamat wants her to be as strong as possible, since she does not want her people to be weak and taint her name by losing to nobody. For that, Arya needs to hesitate in killing, since the supernatural world is cruel, and other people won't hesitate to harm her for their own benefit. Seeing right now Arya, she is very sure that Arya did kill without any problem, and at this moment, she couldn't help but feel prideful, thinking that she was worrying about nothing. Of course, after all, I was the one who taught her. Tiamat inwardly said this with pride, as she couldn't help but praise herself for being such a great teacher, and thinks this task shouldn't be much of an issue for her student. Arya directly walked towards her room without any delay to clean herself up, and meanwhile, Jinwoo sat on the sofa and couldn't help but look towards Tiamat, who was staring at him, and he knew what she wanted. Sigh. I couldn't help but wonder when Tiamat got so attached to Arya. Jinwoo inwardly said this, as he didn't think Tiamat would care about anyone else other than her treasures, as well as the guy who took her treasures and never return, but it seems he was wrong. Anyway, he told her about the things that happened, since even though he wasn't with her still, he was observing everything from the dark. After hearing all things from Jinwoo, a small smile appeared on her cold face, as she couldn't help but feel very satisfied with the Arya dealt with fallen angels. Jinwoo had another thought as put his hand inside the shadow that suddenly appeared beside him and took out something. Tell me what quality you would think of this weapon is. Jinwoo asked this, looking towards her and holding a blade that he had just taken out of his shadow inventory. He is doing this to get to know the standard quality of weapons, and there isn't anyone better than Tiamat to ask this question, because she herself has a treasury containing this world's most precious treasures, including weapons. This is the reason Jinwoo thinks Tiamat can give a current answer, and even though he could ask the same thing with Grafia, since her family used to be pretty rich in past, but he thinks it better to ask Tiamat due to the fact she is known in this world for collecting treasures. Right now, he has taken the lowest quality weapon from his inventory, compared to all weapons in his arsenal, just to check how much value his lowest quality weapons hold in this world. Tiamat's eyes couldn't help but shine a little, since she was curious about what kind of weapon he was going to show considering his powers. After a few minutes, it had been 5 minutes, but Tiamat was still examining the weapon in Jinwoo's hands. He couldn't help but wonder what was taking her so long to just check the quality of the weapon without saying anything. Chapter 169, Blade. Tiamat stared at the blade because to her, it might be one of the most beautiful things she had ever seen. Not only was the blade stunning, but he couldn't tell its value. Not because it is too low, but rather was opposite since the quality of this blade is too high. And she can be sure none of the weapons in her treasury can be compared to this thing in Jinwoo's hands. Since this thing had the same energy as Jinwoo, Tiamat had no doubt that it could cut down anything as long as it was wielded by someone with strength. Another thing is that she is impressed by how Jinwoo pulled this blade out of space, even though she guessed it must be some kind of storage. But she is surprised how he manages to do this without fluctuations in space at all. Right now, looking at the blade, she doesn't know how to answer him since she herself does not know the quality or value of this blade. The only thing she knows is that this blade is extremely valuable treasure. She couldn't help but think that this blade was made by Jinwoo, since this blade had similar energy to Jinwoo when he fought against her. Just how many secrets is he hiding? Tiamat asked this question in her mind since she couldn't help but wonder how many things he was hiding, making her more curious about his past. It is better than any weapon I have ever seen, Tiamat finally answered, without hiding any lies, since this was the first time she had ever seen a weapon like this. So I guess all the weapons in my arsenal probably will be more powerful than anything in this world. Jinwoo said this in his mind after hearing Tiamat's response on that blade. Where did you acquire such a blade? Tiamat asked this question in curiosity, since even though she guessed he made that blade himself, but again, it was just a guess, and she didn't know whether it was true or not. This is the reason she asked such a question, since she felt it wouldn't hurt her to ask this question directly. Oh, I made this in my free time, Jinwoo replied without hesitation, since what he said was true, because in that place he had a lot of free time on his hands. So he started making things using his power, just to relieve his boredom. Made in your free time? What a joke! Tiamat inwardly said in her mind out loud, since she did not believe Jinwoo's single word at all. Since she refused to believe that such a beautiful and sharp weapon was created in someone's free time. Even though she wasn't able to catch any lies in his words, she still refused to believe this. Tiamat takes pride in all the treasures she collects, so thinking the thing right now, she thinks it more valuable than any treasures in her possession, also including the treasures she let that guy borrow. I see, Jinwoo said this was in his mind, as he could understand Tiamat's current emotions, but he had no mood to explain further things since it was only gonna make this more complicated. Moreover, it is also best to let as few people as possible know about his past, as right now only Grafia and Arya know about where he lived before coming to this place, and he wanted to keep it that way. He couldn't help but think about Tiamat's reaction if he said that this blade was the lowest quality compared to all the other weapons he had in his inventory. He just made those two since he does not have anything else to do at that place, and the weapons he made include all melee weapons, range weapons, explosives, as well as armor. Even though he has all those things still, he has still used most of those things since there is no moment in time now when he needs to use any equipment. Now, from what he heard from Tiamat regarding that blade, he probably won't give any weapon to Arya from his arsenal, since if what Tiamat said is true. Because giving any weapon to Arya means she will become the target of others, and not to mention with this, she would kill her foes, even if she don't want to due to the fact unlike him. She won't have the ability to control the power of the weapons he made. But that doesn't mean I can't give Arya anything. Jinwoo thought this as even though he might not be able to give anything to Arya now, but he still has someone who can give her a weapon perfect for her. With that in his mind, he couldn't help but look at Tiamat even though she is someone with a lot of treasures. Still, she won't give anything from her treasury that easily, especially after someone borrowed treasures from her and never returned those treasures to her. But Jinwoo has an idea to make her agree without any hesitation, since he knows she won't be able to turn down the offer he has in his mind right now. Can you give Arya some weapon that suits her from your treasury? He said this as he looked into her cold eyes. Why would I give anything from my treasury to anyone? Tiamat asked this in a cold tone as she looked back into his eyes, since this was something which she hates the most. I am not asking this for free, he said as he took the same blade that he had asked Tiamat to inspect. Jinwoo continued to speak as he saw sparkles in Tiamat's eyes. I will give you this in exchange for you doing that. Tiamat slowly stretched out her hand, while trying her best to shake in excitement, since this is really too good a deal for her. Jinwoo has no problem giving her this since not only is that blade of his lowest quality, but also he knows Tiamat won't do anything else other than store it in her treasury, which is the reason he doesn't see any issue making a trade using this. Chapter 170, Blade 2. So he is sure that Tiamat won't use his weapons to cause chaos since from what is known till now, she likes to collect treasures like a collector since that's her nature, but she won't use her treasures herself. This is the reason he decided to trade his weapon for this, since he knows she won't use it and moreover, he won't lose anything at all. Because that blade is the weakest weapon in his armory, he doubts he will ever need it. Not only that, as he feels that he won't need any weapon at all since he has his shadow army, who are equipped with weapons he personally made, except some exceptional ones. Tiamat slowly grabbed the blade from his hands while thinking how wonderful this was, since to her this might be a priceless treasure. And she was happy to have acquired such treasure, as she did not think that he was playing any tricks, since she could understand that he didn't need to do that at all. After all, Jinwoo is a lot stronger, and even though Tiamat hates to admit it, but she knows he could beat her at any moment without doing much. So she knows he is not someone who needs to use tricks. Not to mention, she has been with Jinwoo for some time, which could somehow understand his personality. And no, he is not someone who will use lies to trick her. So she takes his blade from his hands without hesitation, as she checks out the blade with excitement, since she never imagined that someone like him would give away such a masterpiece as normal. Even though she doesn't know what item from her treasury is required to fulfill the deal, but she knows no matter what she loses, it can't compare to this blade that she got. Anyway, she felt good since she knew this masterpiece would be a great addition to her treasury. The only thing that remains is her part of the deal, which she is going to do as soon as possible. Without any delay, she decided to store the blade in her storage, but noticed something that she couldn't put the blade into her storage ring. No matter how many tries, she couldn't put that blade inside, which made Tiamat puzzled as to why this was happening, since she had never encountered this before. Oh, why did I think of that before? Jinwoo said this as he understood why this happened, and he concluded the problem wasn't that ring, but rather his blade, because even though it might be his weakest creation, it still contains his power, which is superior than any magic or artifact in this world, meaning any magic or power won't work on that blade, including space magic. But Jinwoo knows it is not impossible to solve this problem, since it will only take him a few moments to solve this problem for her. Give me your ring, Jinwoo said as he got a method to fix this, but it would be required to get the ring in his hands. Tiamat became puzzled by this, since he did not know why he was asking for her ring all of a sudden. She couldn't help but have some thoughts that if he coveted her treasures. Because there was no way she was willing to trade her treasury for a single treasure, still seeing the look in his eyes. She doubted he had any greed in him, as after thinking for a few moments, she decided to trust him and took out the ring from her finger. She passed it to him with some hesitation, since she don't want to hand over her treasures to anyone even for a short time. After taking the ring in his hand, he strengthens the ring with his power, which will be enough to store that blade in it. Other than that, there is no other change like an increase in capacity. Here, try now, Jinwoo said as he finished strengthening the ring and started to give it back to Tiamat, but the process was too short, which left Tiamat stunned. She knew he had done something because just a few moments ago, the ring was bright gold, but right now the ring was in dark black, and she had an idea of what he had done. She slowly takes the ring back in her hands and puts the ring back on her finger, which confirms her suspicions. He really strengthened this ring by using his power. Tiamat said this in her mind, as it was really hard to believe what he had just done, because from her perspective it should have been impossible, but Jinwoo did it within just moments. Not only that he did this without any effort. She did not think much since she knew he was someone with many secrets, and he wouldn't tell her no matter what, which is the reason she didn't bother to ask that anyway. So she continued to do what he told her as she reached out for the blade, and tried to store it again, as this time, the blade went into the ring without any issues. Making her realize what she thought was true, and at that moment, she quickly checked inside treasures inside the ring. She thought about the possibility that he might have strengthened all the treasures inside the ring too, even though it was only a possibility, but checking was worth it for her. As she checked it, she found all the treasures were in the same condition as before, which made her somehow little disappointed, because even though she likes the shiny and bright treasures still, she is still willing to sacrifice that if it means increasing their value more. Should I ask? She inwardly asked this herself, since if she asked then maybe he would strengthen all her treasures or add at least some, but she quickly dismissed that idea. After all, she is a proud dragon, so no way she was asking a favor from another. Chapter 171, and she couldn't do that because she also has pride in herself, so no way she would be willing to ask a favor of someone else, since it would be a great humiliation for her. After quietly patting the blade into the ring, she went silent since she was thinking about how she fulfilled her part of the deal. Xuanhuan after this stood up from the sofa and started moving towards his room since he had already done what he wanted. Meanwhile, Tiamat went to her own room, and she wanted to examine the blade more in order to find what the blade was capable of. Next day, early morning, Xuanhuan was jogging in the park, but this time he was alone since Arya was sleeping right now because they came late at night, and unlike him, she needs healthy sleep for healthy growth. This is the reason he came now alone, since he has this habit from his homeworld, and after coming here, he started to do that again. Mainly because it reminds him of his original world, even though this might not be his original world, but is almost similar to his. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was jogging. The old lady who was always nagging Xuanhuan also came, but she didn't come alone as she brought someone with her this time, instead of coming here alone. The person the old lady brought doesn't look like she wanted to come, but it seems somehow Grandma managed to make her come. Son, I brought my granddaughter with me this time. Isn't she beautiful, as I told you? The old lady speaks this as soon as she arrives in front of Xuanhuan and presents the person she brought with her with pride. The person old lady brought with her is her only granddaughter, also her only family left in this world. Old lady wanted to let her granddaughter meet Xuanhuan for some time, since in her eyes there is no one suitable for her granddaughter other than him. Old lady thinks Xuanhuan has all the qualities to be an ideal husband for her granddaughter, since he is very handsome, rich, and has such a good personality. And old lady believes if her granddaughter didn't grab this man, then in no time, some other girl will get him. Meanwhile, her granddaughter has her eyes closed because she is tired of her grandmother, who always tries to blind date men. But she is not interested in those things, since she can easily see their greed for her money and beauty. So, there is no way she is willing to date this kind of man, since she became independent by relying on herself. She respects her grandmother because she always supported her. Still, she would be lying if she told her grandmother that she was not annoyed by her grandmother's matchmaking with random men, especially about this man. Grandmother has been nagging her about the man she met at the park and wants her to meet him. She doesn't understand what's special about him. Since grandmother has been continuously telling her about the handsome and well-mannered man she met at the park, which is hard to believe. She believes that her grandmother is just exaggerating about him, probably, because her grandmother wanted to make the image of that man high in her heart, which according to her is pointless, and she believes even if a man is a little bit handsome, then also she would say no, since she has no need of a man because right now her career is at its peak, and she believes dating is only gonna slow her down. Not to mention, even if she wanted to date, then she believed there was no man who could fulfill all the demands she had for her future partner. Till now, all the men she met are garbage in her eyes, since most only have lust in their eyes when they see her or greed for her money. She expected the same this time, or maybe worse. Normally, she would reject her grandmother, but today was special. A day for her grandmother, which is the reason she couldn't reject her today, unlike usual. Right after hearing her grandmother introduce her to that stranger, she also decided to see what kind of man made her grandmother so stubborn. The moment she opened her eyes, she was stunned by the sight of the man before her, because the man was too stunning for her, even though she had met some famous actors. But she could say with confidence that no one could match in looks of this man level. His eyes look beautiful, The woman said this in her mind as soon as she saw his eyes, which were filled with darkness, seemed to devour her existence even though she did feel that way, but somehow she wanted to continue staring at his eyes. Yeah, Jinwoo replied as she took the woman who was brought by an old lady, and he could agree with the old lady as he wanted to continue to jog. But he knew this old lady wouldn't let him do it until he had a conversation with her. I can't see that sweet girl with you this time, old lady said, curious, since she didn't see Arya here in the park, who always comes to exercise in the morning. Today she is resting at home. Jinwoo replied to the old lady as he couldn't tell the details of events last night about Arya brutally killing two beings. He is sure that the old lady's face will be pale knowing how brutal Arya was yesterday, but he can't tell that obviously since she is a normal human. Oh, I see. The old lady said this even though on the surface she looked unhappy, but inside she was quite happy, not because she disliked Arya, but rather because she found this perfect opportunity to give her granddaughter a private talk with Jinwoo. The old lady expected her granddaughter to introduce herself in front of him at this moment, but she was unusually quiet. Chapter 172, and 2. The old lady glanced at her granddaughter as she was trying to give her a signal, but unfortunately, her granddaughter was too lost looking into his eyes. The old lady couldn't stand the embarrassed state of her daughter as she sneakily stretched her hand and pitched her arm. Ouch! Her granddaughter woke up from her own thoughts as she rubbed the part where her grandmother had just pinched. While she couldn't help but look at the old lady with resentful eyes, meanwhile the old lady kept looking at her with kind eyes. Even though the old lady wants to give her a strict lecture about not wasting her chance. But she can't do that in front of Jinwoo, otherwise it might create a childish image of her granddaughter, which will ruin her plan. My dear, can you introduce yourself? The old lady again asked this even though her tone might sound gentle, but her granddaughter knew she was mad. She couldn't help but sweat on her forehead as she was afraid of her grandmother right now, because she had been living with her grandmother for a long time. Knows that right now her grandmother is angry, and she doesn't want to make it any worse because she knows if she makes her grandmother more mad, then it won't be good for her at all. So she came forward towards Jinwoo as she cleared her throat and opened her mouth to speak in a somewhat plain tone. My name is Ann Aizawa. Her tone sounded very plain as she was really that uninterested. She awkwardly said her name because this time might be her first time where she was the one who was introduced first rather than her partner. Normally, whenever she goes on a blind date, her blind date partner always introduces himself, but this time, due to her grandmother's anger, she was the one who introduced herself first. Not to mention this time, her grandmother brought her to a park for the blind, instead of a restaurant, which itself is extremely weird for her. Even though she couldn't help but admit that he was handsome, especially when she compared him to her previous blind dates, then she was sure that Jinwoo was the most handsome one. But I am also very beautiful. Anne said this in her mind, as she thinks that she doesn't need to feel inferior at all, because she is also very beautiful, and she didn't mean it in a narcissistic way, but she is aware of her beauty. And knows how boys look at her with dirty eyes, and how girls also look at her with envy and hatred in their eyes. Somehow from her childhood, she could clearly read people's intentions by looking into their eyes, which is the reason she never got into a relationship, or even had someone she called a friend. The reason she didn't become emotionless is only due to her grandmother, since her grandmother is the only personality who treats her kindly without any negative emotions. But right now, after looking at Jinwoo's eyes, she couldn't see any negative emotions or malice, which made her curious about why this was happening. Since this is the first time she failed, and she does not know the reason, the only thing she sees in Jinwoo's eyes is pure darkness, and it is a very powerful. Somehow she wasn't scared at that sight, rather she was fascinated, since even though she saw terrifying darkness, was still somehow not scared at all, or it was more accurate to say, she didn't think darkness would harm her. It wasn't because she knew something, but rather it was her pure instincts, and she knew that as long as she didn't do anything at all then, she wouldn't get hurt by that pure darkness. Even though it was just her instinct still, she decided to trust it and keep staring at the darkness as soon as she became fascinated by it. And while she kept staring at the darkness, she felt a sensation that she had never felt in her life, which was that someone was staring back at her, and at that moment, she understood that she was the only one who was staring, but that pure darkness was also staring back at her. Jinwoo replied as he told his name and couldn't help but look at the person in front of him, not because of her appearance, but rather because he could tell that she was different from ordinary humans like her grandmother. Is this what is called a scared gear user here, or does she have some kind of other magical powers? Jinwoo inwardly thought this, as even though he could tell that the woman in front wasn't your average human. Still, he failed to find the source of her power within her, but knows her no matter what her source of power is deep inside her, which has not awakened yet. And if Jinwoo isn't wrong, then it happened, because she never came across a life-threatening situation which helped to unlock her true potential. Which Jinwoo thinks is a good thing, because if she indeed awakened her power which is hidden inside her, then surely it would attract unwanted trouble, making life for her and her loved ones many times difficult. Of course now, even if Jinwoo knows how the power is hidden inside, still he won't say anything about it, because it will only do more harm than good. So he thinks that she should live a normal life as a human. Anne looks confused about his straight plain reply, making her think that he is not interested in her at all, or he is just trying to make fun of her, which is totally not acceptable for her. She thought of these possibilities because whenever she met a man on a blind date, her partner always spoke everything good things about him at first, which was mostly false. She knew this because she easily saw their true intent in their eyes. So she is mostly aware of everything happening around her, which is also the reason she never loses her composure, but it's not the case anymore. Chapter 173 and 3. This time is totally different, since she couldn't predict what kind of person Jinwoo is, since she only saw darkness in his eyes. So right this moment, she is clueless about a person for the first time in her life, and does not know how she should interact with him. I will leave you two youngsters to talk, since I need to do exercise to keep my old body active. The old lady said as she waved her hand. She started to walk away, leaving her granddaughter with Jinwoo without looking back at all. Don't leave me alone with him. Anne said this in her mind in panic, and even though she wanted to say this out loud to her grandmother, but she wasn't able to do it. All she did was stare at her grandmother with resentful eyes until her grandmother got out of her sight. She looked back at Jinwoo, who was also silent, as she also did not know what to say to him, especially when she couldn't see through him. Jinwoo is also in the same spot, as it hasn't been long since he came here on this planet where he lived in solitude. So he is also not great at starting conversations with someone he just met. Anne is also on a similar page as others than her grandmother. She doesn't know how to talk with other people without feeling uncomfortable. Because all the time she could see all humans' true nature and know what kind of people they, as she always is like an ice wall in front of them. But right in front of Jinwoo, she doesn't know what kind of person he is, which is new to her, and that is the reason she doesn't know how to interact with him. Both stared at each other with awkward silence, as Anne couldn't help but admire how handsome Jinwoo was, especially his eyes. Same with Jinwoo, as she also admires her appearance, which seems to match with top-notch celebrities in his previous homeworld. Anne has shining long blonde hair while her eyes shine red with a mature body. Not only that, the expressions on her face make anyone think that she is a cold woman. I will continue doing my exercises. You are free to join. Jinwoo finally spoke this after a few seconds of awkward silence, as he thought it better to continue what he was doing rather than stand awkwardly here. Okay, Anne replied with some confusion, as she couldn't help but begin to doubt Jinwoo's preferences. She thinks, because someone as beautiful as her standing in front of him still prefers to exercise, while ignoring her is not definitely a straight man would do. Still, she decided to follow him, since if she returned home then, there was nothing that could save her from her grandmother, which is the reason she decided to spend time with him to satisfy her grandmother's wishes. After a few minutes, he is really strong. Anne couldn't help but say this in her mind after seeing how many push-ups without taking any break at all, and also she could see that there isn't any sweat on him at all. Not only that, as Jinwoo did so many push-ups with such speed that she lost count, making her wonder how strong he really was, especially when she could see the bulging muscles in his arms when doing push-ups. Even though she hates to admit it, but at this moment, he looks very sexy at this moment as she swallows her own saliva. So to distract her mind from seeing him, she decided to do the same exercise just to see how her capabilities were. After seeing Jinwoo doing so many push-ups without any effort at all, she decided to check how many she could do. She removes her jacket, revealing her big assets and fair arms, since she is wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt beneath her jacket, and then takes the position just beside Jinwoo. It shouldn't be that hard, Anne inwardly said in her mind, as after seeing Jinwoo doing this effortlessly, she thinks it shouldn't be that hard. But as she tried to do one push-up, she understood immediately how hard it actually was. She didn't do any heavy exercises in the past, almost she did yoga and running, but other than that she did not do any other exercise at all. This is the reason she was struggling to do even one push-up up, but in order not to embarrass herself in front of him or anyone, she decided to use all her strength. But after 10 push-ups, she finally collapsed, as she couldn't do any more at all, which made her finally understand how really hard this is. Not bad, Jinwoo said, as he thought she had good for the first time since just from Anne's look. He understood that she was someone who never trained her body at all. He understood her because when he had no shadow monarch powers and was known as the world's weakest hunter, he also had so much difficulty doing even simple exercises. Unfortunately, Anne didn't take what Jinwoo said as a compliment, as she thought he was saying this out of pity. She couldn't help but feel shame about this. She couldn't help but stand up back on her feet with difficulty, since she was already tired from using all her strength. Jinwoo next started to jog as he ignored her, because he thought she needed rest, which is the reason he decided to leave her here to rest, while he continued his training. Is he even human? Anne couldn't help but ask this question in her mind, as even after doing all that workout still had the stamina to run at that moment. Unknowingly to Anne, Jinwoo isn't human even though his appearance might be human, and he has humanity in his heart, as right now he is a shadow monarch. And doing all these workouts is as easy as lifting his finger. Chapter 174, Anne 4. Jinwoo looked back as he saw Anne following him with her trembling legs while trying to catch her breath. He couldn't understand why she didn't rest, and continued to follow. She got guts, Jinwoo inwardly said in his mind, after seeing her running even though she was really out of breath, still trying to keep up with her. Jinwoo sped up as he tried to leave her behind, and since he thought that instead of keeping up with him, she rested and caught her breath. And it happened as he predicted, because when she sped up, Anne was not able to speed up, as she could only see Jinwoo speeding up, leaving her behind in the dust. Seeing him speeding up, she immediately realized that it was impossible to catch him, and she finally gave up trying to keep up with him, then collapsed on the ground. "What are you doing, my stupid granddaughter?" An old lady spoke from behind Anne, as anyone could see the disappointed look on her face. From the beginning, even though she did not leave at all, instead, she hid nearby, seeing both of them at a distance, because she did not trust her granddaughter at all in this matter. But unknowingly to her, she was only hiding from her, as Jinwoo already knew that she was secretly observing them. "Grandma, what do you mean?" Anne couldn't help but ask this in frustration, as she didn't understand what she did wrong, and why her grandmother looked at her with disappointed eyes. "Why can't I see any progress between you and that young man?" the old lady asked with a sharp tone as she looked at her with sharp eyes. "It's not my fault," Anne quickly replied to her grandmother with denial, as she thinks she did not do anything wrong at all, especially compared to day-old dates. She really feels she didn't do anything, which made her confused as to why her grandmother was disappointed. "Oh, then whose fault is it that the young man ran away from you?" An old lady asked this question with a questionable tone, as she did not believe her granddaughter at all. The old lady was away from them at a distance, which is why even though she could see them, but she couldn't hear their conversation, which is the reason she thinks that her granddaughter is the one who is responsible for man Jinwoo running away. She thinks this because she remembered how her granddaughter treated her on all blind date partners. She previously thought that this time might be different, because the old lady previously thought that the appearance of Jinwoo might capture the heart of her little kid. But the old lady thinks her granddaughter still has that bad personality, even after meeting such an outstanding man like Jinwoo, which is probably why Jinwoo ran away like her granddaughters, other blind dates. Pitifully, Anne has already become the one who is at fault in her grandmother's mind, instead of listening to her granddaughter at all. Anne couldn't help but hold back her tears seeing her grandmother wasn't listening to her, but also she was taking the side of an outsider. And now, she don't know how she could prove her innocence to her grandmother now. Sigh. Grandmother finally releases a tired sigh while she looks at her granddaughter with pitiful eyes, thinking how hopeless her granddaughter is. And if this keeps up then, the old lady thinks her granddaughter will die without leaving offspring. Let's go back, the old lady said to Anne, since at this moment staying here would be worthless. The old lady knows Jinwoo must have gone back, which is the reason she thinks staying here won't help her granddaughter at all, as the old lady began to walk away. Anne couldn't help but be overjoyed hearing this, since she wanted to go back home too, because she had never been a morning person at all. She only woke up early today because of the promise she made to her grandmother, otherwise, she would be sleeping even now back at her house. With excitement, she tried to stand as it was difficult because her legs weren't in the best condition right now, but because she had rested for some time as well as was eager to go back, she stood back on her feet. Also, after getting home, I will be teaching you again today. The old lady who was walking away turned her head around and spoke this with a dominating, serious tone. Yes, ma'am. Anne could only respond with a depressing tone as she obeyed her grandmother while fearing what would come back home. After half an hour, Jinwoo returned home directly after his running target was complete. He didn't bother to go back to see how Anne was doing since he knew her grandmother was there to take care of her. Not to mention Jinwoo knows she isn't normal like other humans. She has power even though Anne doesn't know about it, still knows that power is gonna help her one way or another. He just hoped that her hidden power wouldn't attract any being that would ruin her normal life, since Jinwoo understood the value of that life. Meow Tilda, as soon as he entered the house he was created by the Kuroka, who was in her cat form even though for now she didn't need to be in that form, because at this moment, Arya was in her room sleeping. You looking handsome ever, Tilda. Kuroka said this in her flirting tone as she began to change from revealing her true body. Jinwoo ignored as he was already used to her behavior by now and knew, if he kept it quiet, then she gonna stop. Arya Tilda, you know no girl will like you if you have such a boring attitude, Tilda. Kuroka spoke this as she came near him with slow steps. Chapter 175, New Guest. I am already too old for that, Jinwoo said in his mind as he thought about what Kuroka said and felt that he was too old for dating. Even though he might look perfect on the surface, since he stopped aging still, that doesn't change the fact that he has been alive for many years. But he failed to realize that the supernatural side of this world is very normal for someone to have such an age, as his homeworld logic does not apply to this world. Is she sleeping? Jinwoo asked this question even though he already knew about it, but he asked this to change the subject. She seems to have a very peaceful sleep right now. Kuroka replied to him, as that's the reason she could finally get back into her original form without any worries. Her cat form is too limiting for her, as she also wants to change back into humanoid form to relax. Not to mention flirting with Jinwoo has become her new habit or more of a challenge. She felt this because she finally understood how much of a steel wall he actually was, since no matter how she tried to flirt with him, but he never gave in to temptation, which also somehow hit her self-esteem. She knows how beautiful she actually is and knows how many men look at her with dirty eyes, but unlike others, Jinwoo never looks at her like other men. Moreover, in contrast, she looks at him with that look, because beauty is something that attracts not only males but attracts females. As Jinwoo is probably the most handsome man she has ever met. Not only is his appearance his best, but he also has a gentle personality compared to other people encountered. Not only did he save her when she was at his lowest, but he also helped her locate her little sister. And with that, anyone can understand that even if he remains stoic in every situation still, he is still kind. In short, she likes him, but the problem, even if she likes him and always tries to flirt with him every time she gets a chance. But he never gives in to her temptation and acts like it is nothing, or he does not even see her as a woman, which hits her self-esteem. As you know now she is asleep, so we can do something fun meow tilde, Kuroka said in a flirtatious tone as she came to the place where Jinwoo is right now sitting, and then sat down on his lap. What do you say? Meow tilde, Kuroka asked this in a sexy tone as she slowly moved her face towards him. When Kuroka thought that she was able to succeed, but in that instant, she felt a presence making her whole tremble as she stopped her movements. What are you doing? Tiamat, who had just come, asked this in a chilling tone as soon as she saw Kuroka clinging to Jinwoo. Nothing at all. Kuroka stands up in panic after hearing Tiamat's question as she takes distance from him in fear. Since she could clearly sense killing intent from Tiamat, which makes her think that she also likes Jinwoo and releasing such dense killing intent due to jealousy. Unknowingly to her, what Kuroka is thinking right this moment isn't accurate, since even though she is right about the fact that Tiamat is upset because she was very close to Jinwoo. But the reason was different, since rather than being jealous, Tiamat was furious about the fact that such a weakling was clinging to Jinwoo. In Tiamat's mind, Jinwoo is considered a strong one, even stronger than her, and she won't tolerate someone a lot weaker than him or even herself clinging to her. She feels such a strong male deserves a strong, beautiful female. And even though Tiamat admits that Kuroka is a beautiful woman still, she is very weak compared to her, and him. As another thing that Tiamat despises about her is that Kuroka belonged to a species that she sees as an inferior race. Even though Jinwoo tells Tiamat he is a human, which she seems to see as the most inferior race, but Tiamat doesn't believe him at all. Even if Jinwoo has the appearance of a human, but she thinks it's just a lie, and thinks that no one so powerful as him would be a human. Tiamat, calm down. Jinwoo finally spoke up as he told her to cool down while he couldn't help but be confused as to why Tiamat suddenly showed such a killing intent towards Kuroka. Jinwoo knows the fact that Tiamat doesn't like Kuroka from the start because of the species she belongs, which Tiamat sees as inferior. But even with that, Tiamat really doesn't get angry or release a killing. Rather, she just looks at Kuroka with eyes filled with disgust, like she is looking at trash. But till now, she never revealed an intent to kill towards Kuroka, making him wonder about her current mood. Jinwoo did not have time to think about it, as he noticed that Arya had woken up due to the killing of the intent which Tiamat just released. Arya has high senses and is also very sensitive to killing intent due to an accident that happened in her home world. And right now, he could sense that she is coming here. Change back into a cat, Arya is coming. Jinwoo immediately said this to Kuroka, who was still in her humanoid form. Kuroka nodded her head as she immediately did what Jinwoo told her, and changed back into her cat form without wasting a moment. Arya came downstairs cautiously as she looked around to find nothing at all. She immediately woke up from sleep when she felt a killing intent. At this moment, she wasn't a coward like the time when she was on her home planet, which is the reason she immediately came to the place where she sensed the killing intent. Chapter 176, Sona Citri. Unlike the previous time, she was in her previous home world where she was a scared little girl who wasn't capable of doing anything in danger. Right now, Arya, who sensed killing intent, was ready to throw hands. She won't be hiding now, especially when there is danger around the people near her. She thinks Jinwoo and others are being attacked because she doesn't know the killing intent she just sensed is from Tiamat. And with that thinking, her red eyes like gems started to shine as she stood up and started to go downstairs. As she reached downstairs, she was stunned to see everything was all right. She even used her ability to see any possibility of being attacked, but she found none. This makes her question her senses, feeling if she is daydreaming, as she does not think about much, since she is just happy that nothing is wrong at all. Looking at Kuroka, who is in cat form, thinking how Kuroka is there when she sleeps in her arms. She went downstairs to take back Kuroka. Meanwhile, Kuroka, who was feeling Arya grazed, knew that Arya was coming for her, feeling a little helpless about this, as she knew her intentions. It's not like she disliked Arya or anything else, but rather she clung to her every time, giving Kuroka no room to move or even breathe, which was difficult. Ding dong. Suddenly, a doorbell rings, attracting all of their attention, as Jinwoo and Tiamat already know who has come to their doorstep. Devils? Tiamat inwardly said this in her mind, since she could easily tell that people at the door were devils, but she didn't know why these devils came to their doorstep. Meanwhile, Jinwoo knows they are devils, but also remembers this presence, as she could easily know the identity of the guests, or at least the identity of other guests. But he can guess who comes to their home. Tiamat went forward to open the door even though she didn't want to do it, but as a maid, she had no choice otherwise. It would be like breaking the promise she made with Graphia. "Hello, Tiamat-chan, how are you doing today? Did you miss me?" A girl with twin tails said this in a childlike tone. Look at Tiamat. Tiamat just stared at the girl in front who just spoke to her like this, and immediately recognized her. Annoying insect, Tiamat said this in her mind, as she looked at the devil, since this was her true thoughts about the devil in front of her. The person in front of her is Seraphal, who has already come before her, as in Tiamat's eyes, she is an annoying insect. Tiamat considered all inferior races as ants, but specifically Seraphal. Tiamat sees her as an annoying insect due to her unique childlike personality. Tiamat feels Arya's personality is a lot better than Seraphal's because, unlike Seraphal, Arya remains quiet and follows the commands without question. "Oh, by the way, are Jin-chan and Arya-chan inside? I want to introduce my most precious treasure." Seraphal said this with excitement and pointed her hands towards the person like she was presenting a person who was just beside her. Looking at the person who is with Seraphal, who seems to be very opposite of her, since she seems to be very quiet. "Can we come inside, Tiamat-chan?" Seraphal asked this in the same childlike tone while she tried to look inside. Tiamat did not say anything at all as she went to the side. She gave her permission to enter even though she didn't want to do this, but unfortunately, she didn't have the authority to make that decision. "Let's go, thank you, Tiamat-chan." Seraphal, seeing this, quickly grabbed the person beside her hand and said this as she quickly went inside. "Again that damn name?" Tiamat said this in her mind with anger, as she doesn't like the nickname at all, which is given by Seraphal. "Sister, wait." The person who came with Seraphal tried to speak to stop Seraphal, but unfortunately Seraphal didn't listen at all as she pulled her inside. The person who comes with her isn't able to do anything at all, because even though Seraphal might have a childish personality, but there is an undeniable fact that in the underworld, she is one of Satan, which alone states her. So even if the person who comes with her tried to break, then it is also of no use, since there is a very big difference between their strength. "Jin-chan, Arya-chan, I am back as promised." Seraphal said this with an excited tone as she waved her hand and she directly went to them. "Meet my little darling, cutest sister. She is also my greatest treasure." Seraphal said this as she gently pushed the person she brought with her, who is also Seraphal's little sister, in front of them. "Hello, my name is Sona Sitri, and I would like to apologize for my elder sister's behavior." Sona said, as she introduced herself. She also apologized to Seraphal while she slightly bowed towards them. Are they really sisters? Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this question in his mind, since even though they have similarities in appearance, as well as he could sense that both have similar energy too, but the sisters have totally opposite personalities. From what Jinwoo could guess, Seraphal has a childish personality, while her little sister has a totally serious personality. "Don't be so bored when meeting new people, Sona-chan." Seraphal said this as she looked at her little sister with pouted cheeks like she was upset with her. Jinwoo couldn't help but look at Sona and Seraphal with interest, since both sisters have unique yet opposite personalities still. It seems both have a love for each other. Arya looks at Sona without saying anything, like she is examining her, as this might be the first time she has met someone of her age or someone who looks the same size as her. Sona is a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes with glasses. Chapter 177, Sona Sitri 2. Not only Arya, but also Seraphal's little sister was checking all of them out. She was surprised to find that everything that her elder sister told her was true. Seraphal was telling her sister about interesting and unique people she met here, but honestly, she didn't believe it, because who would believe someone when someone told her that a dragon king is serving someone in the human world? This is the reason Sona did not believe her sister at all, but seeing Serafal pestering her continuously. Sona finally gave in, since if she continued to resist then surely Serafal would continue to annoy her. She and her sister finally come to the human world and directly come here, but looking at Tiamat, who seems terrifying and powerful in Sona's eyes, and somehow feels that one wrong step might get both of them killed, but seeing Serafal treating Tiamat as normally she would treat anyone. In reality, Serafal is still afraid of Tiamat, but talking to her friend Graphia, who ensures that Tiamat won't kill her or even attack her, gives Serafal the courage to treat Tiamat like this. Otherwise, she would be talking to Tiamat with politeness in order not to offend her. Sona couldn't help but fear for her sister, but luckily Tiamat didn't attack her, and Sona wasn't stupid, as she clearly could see a look in Tiamat's eye. She definitely isn't happy with Serafal, but somehow she isn't doing anything at all. And to her knowledge, dragons are extremely prideful and arrogant. So she refused to believe that Tiamat wasn't attacking her out of conscience, nor did she believe Tiamat was not taking any action because of my sister. Because even though she admits her big sister is powerful, she still knows her sister isn't powerful enough to make a dragon ignore her behavior like this. This means that this dragon is only controlled by someone whom Tiamat is working for, making her understand that what her sister is telling her is the truth. She was shocked and curious at the same time, because if all the things that Serafal said were true, then surely she would be curious about the strength of the person who made dragons subdued like this. And right now, looking at the man, who seems not to have much power, he seems to have some kind of invisible pressure, making her feel inferior in some sense. She looked at the man with a little surprise due to his appearance, but she didn't show it on her face as she came forward and introduced herself as well as apologized for her sister's behavior. Even though on the surface it seems they did not mind her sister's behavior at all, still, she didn't want to take any chances and apologize before it was too late. She also got to see Arya, and just by the looks of her makes her understand that this is the friend her big sister found for her. She looks like a suitable person for my peerage, but what a pity, Sona said this in her mind, since she could potentially be within Arya, but unfortunately, she could see that she is already a reincarnated devil. Even though Arya has her ring on which helps hide her ears, tail, and wings, Devil could still easily sense their kind, especially reincarnated devils. Arya-chan, I miss you a lot, Serafal says in an excited tone as she moves toward Arya. Meanwhile, Arya already senses Serafal's intentions as she tries to make her escape, but unfortunately, it is too late. Before she could even move, Arya was already in Serafal's arms. Serafal picked her up with ease and started to rub her face against Arya. Arya already accepted her fate, as even with her special ability, she couldn't see any escape route because Serafal's strength exceeds Arya without any doubt. Seeing this, Sona couldn't help but look at Arya with pitiful eyes, since she is also one of her big sister's victims, so she understands what Arya is going to experience now. Sometime later, Serafal is sitting on couch with Arya on her lap. Meanwhile, Sona is sitting beside her, while looking at her big sister with sharp eyes, because she is harassing Arya, and it doesn't seem she is stopping at all. Above everything, she is doing all this while sitting in front of the master of this place. Sona unconsciously started to fear Jinwoo, as she was afraid to offend him in any possible way, not only because he subdued a dragon in her eyes, but also because she felt some oppression from him, like no matter what you can't win against him. As Sona ran out of patience, she stretched her hand and pinched the arm of Serafal without any mercy at all. Pin. Ouch, Serafal spoke this as she felt Sona had pinched her. She couldn't help but look at her with puzzled eyes, but soon a mischievous smile appeared on her face. As they speak in a teasing tone, Sona-chan, are you feeling jealous of Arya-chan? Tilda. No, Sona said in a deadly serious tone, since there was no way in hell she wanted her to continue to speak in a very low tone. Can't you release her? Can't you see she is uncomfortable? She is a sensible one. Jinwoo couldn't help but say this in his mind after hearing their conversation. Even though Sona was speaking in a very soft tone, still very easy for him to hear with his ears. Hearing their conversation makes him think how polar opposite these pair of sisters are. Still, it is good to see that they have a healthy relationship as siblings. Not only this also reminds him of his own sister on his homeworld. What? I think you are mistaken. Arya-chan clearly is enjoying my company, Surfall said while she hugged Arya tighter than before like she was showing off to Sona. She won't get suffocated, right? Sona asked this question after seeing the look on Arya's face after Serafall hugged her tightly. Chapter 178, Serafall Intentions. What brings you here? Jinwoo asked this question finally after a few moments, even though it was not like she disliked her, but considering her position in the underworld, he doubted she came here without purpose. Jing-kun, don't you like my company, Tilda? Serafall asked in a pitiful tone as she looked at Jinwoo with eyes as if she was about to cry. Jinwoo just stared at her with black eyes, since he knew she was just doing some fake acting in front of him, and Jinwoo guessed that she was only doing this to tease him. Tilda no reaction. You are really no fun, Jing-kun, Serafall replied with a childish tone as she puffed her cheeks after a few moments of silence, since she realized that her fake act didn't work on him. This made her self-esteem hurt, since this was their second meeting, and he was still able to know her intentions. She could understand this if he was someone she had known for a long time like her little sister and Grafia, who could easily see through her, but Jinwoo was able to do this so quickly. After some moments, she opened her mouth as she spoke again. It's no wonder how you and Grafia-chan get along so well, Tilda. She said this as she could see similarities between them and somewhat understood why Grafia decided to follow him. As you guessed it, I came here in the human world for a purpose, Jing-kun Tilda. Serafall said this as she decided to tell the truth. I want to find potential candidates for my cutest little sister Tilda, she said in a tone filled with love, as this was her true purpose, because it had been such a long time since her little sister asked something. And not to mention, I can also use this chance to have a date with her. She continued to speak this as she had a big smile on her face. Meanwhile, her little sister, who was watching all of this, couldn't help but facepalm herself, rethinking the decision to seek her sister's help. It's not like she disliked her sister or anything. It is just she finds her behavior embarrassing, especially considering the important position her sister holds in the underworld. She wouldn't be embarrassed if her big sister took her position seriously and acted according to the power she holds. Honestly, I would love to take this little cutie, but sadly Grafia-chan has already taken her Tilda, Serafall said, as she released a sad sigh thinking how great it would be to add Arya into her little sister's peerage. Not only will her little sister have a potential candidate in her peerage, but she will also have another cutie to play. But sadly, she knows that Arya is already known as the reincarnated devil, and she is in Grafia's peerage. Knows Grafia won't give Arya to her no matter what. Serafall couldn't help but be curious why suddenly Grafia decided to make her own peerage, because Serafall clearly remembered that in the past, Grafia never had any desire to make her own peerage. She and Grafia had been long-time friends way before she disappeared, and clearly remembered that Grafia never really wanna create her own peerage. She really changed a lot. Serafall inwardly said this in her mind, since she felt that appearance wasn't the only thing that had changed after Grafia came back. Jing-kun, do you know any potential candidates for my sweet darling Tilda? She asked this question was asked to Jinwoo since she thought that he might be able to hear some surprise. She asked him because he has tamed a dragon, and other than Arya, there is also one more potential candidate in this house. No, Jinwoo replied with a straight face, as he refused even though he indeed knew what she was asking, but he immediately refused without hesitation at all, or at least for now. Kuroka is a criminal in the underworld right this moment, and sending her back into the underworld is like sending her to her death. Not to mention that it seems Kuroka herself didn't want to go since Jinwoo, one of the shadow soldiers, is inside Kuroka's shadow, and due to that he could talk with her in mind with telepathy. And Kuroka immediately refused to become another's pawn. Jinwoo thinks that it is natural considering her experience in peerage, where she not only became an experimental subject, but also a criminal as well as got separated from her little sister. So it is not a surprise that she does not want to enter any peerage and go back into the underworld where only death awaits her. At least she can't go there until her name has been cleared, which could take some time. There is also that human girl he meets in the morning, but she seems to be doing well, and he does not want her to become entangled with the supernatural. Come on, don't be like this, Jingkun Tilda, Seraphal replied in her childish tone since she wasn't satisfied with his response at all. Looking at Jinwoo's stoic face, she couldn't guess what he was thinking and if her acting was affecting him or not. She naturally didn't come here to get help from Jinwoo, rather she just wanted to come here to let her little sister meet Arya, as well as she also wanted to meet her again. Also wanted to meet Jinwoo and other people here. Seraphal thinks this place is much more interesting than her boring office in the underworld. She thinks of them as interesting people who won't let her be bored. I can't help you, Jinwoo said, as he made it clear that he wouldn't help her at all no matter how many times she asked him. Pin. Sona has had enough of her sister's behavior, which is doing nothing but embarrassing them, as she pinches her waist without holding back at all. Seraphal flinched as she looked at the person who did this, but before she could make any comment, she saw the cold eyes of her little sister and immediately knew that her little sister was very mad at that moment. Chapter 179, Seraphal Intentions 2. Seraphal knows mostly about her little sister, and she knows that by the looks in her eyes, her little sister is furious. It's okay, Jingkun Tilda, Seraphal replied with haste, as she did not want her little sister to hate her at all. Phew, Tilda. Sona released a sigh of relief as she saw her sister calm down finally, and then she also sat down while observing everyone's reaction. Jingkun Tilda, can I ask another question? Seraphal asked. This question was asked while observing her little sister. Meanwhile, as Sona heard, her eyes became sharp when looking at her big sister. Can you tell if you know about any stray devils, Tilda? Seraphal asked this question since she kept receiving reports about stray devils in her area. Even though she mostly slacks off at her job, this time she can't do that, since if this keeps up then it will bring harm to her territory. So this is something which she can't avoid. But the problem was that finding them will be a pain in the ass, as she went to her best friend for any solution, since she is more knowledgeable than her. Grafia only said to ask this question to her master, which is another reason Seraphal came here for. Grafia said this since she thinks Jinwoo is the best person Seraphal could ask this of, because to Jinwoo, this is an extremely easy thing to do. All right, Jinwoo replied, as he had no problem with solving this problem since he couldn't provide a map, but he could provide her with a way. With his command, a shadow soldier rose from his shadow, making both Sona as well as her big sister completely stunned, because they had never seen something like this before. Gulp! Sona couldn't help but swallow her own saliva, feeling unmeasurable oppression from the shadow before her. So cool! Seraphal said this out loud while in an excited tone, her eyes shining like stars since this was something she had seen for the first time in real life. It's similar to the magical girl Milky villain. Seraphal said this in her mind since she had only seen this in her favorite show. Seraphal is really a very big fan of the magical girl Milky, to the point where she even cosplays as a magical girl in the human world. Seeing something that she could only see on television, she couldn't help but gently put Arya, who was on her lap, to her side, and quickly stood up as she went at an extremely fast speed near the shadow soldier. She touches the shadow soldier all over just to verify what she sees is real, as she finds it real, not some illusion. After confirming that it was real, she couldn't hold her curiosity any longer as she quickly moved towards Jinwoo, as she moved her head forward, and stopped just a few inches away from his face. Jingkun Tilda, what is this? Is this your ability? Can you bring more of these? What can this thing do? She spoke as she bombarded him with continuous questions. She asked too many questions, and Jinwoo got confused about which one to answer first since she did not give him any time to reply. Big sister. Sona said this as she called out her big sister and ran to her since she was embarrassed seeing her sister behaving like this. She pulled her from Jinwoo as she said, "Sister, you are embarrassing us by troubling him like this. Can you please act more serious?" Seraphal woke up from her excitement as she realized that she had troubled him with her behavior, and she got away from him. Jingkun Tilda, sorry, I got too excited. Seraphal said this as she apologized to Jinwoo for her behavior, but nor one in the room felt that apology was an apology since her tone was childish. So this thing will help us find stray devils? Tilda. Seraphal asked this to change the subject, as she pointed at the shadow soldier in front of her. Yes, he will show you the way, Jinwoo replied as he commanded his shadow, and then the shadow went into Seraphal's shadow. Jinwoo is not worried about revealing shadow soldiers to them because, unlike normal humans, they are devils and know about supernatural powers, which is the reason it's not an issue to use his shadow soldiers. Moreover, this person is a trusted friend of Graphia, which is the reason he also trusted her despite her childish behavior, and not to mention that because of her they got this house, since this is her territory. So cool, Seraphal out loud said this in her mind with excitement, since this was the first time she had seen something this cool. She controlled her excitement, since she felt it was gonna make her little sister mad if she did that again. What else can this thing do, Tilda? Seraphal asked this with curiosity, as she thought it would be fine to ask this way. Sister, please keep quiet, Sona said in a dead serious tone, as she was already very tired of the reckless behavior of her big sister. Sona couldn't help but wonder how her big sister's brain worked, since she could clearly tell that the thing which Jinwoo summoned was extremely dangerous, and yet her big sister acted without caution. Moreover, Sona thinks that if the thing Jinwoo summoned is this powerful, then how much more powerful Jinwoo will be. Seraphal isn't afraid of him for the same reason Jinwoo trusts her, since Graphia is her true friend, whom she has known for a long time, and if Graphia chooses a person as her master, then Seraphal believes that surely that person will be good. Graphia even tells her about Jinwoo, but she never tells her about how powerful he is or what abilities he holds. But one thing Graphia is sure to tell her is to never make Jinwoo her enemy at all costs, in a very serious tone. This was enough signal to make Seraphal realize that man before her is terrifying and stronger still. It only makes her more curious about Jinwoo's origin. Chapter 180, Seraphal Intentions 3. She is not eager to test the Graphia words, since she does not have much interest in fighting. Not to mention, she trusted Graphia, and it is not to mention, she already experienced that Graphia has become, and if she says Jinwoo is a lot stronger than her, then Seraphal thinks it wiser to not challenge him. Still, she has no idea where this man appeared out of nowhere, since if someone like him existed in the past, then he would already be famous. Especially considering his appearance, he would already be famous somewhere, but until recently, she had never heard anything about him. So many abnormal things she found out about Jinwoo that it makes Seraphal believe that Jinwoo popped out from some other planet, since that's the only explanation she could find that makes sense. She even tried to gather information about him, but no matter what she found nothing at all like he spawned in this world out of nowhere. Shall we go now? Sona asked this question in a serious tone, making Seraphal wake up from her thoughts. Sona already had enough of her elder sister's embarrassing behavior, and now she want to leave here. Of course, dear Tilda, Seraphal replied to her question, as she also wanted a clear headache, and then enjoyed her free time. After they bid farewell, and went to their next destination, which was to be led by Jinwoo, a shadow soldier, but before leaving Seraphal told Arya that she would be back soon to play with her, making Arya tremble since she didn't like her. After they finally left, Arya, who was right, was in a mess due to Seraphal earlier, and she was already so tired that she did not even bother to take Kuroka with her back to her room. Few Tilda for Satan, she sure has a unique character. Kuroka released a sigh of relief as she said this, since no matter her whole body tensed up after meeting a powerful devil. After Arya was gone, Kuroka had no reason to be in her cat form as she returned back to humanoid form, while she couldn't help but think about Seraphal and her little sister. Even though Seraphal might look harmless on the surface, but Kuroka clearly feels Seraphal's power and knows her powers enough to kill her without any problem. Still, she couldn't help but feel how weird it was to see Satan behave like this, but anyway, she was happy that they were gone. The first time she saw Seraphal's sister and Kuroka, couldn't help but think how polar opposite their personalities are. But at least Kuroka is happy that Jinwoo didn't sell her out, since she could clearly understand behind Seraphal's words when she said that she was looking for potential candidates, since she understood that she was referring to her. She immediately refuses, since there is no way she is leaving this place to become someone's pawn again. Even though Kuroka is still scared of Tiamat, she knows that she is safe here, and not only that, his people are also helping her. Not only does Jinwoo save her, who was in the blink of death, but he also helps her to clear her name in the underworld, as well as tries to let her meet her little sister. And lastly, she doesn't want to go, because if she goes then, she can't see such a handsome man every day who isn't arrogant. Jinwoo nodded his head after hearing what Kuroka said, as he agreed with Kuroka. Since someone like Serafal was in such a serious position, she was quite carefree, but at least Jinwoo could say she wasn't a bad person at all, which was good. Since he gave all the locations of stray devils and fallen angels who are doing illegal stuff, are there any other fallen angels and stray devils who Arya could use as practice dummies? But Jinwoo thinks it is gonna be fine, since he could just find more stray devils and fallen angels outside of Serafal territory without any problem. Jinwoo sat down and started to concentrate on the shadow soldier, who was inside the Serafal shadow, as he wanted to see how it was going. Meanwhile, at the same time, in one of the houses in the neighborhood. You really can't find anything about him? Anne asked this question on the phone in a very disappointed tone, since she couldn't find anything at all about him. No, the person who was on the other side of the phone replied to Anne as a subordinate to the superior, as the person who the phone seemed to be scared of Anne's disappointment. Sigh. Anne released a tired sigh as she calmed herself down, since she knew it wouldn't do anything as she spoke again on the phone. Keep looking for any clues. Anne immediately cut off the phone, without waiting for the person on the other end of the phone to respond. Where in the world did he come out of nowhere? Anne asked this question in her mind, since she couldn't find any clues about Jinwoo's background at all, like he spawned out of nowhere, making Anne confused. Even though Graphia's mother has provided them with an identity, still, it's only useful for normal people. But someone like Anne, who has very strong connections, knows all the data is fake, making her curious about Jinwoo. Normally, she wouldn't be curious about a man, but she just found Jinwoo different compared to other men. Not only because he is more handsome than her on any other date, but rather because her ability didn't work on him. Also, that pitch-black darkness, Anne said this in her mind, as she remembered how she saw a darkness, which was also staring back at her. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any clue about his real background. It was like she spawned out of nowhere. All she knew was that Jinwoo was foreign. Not being able to find any clues about him makes her worry, because she doesn't know if Jinwoo has any evil intentions or not, especially when her ability isn't working on him. Chapter 181, Weapon Training. The thing that worries her the most about Jinwoo is whether he is a good person or bad, because her ability is ineffective against Jinwoo, making it hard for Anne to guess what kind of person he is. She first awakened her ability after her parents died, when she was able to see how the true faces of people around her made the change in her attitude towards those people. Most people thought that Anne's change in personality was because of her parents' sudden death, but unknowingly to everyone it was because she could see their true personality. Her ability is also a main factor in how she made it till now and became so successful in her life, since only due to her ability she knows who to trust and who to be cautious with. But since her ability doesn't work on Jinwoo, she needed to resort to an old-fashioned way of understanding a person by checking her background. Unfortunately, even though she has many strong connections, she still can't find any clue regarding his background, making her frustrated. At first, she didn't think it would be this difficult, because she thought it would be hard to find someone as good-looking as him, since good-looking people always attract attention. But she was very wrong. It could only mean that Jinwoo has stronger connections than hers which are hiding his past, or he just came out of nowhere here. To Anne, the first option is way more realistic than the second option, which is the reason she couldn't help but worry about what kind of person Jinwoo is. I need to collect more clues. She said this in her mind, since that was the only way she could help her find out about Jinwoo, but it wasn't an easy task. Especially when he isn't like other guys she meets in her life. Unlike others who always try to please her, Jinwoo is a cold type who doesn't even talk to her. giving her a headache about how she could engage in conversation with him to know more about him. "My stupid granddaughter came here." An old lady's voice comes from downstairs, waking Anne from her thoughts. "Coming," Anne replied as she stopped thinking about Jinwoo and started to guess why her grandmother was calling her when she had already given her lecture. At night, "It should be the last one," Seraphal said as she looked down on the corpse of stray devils and she cleaned off the blood from the clothes, while she looked at the shadow soldier to confirm whether what she was thinking was right or not. It took the whole day to clear all the stray devils in her territory. Normally, it wouldn't take so long, but she also found some potential candidates for her little sister's peerage. "Can we go home now?" Her little sister asked Seraphal since it was already very late, and now she just wanna go back, then perform the ritual to make those potential candidates officially enter her peerage. Even though today, she experienced many embarrassing moments because of her elder sister. "Of course, my little darling Tilda. By the way, we need to return this," Sona said, as she thought it was better to return the shadow since she thought it was their responsibility after taking it. "We need to return it, Tilda?" "No way," Seraphal replied to her little sister as she looked towards her, since Seraphal don't wanna return such a cool thing. "Also, I don't think that thing also leaves me, right, Tilda?" Seraphal said this with a smile on her face as she turned back to the shad. Her smile immediately faded away as soon as she saw that there wasn't any shadow soldier now, making her instantly depressed. Sona was a little surprised to see how the shadow soldier suddenly disappeared, but soon she realized that he must have gone back after his task was completed. Since she believes that Jinwoo is a powerful person, then he must have abilities like this. And she thinks it's a good thing because she doesn't think it is appropriate to go at this time in their home. "We should go back now," Sona said to her big sister, who was depressed after finding that the shadow soldier had disappeared. "Sigh." Seraphal nodded as she released a depressing sigh, while she thought that whenever she came back to the human world, she gonna ask Jinwoo about this. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen since she has already been avoiding her duties for a while, which is the reason it is very unlikely she will get free time for herself soon. With that, both the candidates for Sona's peerage go back into the underworld without wasting another minute. The next day, in the mornings, as usual, Jinwoo with Arya came early in the morning for exercises since other than honing her skills in fighting, she still needed to maintain her body at its peak. "What weapon would you like to pick up?" Jinwoo asked this as they were doing exercises since he felt this time was good for her to practice with a weapon rather than barehanded. If possible, he really wants her to live like a normal girl, but unfortunately, he doesn't think this world will allow that. It would be possible if she were a normal human girl, but unfortunately, she isn't. She is a reincarnated devil who will catch the eye of other supernatural races. He just wanted to make sure she could protect herself whenever she was in danger, rather than relying on others. Hearing Jinwoo's question, Arya went silent, but not because she was thinking, rather it was because she was confused since she used to live on a peaceful home planet. So she had no idea about weapons, as the only thing she could do was stare at him with a confused face. "I see, you will understand when we get back," Jinwoo said, as he understood what she was confused about and decided to show weapons which would help her to understand what he meant. Chapter 182, Fia Returns. "So this is Arya," Anne inwardly said as she looked at Arya, and couldn't help but find something about this kid weird. Right now, she is again in the park with her grandmother, because she wants to find out about Jinwoo more. Her grandmother was shocked when her lazy granddaughter got up early today without her lecture. She believed that she was wrong about the fact that her granddaughter wasn't captivated by Jinwoo's looks. She wasn't surprised that much since she also thinks no one is immune to beauty, and moreover, Jinwoo doesn't only have an excellent appearance, but also a good personality. If there is any girl who don't like Jinwoo, then the old lady surely thinks they don't like men at all, but she is pleasant to know her granddaughter is like that. "She looks weird for a kid," Anne inwardly said, as she looked at Arya. Even though she knew about Arya from her grandmother still, she couldn't help but find her weird. She admits that Arya is cute, but somehow she is very emotionless, which is kind of weird. And not only that, as she can do all the outrageous exercises that Jinwoo do like it's light work. Making Anne think that she is the one with weak strength because Arya is younger than her. She is doing all these like it is her everyday work, making Anne question her own body. "Hello, Arya. I heard a lot about you from my grandmother," Anne said as she offered her hand for greetings while she used her ability on her. But to her surprise, she finds it gray color, meaning Arya doesn't care about her, even a little more, like her existence doesn't matter to her at all. Normally, when she meets children, she can detect emotions like curiosity, joy, awe, or similar emotions, but right now can say for certain that Arya does not care about her existence at all. After Arya shook her hand, she immediately went back to the exercises she was previously doing. Anne couldn't help but feel a little frustrated after being treated like air by a child, but she can't do anything to a kid since she was not that lowly. "My dear Tilda, can I trouble you to take my granddaughter for jogging?" The old woman said this as she wanted them to be alone. "Since she is very lazy, I can't trust her to do exercises, which is why I want someone as fit as you to take care of her," old lady said in a helpless tone, like she felt tired of her granddaughter's behavior. "You see, I am old now and can't keep up with youngsters, otherwise I would have done it myself, so I would like to let my granddaughter in your capable hands, Tilda," she said in a weak tone to make this more believable. "Not worry, wait here with my dear Arya, darling Tilda," the old lady said as she quickly moved towards Arya without waiting for Jinwoo's reply. "All right," Jinwoo replied as he understood the character of the old lady and understood that she wouldn't leave him unless he listened to her. "Try to keep up," Jinwoo said to Anne as he started jogging, thinking she would follow him as she did. Anne tried to jog following Jinwoo. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but think about ways she could strike up a conversation with him. Starting a conversation has never really been her strong point, especially when she is completely unaware of the other person's character. "I hope you won't take my grandmother's words to heart. She didn't mean any harm." Anne speaks this to strike up a conversation, as she also wants to know what he thinks about her grandmother. She thinks he will be annoyed by her persistent grandmother, who always tries to bother him with her requests. "I don't mind her," Jinwoo replied to her question, as he didn't mind her grandmother at all since he knew she didn't have any ill will towards them. "Thank you, by the way, you seem to look like you come from another country." Anne said this as Jinwoo didn't like native Japanese residents. "Korean," he replied to her question, without looking since he couldn't say that he came from another world, but he didn't lie because he was still Korean back in his homeworld. "I see, why did you come here?" She asked this question with some hesitation because she didn't know whether the question she was asking was too personal or not. Jinwoo didn't reply as he sped up his pace since he couldn't answer her question, nor did he want to, since that answer should remain secret, especially from normal people. Seeing him giving him no answer, she immediately answered that she had stepped on a landmine since he not only answered her, but sped up her pace, leaving her because he knew she couldn't keep up with him. After an hour, Jinwoo and Arya went back as they completed their exercises, while the old lady and Ian looked at their backs. "So how did it go?" The old lady asked this question with expectations in her eyes as she wondered to know if she had made some progress. "What do you mean?" Anne asked about this confusion as she couldn't understand what her grandmother was asking since she was too focused on thinking about her future approach towards him. "I meant, how is the progression between you and him, my stupid granddaughter?" The old lady asked this in a simple way to let her granddaughter understand what she meant. "It was good, we talked today." Anne replied to her grandmother's question with nervousness since she knew if she didn't give her grandmother a satisfactory answer, then like the previous time, she gonna get a lecture which she wanna avoid. "Good," her grandmother said in a happy tone, while feeling satisfied since she thought there was at least some progression between them. "Phew, Tilda." Anne released a sigh of relief, seeing that her grandmother wasn't angry at all, and they also started to walk towards their own home. Chapter 183, Fia returned too. A few days later. "Is there something?" Tiamat asked this question in her usual cold tone with curiosity while she looked at Jinwoo, since she could somehow tell that Jinwoo had been waiting for some time. He is standing while his eyes are staring at one place in the whole room, like he is waiting for something to happen. But soon realized herself what was happening as her eyes became sharp when she looked at the place. Magic fluctuations. She inwardly said this as soon as she also felt this towards that same place where Jinwoo was staring, as she immediately understood there was something coming. Soon, a magic circle appeared on the floor as it shone brightly, and a person appeared from that light. "Oh my Tilda Jingkun, you look as handsome as when I last saw you, Tilda." Someone said, in a very familiar voice that Jinwoo or Arya could easily able to recognize as hers. The person who comes out of that light is none other than Fia, the mother of Grey Fia, but she comes alone. "It's not been that long since we last met," Jinwoo couldn't help but say in his mind after hearing what Fia just said. Tiamat, who saw this woman, immediately able to tell that this woman was related to Grey Fia, since she had forgotten someone like Grey Fia, and due to her, Tiamat is now a servant. "How are you doing?" Jinwoo asked this in his plain tone, like he wasn't even a little bit surprised about her sudden arrival. Jinwoo already know about her arrival, due to the fact that he already has a shadow soldier in the underworld, as he already saw that Fia is coming here. "I was just feeling lonely back home, so I decided to meet my little sweetie Tilda." Fia replied to Jinwoo's question as she looked around and finally looked at Tiamat with wide-open eyes. "By the way, it seems you've got another beauty by your side, Tilda, my Grey Fia gonna be heartbroken, Tilda," she said in a teasing tone, while acting like she was heartbroken seeing this. Even though Fia said this, but she already knows about Tiamat, since Grey Fia told Fia that she already assigned someone to take care of Jinwoo in her absence. But Fia didn't know who that person assigned by Grey Fia till now, and seeing Tiamat in person makes her surprised. Not because of her appearance, but rather how terrifying she is. Fia has met many terrifying beings in past, and without a doubt, she could say this is the most terrifying person she has ever met. But due to her past encounters, she already knows how to keep her composure, even in the face of someone as powerful as Tiamat. "Her name is Tiamat." Jinwoo said this as he already knew that Fia was aware of Tiamat's existence here, but still, she did not know her name or what kind of existence Tiamat was. "Tiamat?" She inwardly said the name that Jinwoo just said because she might not be strong, that doesn't mean she is not knowledgeable. And someone as old as she knows about a famous figure like Tiamat for sure, but Fia wondered how the hell her daughter managed to get her to do this. Fia naturally don't know about the fight that happened between Jinwoo and Tiamat, so she naturally assumes that Grey Fia is the one who convinced her to do this, which is true. Even though Fia's thinking might be right, Tiamat's reason for agreeing was Jinwoo, otherwise she would never have agreed to this. "Tiamat-chan is really beautiful, no less than my daughter's Tilda," she said as she looked at Tiamat like she was scanning her up and down. Again this nickname. Tiamat inwardly said this in anger as veins popped out on her head, as she was already tired of Seraphal calling her, and now this person who is related to Grey Fia was also calling her with such a name. Luckily, after dealing with someone like Seraphal's behavior, she didn't have a much harder time controlling her anger. "Where is my sweet baby Tilda?" Fia next asked this as she wanna meet Arya too, since she found Arya adorable. "Upstairs," he said, as he pointed at the room that belonged to Arya. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but be a little impressed by how she could act friendly with Tiamat on their first time meeting. He clearly remembered how Seraphal got scared by Tiamat at their first meeting, and even though she is Satan in the underworld, still got so scared to the point that she couldn't open her mouth. Meanwhile, someone as weak as Fia could act normal with Tiamat, even though she is meeting her for the first time, is something that he finds impressive. "Oh Tilda, I'm gonna surprise her," Fia said, after hearing what Jinwoo said with a mischievous tone as she directly started to move towards the room. In Arya's room. "Surprise, my sweetheart Tilda." Fia said this in a loud tone as she burst into her without any invitation. Arya, who at this time seems to be training her power, got froze as soon as she heard this, since she very well knows whose voice this belongs to. Before Arya could even turn back, Fia already came near and grabbed her from behind as she sat on the bed with Arya on her lap. "Did you miss me, Tilda?" She asked this question as she rubbed her head, while Arya simply gave up in her arms due to her past experience, which is the reason Arya thinks it is useless to resist against her. "Tilda," She couldn't help but be surprised to feel muscles on her body, as previously Arya was like a soft doll. However, due to continuous training, she has done with Jinwoo makes her body hard compared to in past, even though Arya is good with it. Rather, she feels happy about it, because she knows how strong she has become. Unfortunately, it can't be said for Fia since she loves to play with soft Arya, but she can't do that anymore. Chapter 184, Fia Return 3. It is not like she doesn't like Arya right now, as Fia still considers Arya as her little baby, but the only regret is that now she can't use Arya as some soft pillow. Did you miss me, sweetie Tilda? Fia asked this question again after getting no reply, but this time also Arya was also quiet like before. Arya clearly heard her question, but she didn't want to reply since she knew whatever her reply would be, she was going to get squeezed by Fia. You're still as quiet as before, sweetheart Tilda. Fia speaks this as she realizes that Arya is not gonna talk like the time when Arya was in her home back in the underworld. Fia was glad that Arya still was not struggling in her arms, but unlike before when she was just a soft little girl, since now she had grown as well as Fia could also tell that Arya had become stronger. So Fia knows that if Arya wants then, she could easily escape from Fia's arms, but fortunately for Fia, Arya seems to have no intentions of doing that, which is great for Fia, and Fia has a solution to make Arya happy. Sweetie, do you want this? Fia said as she took out the chocolate from her pocket, which she had made herself. Arya's eyes sparkled as soon as she saw what Fia had, and Arya quickly took the chocolate from her hands and started to eat it without any weight. Fia couldn't help but smile at this, as she saw Arya had only changed in appearance, not in her habits at all. 20 minutes later, Fia brought Arya out of her room and brought her downstairs in her arms, as she had more matters to tell him. She came today not only to meet Arya, but also to tell Jinwoo about something too, since it is probably gonna change their daily life. Admission to Kyo Academy will be starting soon, Tilda, Fia said as she looked to Jinwoo, since it means two things. First, Arya will be going to the academy too, and Sona will be coming here to live with them. To be honest, Jinwoo, Tiamat as well as Kuroka have no problem. Unlike her elder sister, they found Sona quieter and sensible, which is why even Tiamat is also okay with Sona. Even though I already prepared everything in advance, but you need to go there in person with her. Fia said this as unlike in the underworld, she has influence in the human world because unlike in the underworld, where strength determines the person's position, human society doesn't really follow that rule. As in human society, as long as someone is smart and has a good appearance, it is easy to gain influence. It's obvious that Fia has an outstanding appearance, especially compared to humans as well. And she also possesses a smart brain, which is the reason she is still alive and well despite being a weak devil. Which is why you need to go with her for admission, since you are right now considered as her guardian, Tilda. Fia said this even though Grafia is also considered Arya's guardian. But in the documents Fia prepared for Arya, Jinwoo is her only family in this world, which is the reason he is the only person who should go with Arya for that school admission. Well, it is not a new thing with Jinwoo, since even in her homeworld, he is responsible for her little sister's school meetings, fees, and other activities which require a guardian because his mom was in eternal sleep and father was missing. So basically, he was the man of the house who needed to look after his family, which included his mom and sister. Because of that, he did not feel any burden by this. Also, I want to know if there is anything you are having difficulty living here, Tilda. Fia asked this question because of his and Grafia's relationship, which is the reason Fia now considers Jinwoo as her real family. Sigh. Fia couldn't help but release a tired sigh, because even though Grafia has eyes on Jinwoo, but he seems not to see her as a love interest, rather a good friend, which is really troublesome. Even though Fia is not someone with strength, but she is very perfect at reading people, and from what she can see, unlike her daughter, he doesn't have any ulterior motives. Not only that, as her daughter isn't playing any tricks on him, he could see her as love, but her stupid daughter, instead of being with him, is in the underworld working. Fia really feels touched by things Grafia is doing in the underworld for both of them, but as a mother she also wants Grafia to get her happiness too. FIA thinks that Grafia should first get her happiness, then she can take care of her home, because to her understanding Jinwoo don't have a family or home. So he and Arya could basically live with them, and then Grafia could do whatever she wanted for the family. But it seems Grafia feels too guilty for them, as she is willing to leave her master, until she redeems herself. "No, I am really happy with this place," Jinwoo replied with a small smile on his face, since he likes this place. Even though it might not be as good as his home back in his home world, but is not bad at all. In fact, he liked it. "I am glad to hear it, Tilda," Fia replied as she heard Jinwoo's words, even though she didn't know who he was or what he was, but she knew one thing for sure, that he liked humans and wanted to live among them. "How is Grafia?" He asked this question because even though he talked to her from time to time, he still did not see her face to face. Considering how much she likes to overwork herself, he is a little worried about how much work she must be doing without rest. Chapter 185, Fia returned 4. "Oh, Tilda, you are worried for her, Tilda." Fia asked this in a teasing tone, but unfortunately for her, he did not show her any interesting emotion. She was disappointed. "You can say that," Jinwoo replied in this plain tone, as it would be a lie if he told her that he isn't worried about Grafia at all. Even though Jinwoo has shadows in the underworld, he doesn't want to pry into other people's privacy, especially people he is close to. Even though she seems overworked herself now, but she is a lot better than in the past, Tilda, Fia replied as she remembered how Grafia in the past trained and worked until her whole body collapsed. But now it seems better, as Grafia doesn't need strength right now, because she not only becomes very powerful, but also has an extremely powerful master. So Grafia doesn't want strength now, as right now, she is just gathering information about what happened during the time when she was gone, as well as making things right for her family. "I see," Jinwoo said, as he didn't know if he should feel relieved that she was working less compared to the past or feel worried, because even today she is overworking herself. "By the way, you should visit the underworld once in a while. Tilda Lily misses someone you know, Tilda." Fia said this as she remembered her youngest daughter, even though Lily did not say anything like that. But Fia is her mother, and she understands her daughter better than anyone else in the world, and knows Lily misses him. Due to that, Fia even invited Lily to come with her into the human world, but unfortunately, Lily is completely shut in, which is the reason she didn't come with her mother. So Fia could only hope that Jinwoo would go into the underworld once in a while to meet, since Fia thought right now it was nearly impossible to let Lily come here. "I will," Jinwoo replied as he agreed to her request, since he also didn't dislike that girl's company. Hearing Fia's words, he just knows that Lily just wanna play games with him to compete and get revenge, because Lily's competitive spirit is not less than his own real sister. Not only that, but by going into the underworld, he could also check up on Grafia face to face, instead of being on the phone. "That would be perfect," Fia replied in a happy tone as she decided to bring up another topic. "I am hearing reports about the disappearance of stray devils and fallen angels, Tilda, so I presume it is your doing, Tilda." Fia said this as she has some reliable people working under her. And it seems, according to their reports, stray devils and fallen angels are disappearing. Fia guessed that it was Jinwoo's doing, because even though she couldn't tell how strong Jinwoo was, due to the fact she couldn't sense anything from him. Due to Fia's experience, she developed an ability a long time ago, which is that she could tell a person how much a person is stronger. And even though Fia can't sense anything from him, still looking at his eyes, she could say that he is very powerful. Not to mention that there is no way her daughter Grafia would acknowledge someone as weak as her master. As well as there are other signs like Tiamat. From the moment she comes here, she seems to look at her like she is looking at the ant. Meanwhile, she looks at him with respect, considering the nature of the dragons. Fia knows that dragons only give respect to the strong. At first, Fia thought that it was her eldest daughter who was pulling strings, but it seems there is much more to this. Lastly, another evidence is that fallen angels and stray devils are almost zero here, even though she knows that Seraphal came recently to hunt them. But even before Seraphal's visit, the stray devils and fallen angels kept decreasing here, as the conclusion that comes to Fia's mind is that he is taking action. No, it was Grayfia's friend. Jinwoo replied as denying her idea even though he might have killed some of them, but he never killed them all, rather it was Serafal who killed all of them. He just showed her the way. Oh really? I am glad to hear she takes her duties seriously once in a while. Fia replied to Jinwoo even though she already knew about it. But the first time she heard about Serafal's actions, Fia was surprised because she had known Serafal for a long time and clearly understands Serafal's personality, which is why Fia is first surprised to know that Serafal is doing her duties to Fia. Serafal is someone who ditches her duties as Satan. 30 minutes later. I should be going now, Fia said, as it had already been 30 minutes since she was talking and playing with Arya. You see, Tilda, I have a lot of businesses here and once in a while, I need to check on my employees, Tilda, Fia said, as she didn't come only to meet them, but also needed to check her companies. Since that's where her wealth comes from, and since it would take time, she decided to do it now and return on time. Wanna come with me to check out? Fia said this to Jinwoo since she didn't mind tagging him along because it was just gonna benefit her in a way. Considering Jinwoo's appearance, when she shows up in her company, it is gonna boost all the female employees' spirits. As for male employees, Fia herself is enough to boost their spirits, and if she is lucky then surely she could get help from him in her company, which is gonna benefit her. Sweetie Tilda, you can wait here for me, Tilda, Fia said as she looked towards Arya in her arms since she thinks Arya should stay at home. Chapter 186, Fia's Company. An expensive black car stops in front of a tall and magnificent building. The car doors open, and two people get out of the car. Two people look incredibly good, attracting the attention of nearby people, and they are none other than Fia and Jinwoo. Is this your company? Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this question after seeing such a magnificent company in front of him. He was a little surprised because he didn't see such a tall building even back in his home world. For sure he might have seen many bigger structures than this building. Still, this is completely different because considering the fact that its entire building belongs to Fia, then surely she must be a very important person as well as rich. He knows Yu Jinho in his home world, and even though he is from a wealthy background, but Jinwoo would say that he still doesn't have such a huge building. Fufu, it is just one of my company, Fia replied with a mischievous smile on her face as she was satisfied with his reaction. After all, her power does not lie in brute strength, rather it lies in brain power, which is the reason she is so successful in the human world. It wasn't wrong to say that if it wasn't for her poor talent in strength, then she would be easily a million genius in the underworld. She has many more like this. Jinwoo inwardly said this in his mind as he heard what Fia had said, since if it was true, then surely she must be very successful as well as more wealthy than the Yu Jinho family. Right now everyone in public is staring at them, even though they both look like normal humans, because Fia don't have her wings and tail visible. Still, her beauty is alone enough to make her stand out in any place, especially in the human world. Her beauty makes all celebrities pale in comparison. This is not only her, but also Jinwoo, who is more handsome than any celebrity here, even though he wanted to come here peacefully. But Fia refused, saying it would be a waste of his looks, as he brought him here in casual clothes. Jinwoo never really liked the attention, and it was the same in his homeworld, as well as it is the same in the same world, but considering she is the one who gave him many things for free, he agreed. As soon as they entered the building under the watchful eyes of the public, there was a woman in a suit wearing glasses. Good morning, ma'am. That woman, as soon as she saw Fia and Jinwoo, quickly bowed towards them, or more especially towards Fia. He is an important guest of mine, make sure to treat him well, Fia said in a completely different tone than her usual tone, which Jinwoo was totally unaware of. Not only her tone, but also her body language as well as her aura somehow became serious, which is completely different from her usual self. Maybe it's because she needs to maintain a strict image of herself in her company. Jinwoo inwardly said this as he thought that no one in her company would take her seriously if she acted like when she was at home. Of course, ma'am, woman in the suit replied to Fia in a very respectful tone as she looked at Jinwoo with some surprise on her face. Even though the woman in the suit thinks that she hides it very well, but unfortunately, she can't hide from Jinwoo, who is keen on sensing the emotions of others. "This way, please," woman in the suit said as she regained her composure in no time at all, making him think that she was really professional at her job. With that, Jinwoo and Fia moved forward in the way that which woman in the suit showed, and they soon reached an elevator. The woman in the suit didn't enter the elevator with them. Instead, she from outside pressed a button, leaving both of them inside. Are you surprised?" Fia asked this while looking at him with a mischievous smile on her face. Right now, Fia's tone is like when she talks in her home, or with people she considers friends and family. "Little bit," Jinwoo replied to Fia as he was indeed surprised by her. He never thought how effortlessly Fia could change not only her tone, but her whole atmosphere. Right now, she seems to be friendly, making anyone approach her easily, but it was totally the opposite just a few moments ago. This thing is something that even he can't do and thinks is very difficult, but Fia does it effortlessly. "It's pure hard work," Jinwoo inwardly said in his mind, since there is no other explanation for this other than hard work. If not for practice, then it is not possible to get this much skill, and it also displays her hard work in this world, and due to that she has influence in the human world. "Well, I need to act like this, otherwise no one will take me seriously," Fia says as she explains her reasons for this. Jinwoo nodded his head as he thought he was correct, and he was not surprised since it was understandable, because if she were not like that, her business wouldn't grow at all. Ting! With that, elevator reached its destination, and as soon as the elevator door was opened, it revealed a huge office. Not only was it huge, but also neat and clean. Fia walked straight to the huge desk and sat on it instead of the chair. "How do you like it, Tilda?" Fia asked this in a teasing tone as she looked towards him, and it was since Fia always saw him as a stoic person, and now seeing his stunned face brings joy to her. "It's astonishing," Jinwoo replied without hiding his true feelings as he walked forward to look outside the window. Chapter 187, Gospies. Rather than a window, it is more accurate to say the wall, because the wall behind Fia's desk is completely made of glass. "What business do you do?" Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this question, since considering how expensive this building looks, and not to mention, she said she owns multiple buildings like these, meaning she must run an important major business. Are you curious?" Tilda, Fia asked this in a teasing tone, since she was enjoying herself seeing this state of Jinwoo. Since she knows Jinwoo for being stoic all the time, and even though these might be very expressions Jinwoo is expressing right now, still the first time for Fia to see his expressions making her feel accomplished. Jinwoo was silent about this because Fia was right, and now he is still waiting for an answer from Fia. "Let's say one of the businesses I run is about products for skincare, which humans seem to like very much, Tilda," Fia replied as she answered the Jinwoo question. "Humans, female or male, both love beauty, especially with the short lifespan. They lose their beauty in just a few short years, but the things I sell them make their beauty more long-lasting as well as make them more beautiful." Fia said this explains it. "The best thing about it is that humans are willing to give their all wealth for this Tilda fufu Tilda," Fia said with a laugh as she thinks about how profitable this business is. "Beauty products?" Jinwoo inwardly said what Fia explained as he thought about this. It made sense still, it was a little hard to believe how she managed to grow such a large business. He agreed with her that humans love beauty, especially it's true for wealthy people or public figures like celebrities or models. Considering the size of this place, he can say that the products she sells are top quality, outshading her competitors, otherwise it isn't possible to raise funds to build this place. Now there is a new thing that he knows about Fia. Judging from her tone, it seems she likes making money, which he never thought, because he never found her greedy from the start, or maybe it is something else she is focused on. Jinwoo is right as Fia rather than money. She is more focused on business growth, since that's where her strength lies. "By the way, this is my main office where I rarely come, Tilda," Fia said as she told Jinwoo about this place. Well, if Jinwoo were to be honest, then Fia didn't even need to tell him this, because it's very obvious by just seeing this. Fia said rarely, because her subordinates take care of these businesses, without her being present, which is the reason Fia can be at home most of the time with her lovely daughters. Even though Fia doesn't need time for anything still, she visits once in a while just to check on everything and know if someone is slacking off. Tilda, should I show you around now? Fia said as she looked towards Jinwoo, since she only came here to just show Jinwoo her office, or it's also more accurate to say that she wants to show off. Since there isn't really much to see in her office, which she rarely visits anyway, she wanted to show him other places in the building which she decided herself. She isn't powerful like her daughters, still, she wants to let him know that she isn't a helpless woman at all. But since her objective was completed, she decided to show him around this building, since it's gonna take a while to show him all the places in the building, since that's how big this building is. She thought if she didn't start now, then it was gonna be late before they reached back home, which is why early the better. She doesn't know if he understands or is even interested in this, because she knows really strong people aren't really interested in complicated stuff like business. They would rather use force to take whatever they need. Even so, looking at his expression so far, Fia can say he is really interested, which makes her glad after all this is her pride. Okay, Jinwoo replied to Fia as he agreed with her, and both of them went back into the elevator from where they came from. 10 minutes later, Fia has been showing him around all the floors one by one, since every floor is totally different from the other. It is not only a workplace, but also a relaxation place, and food on separate floors, which makes him think how good a president she is of this company, and unlike most corporate companies, here employees seem happy. While Fia was showing around the place where her employees work, and at the same time employees can't help but look towards them. Is he the president's boyfriend? One of the employees muttered to his next employee while they both looked at Fia and Jinwoo. Even though employees were surprised about the sudden entrance of the president of the company, Fia, since she rarely comes here. But they were more surprised about the fact that she brought an unknown man with her this time, and the man was incredibly handsome too. I don't know, but he is damn handsome, the next employee said in this extremely envious tone as he saw Jinwoo's appearance. Hey, I think I am in love. A female employee spoke in a daze as she blankly stared at Jinwoo, who was beside Fia. The president seems too close with him, don't you think? Another employee asked this as she saw how close they are. Since Fia did not reveal anything about her personal life, including her family, they do not even know her real personality. Everything about her they know is fake. It is natural for employees to think that she is single, because even though she is older than Jinwoo, still, due to her beauty, people mistake her for being young, especially humans like them. Chapter 188, Gossips 2. You think too much. I can't imagine a stone-faced president falling for someone. Employee replied as he clearly remembered how cold and strict their boss was, so he couldn't imagine their boss in love. But look at that man who is right now with the president. He looks so handsome, I am sure that his looks must have melted the president's heart. His colleague replied this, as she is sure the president's heart must be melted. Especially after seeing her personally showing the building, the employee is sure that there is some spicy relationship between both of them. Being that handsome should be illegal, a male employee said as he clicked his tongue in annoyance, because it was obvious he was just jealous of Jinwoo's looks. Employees around him ignored his comment because they could clearly see that the man was just jealous. Is he a foreigner? He doesn't look Japanese to me. A female employee says this is said in a very low tone as she expresses her thoughts after focusing on Jinwoo's face. All the other employees around her look at Jinwoo's face to confirm whether she is telling the truth or not, and to their surprise, they also think the same. Now it makes sense why I never saw this handsome guy on social media before. An employee said as she came to understand why she had not heard even a single thing about this man. Naturally, this beauty attracts attention, but no one has ever heard of or even seen him before anywhere. So now realizing that he might be a foreigner clears all those doubts in their heads still. There is one doubt that remains in their minds, which is about the relationship between their boss and Jinwoo. I can see you all have too much free time on your hands, so it's better to be productive, right? Make sure to do next week's assignments this week, otherwise prepare for the salary cut, and if you all have any questions then speak up. Fia speaks this in a cold tone as she looks at her employees. Even though her hearing might not be as good as Jinwoo's, but as a devil, she also has enhanced hearing. So she was able to hear all the gossip going around employees as she spoke up to make them all silent. After a few moments of silence, an employee raised her hand slowly since curiosity got the better of her, as she really wanted answers to her questions. Speak, Fia replied as she gave permission to speak, but inside Fia already knew what question she, her employee, wanted to ask. Can I ask who this gentleman is? She asked this question in a very polite tone since she really don't want to sound offended at all. She wasn't afraid of a salary cut since she already completed next week's assignments. But she didn't submit that assignment, yet only due to the fact that she knew if she submitted before time, then her superior would only gonna stuff more work into her. Even though doing extra work and submitting her work early can increase her chances of promotion as well as a bonus. But honestly, she doesn't want it because her salary is already enough for her to live well without an issue, so doing more hard work doesn't suit her at all. His name is Jinwoo, my distant relative who will be living in Japan from now on due to his circumstances. Fia replied to her question as she answered it even though he made up this. Still, it is not technically a lie, because Fia and him share a relationship making him also Fia's relative. Hearing this makes them relieved, especially female employees, as the one who just asked this question also sat down. Any other questions? Fia asked this back again while looking at all her employees with other employees down their necks, thinking whether they should ask questions in their mind or not. Soon another female employee raised her hand very slowly, especially after seeing Fia calmly answer her colleague's question, so she thought she might get the answer too. Speak, Fia said as she allowed that employee to ask her a question. Then with that employee stood up. Is that gentleman single? An employee asked this question, which was in her mind from the moment she saw Jinwoo's face and body, especially after she knew that Fia and Jinwoo weren't a couple at all. After hearing those questions, all the other employees couldn't help but look at her with awe in their eyes, since they never expected someone as brave as her to be among them. Yes, Fia replied to her question without any hesitation, since she already expected this question from the start. Since she also faced similar questions when she first started the company and hired her workers, so she thought it would be the same if she brought Jinwoo. Human curiosity is really amusing. Fia couldn't help but say this in her mind, because even though they can understand that asking these kinds of questions can make them unemployed, still, they are doing this just to satisfy their curiosity. Every female employee becomes happy after hearing Fia's reply, as the employee who asked this question also sat with a happy face. Does anyone else have any other questions? Fia asked this again in a cold tone while she scanned the employees in front of her. This time no one else raised their hand at all, even though they had more questions, but those questions were too personal, and they thought asking those questions would invade their privacy. Good, then get back to working, Fia said in a cold tone as she told this, and after hearing this every employee started to work. Fia took Jinwoo somewhere where she could talk to him without any problems, since maintaining her image was important. Are you curious? Fia asks this question to Jinwoo after coming to a safe, since she knows Jinwoo must be curious about that. Jinwoo nodded his head as he had wanted to ask her something which he noticed there. Chapter 189, Back Home. You hired devils and fallen angels too. Jinwoo asked this question with curiosity, since even though they might be hiding their wings, but they can't hide from Jinwoo's senses. I am surprised that you noticed, Fia said with a little stunned tone, since she didn't expect him to notice that. Originally, she expected him to ask her something, but it seems she was wrong, and she didn't expect him to notice that. If Jinwoo is honest, then he noticed this from the moment he entered this building, as the first one was the secretary they met in the beginning. Jinwoo knows that the secretary isn't human, but rather a devil, but not a powerful he were to judge. Then he would say that the secretary's strength should be level above Fia herself. Meanwhile, others look below Fia. He doesn't know if it is a great idea to let other races work among humans, since one mistake and humans here will be aware of other magical races like devils and fallen angels. As for your question, yes, I do hire other races too, but only those whom I can trust and have nowhere else to go, Fia replied to his question, and her reason was simple, because she thought they would be perfect for their company. Not only are they easy to find, but they are also very effective as well as efficient, and in return, they get a chance to live peacefully here in the human world. Fia continued to speak this as she explained her reasons. Not only are stray devils and fallen angels more effective and efficient than humans, but also the fact that due to Seraphal, Fia could find them very easily. The only hard part is talking to them, because not all stray devils and fallen angels are willing to work under someone like her, who is not strong. Luckily, it is not the case with all of them, since some just like humans want a peaceful life, and by joining Fia, they will gain that protection. Not only because of the family, but also due to the fact that she has connections with Satan giving stray devils and fallen angels, ensures protection. But if some humans found out about it? Jinwoo asked this question since that was the most important thing he wanted to know right now. If humans found out about this, then surely it would bring chaos here, so he want to know if there is some solution for that other than using extreme methods. It's totally fine, Tilda, even if some human found out then, we can use magic to erase that memory without a problem. Fia replied to his question, as using magic on humans is very easy unless they possess a rare talent for magic or have sacred gear. Such magic exists, Jinwoo inwardly thought, as he was surprised by this, as he again came to realize that this world is really magical. Even though there was magic in his world too, when there were hunters, but he never heard about a hunter magician who was capable of erasing memories. At most, he has seen a woman who could see the future, but that's all. Erasing memories through magic is something that he never considered. Shall we continue, Tilda? Fia asked this question, making Jinwoo awake from his thoughts as he looked at her and nodded his head. And with that, Jinwoo and Fia continue to move as she continues to show her building while introducing him to other facilities. In the evening, inside the car. Do you like my workplace, Tilda? Fia asked this as she looked toward Jinwoo, even though he might look emotionless as always. She somehow gets a feeling he is exhausted, but she can't be sure since it is very hard for her to read his expression. It took hours for Fia to completely show everything to Jinwoo, since it was really huge. Also, she made sure to give him her secretary's phone number. Just in case he ever needs it in the human world, since Grafia isn't here, which is the reason if he ever needs any help, then she can just contact her secretary. She did this not only because he is the master whom her daughter Grafia chose, but also because of his power. She always knew Jinwoo was extremely powerful by the look in his eyes, but she couldn't tell how much stronger. But she was sure that Jinwoo was very strong, and it was not only an assumption since her daughter also told her this. Grafia didn't actually tell her how strong, but Grafia did tell her he is much stronger than any creature in this world, including her, as well as the so-called dragon gods. Even though it might sound very exaggerated, but not for Fia since she believes in her daughter. And now especially after seeing how Tiamat, who is a dragon king, is treating Jinwoo, with nothing but obedience and respect. So treating him with the utmost care will also result in him treating her, with her two daughters, with care too. Having a connection with a powerhouse other than Seraphal as well as Grafia is only beneficial, since it will only make her feel safer. Yes, Jinwoo replied as he thought about how big her company building was, even though on the surface she might be a cold and strict boss, but he could be sure she treated her workers with everything they needed. He can be certain, due to the fact that the building has all kinds of facilities for the employees. And lastly, he sensed no hate towards Fia, including males and females, as well as devils and fallen angels. The only emotions he felt were awe, fear, and lastly, respect, as these can't be earned just by money, meaning Fia really took care of her workers. I am glad, Tilda, Fia replied in her usual tone, since right now they are back in their home, and since the magic circle is in Jinwoo's home, she also needed to go there to enter her home back in the underworld. Chapter 190, Back Home 2. An hour or so later. Back at home, Fia has finally gone back and Jinwoo can finally rest now, he couldn't help but think how interesting the day was. "So how was your date, Meow Tilda?" Kuroka asked this while she was in her cat form as she came onto the lap of Jinwoo. Date? It would be more accurate to say field trip. Jinwoo inwardly said this as rather than trip, since Fia just introduced him to her employees and gave him a tour of her big company building. Exhausting, Jinwoo replied, as this is how he expressed his feelings about his day with Fia, even though he is not talking about physical exhaustion, but rather he is talking about mental exhaustion. "Oh really, Tilda Meow Tilda?" Kuroka asked in a teasing tone as she looked towards Jinwoo, meanwhile also looking out for Tiamat, since if she caught her then Tiamat was definitely gonna torture her. Right now she speaks without worry, because Arya is in her room sleeping since she is already tired, and the reason for her fatigue is none other than Fia. Even after coming back, Fia didn't go back directly as she took some time before actually returning to the underworld. "Sigh. Let those meaningless thoughts out of your brain," Jinwoo said, as he had no energy to deal with Kuroka's nonsense anymore. "It's not meaningless thoughts, Meow Tilda." Kuroka said this as she refuted what just as she puffed her cheeks at Jinwoo's attitude. "How strong are you compared to this world's standard?" Jinwoo asked this question to Kuroka, as even though he kind of had a rough idea about how strong she is. But he wants to know from her perspective, and not to mention it will also help him to relax. "I am nothing compared to you, Meow Tilda." Kuroka said this as she is ashamed to admit her weakness, since if she were not weak then, she would be living with her little sister, as well as her father and mother would also be alive. "I am asking according to this world's standard." Jinwoo asked this again, as he thought Kuroka didn't understand what he was actually asking. "To this world's standard? Does he not belong to this world?" Kuroka raised this question in her mind after hearing what Jinwoo was saying. Judging from his tone, Kuroka can somehow understand that he isn't from the world. Otherwise, why would he say to this world's standard? If he belongs to the same world. To be honest, she isn't that much surprised, especially considering how strong he is and what he is capable of. She would not be surprised if Jinwoo were an alien who came to this world. If he belonged to this world, then surely he would be a very famous figure, especially with that kind of face. But she had never ever heard of him. Even though she wanted to ask him questions to satisfy her curiosity, but she held back since, as people say, curiosity kills the cat, and Kuroka don't want to die, yet especially don't want to die single or without reuniting with her little sister. Even though she is aware that she is weak, but that doesn't mean she likes being weak, because she wants to become stronger in order not to lose her dear ones. "I am stronger than any average devil Tilda Meow Tilda." Kuroka replied to Jinwoo's question as she answered it truthfully. She in fact is strong, but in front of big shots or highly skilled beings, she is like an ant where she can't do anything other than be crushed. Jinwoo went silent after hearing her answer, as he began to think about Kuroka, or more accurately say, that he began to think about all the moments when she showcased her strength. Her power lies in magic rather than physical. Jinwoo inwardly said this as he remembered how she used her magic to become a cat or even cast illusions. Jinwoo can assume that Kuroka also knows attack magic, otherwise, how would he have escaped the underworld while being chased? Jinwoo is only thinking about this because he hopes she will become stronger, since right now Tiamat is already a powerhouse here. As for Arya, she is growing strong at a fast phase. He believed that in no time, Arya could surpass Kuroka without any doubt, especially with her ability to change her future outcome in her favor. He also hopes for her to become stronger so that she won't get harmed again, but the problem is that he isn't that much of a master of magic. For sure in his home world, he indeed used magic, but it was through the system, as later after awakening, as the Shadow Monarch, he was naturally able to do it, like moving his hand. This is why he has no idea about how he could help, and other than him, there is Tiamat, who indeed has mastery over magic. He doubts she will like the idea of her teaching, since not only because Tiamat sees her as an inferior species, but also because the fact that relationship between Tiamat and Kuroka isn't that great, rather, it is more accurate to say it is pretty bad. Other than Tiamat, there is Graphia that comes to his mind, but she is already busy in the underworld, so she won't be able to help her at all. Why are you asking? Meow tilde Kuroka finally asked this question with curiosity since she did not know why Jinwoo suddenly asked that question. After she replied to his question, Jinwoo went silent, making her more curious as to why he suddenly asked this about her. Hearing Kuroka's voice, Jinwoo woke up from his thoughts as he looked towards the cat on his lap. Curiosity, Jinwoo replied, since he has no method to make her more powerful than all, then it is better not to let her have high hopes for this. That's all. Kuroka asked this in a stunned tone, as she had a hard time believing that Jinwoo asked that question just out of curiosity. Jinwoo nodded his head, confirming what she heard was indeed correct, as he couldn't help but look at her eyes like he wanna see something. Chapter 191, Time Skip. A few months later. It has already been months since Jinwoo started to live here with Tiamat, Kuroka, and lastly Arya. Nothing significantly changed in their lives. Even if it happened then, Jinwoo made sure to do it without anyone noticing, resulting in having no problem living a peaceful life. Thank you for having me, Sona said as she bowed her head. There was someone following her carrying a big bag, and that someone was none other than Serafal. It's almost time for admission to the academy, so as promised Sona comes to live with them now because of two reasons. The house Jinwoo and others live in is very near the school, and the second reason is that Serafal can be safe with him. Since ultimately Sona is the sister of Satan, meaning people will definitely try to harm her in order to gain benefits. So her living with Jinwoo is the biggest safety Serafal can get, since there is a dragon king living with him who will already have plenty of safety. But even if that's not enough, then there is Jinwoo, whose actual strength is unknown. But Serafal can be sure that Jinwoo is stronger than Dragon King without any doubts. And for Jinwoo, trustworthy or not, even though Serafal might not know him for long, but she can tell that he doesn't have any ill intentions. Lastly, she trusts him because Graphia trusts him with her whole heart. Graphia is a very good friend of Serafal, and Serafal trusts her. Make sure to keep my little treasure safe at all costs. Jin-chan tilde. Serafal said this as she came with her little sister to send. Since she won't be seeing her soon after, due to the fact that in the underworld, there is much undone work waiting for her. So unless Sona comes to meet her in the underworld, Serafal doubts that, since she believes Sona is just too shy to travel back to the underworld to meet her. Jinwoo nodded his head, since if Sona was in his care, it was natural that he would protect her even if she didn't say this. Aren't you getting late? Sona asked this as she looked towards her sister, since she just wanted her sister to go back. Don't worry, I have all my time for you, Serafal replied like the siskin she is, as she came near her. Still, I would prefer if you put all that time into the duties of your position. Sona said this in a ruthless way, leaving Serafal speechless. She can tell that Sona is calling her lazy, but she can't find any words to refute what Sona just said because Serafal knows Sona is right. Of course, I am also very capable in work, Sona-chan tilde. Serafal said this in a somewhat shuddering tone since she is lying. Sona couldn't help but think how stupid her sister was, since there was no need or way for Serafal to lie about this, since they both lived in the same house in the underworld. And Sona already knows all about her big sister's bad habits, so it is useless to make even excuses, let alone straight-up lies. Let ready your room, Sona-chan tilde, Serafal said in haste as she wanted to change the topic, and take the big bag to the room where Sona would be staying. Her room is already clean. Not only her room, but the whole house is always clean due to the magic used by Tiamat, since there is no way Tiamat gonna do that manually. After 30 minutes. It did not take long for Sona to adjust her belongings in her new home, as at this time, Serafal had already gone back. New home? Sona inwardly said this as she checked the room. It would be a lie if she said that she wouldn't be missing her home back in the underworld. She believes it is only a matter of time before she adjusts to this home, but she thinks there is something she might not be able to adjust to. Living with monsters, Sona said in her mind, as she saw Tiamat and Jinwoo as absolute monsters, and living with them always will give nervousness. Even though her sister was super strong still, Sona wasn't nervous living with her at all, due to the fact that she was her family. but it is not the same as they aren't her family, and not to mention, they are a lot stronger than her sister. I need to be careful, Sona inwardly said in her mind, as she needed to be careful of her actions in order not to make them unhappy since she knew the consequences. Honestly, she could also live alone, but Seraphal didn't agree as she insisted that she should live with Jinwoo. Sona realized that Seraphal did this only for her safety. Still, she doesn't like the fact that Seraphal treats her like some little girl, but no matter what, she can't really do anything about it. Well, at least not everyone in this place is like those two, Sona said in her mind, as she thought while thinking about Arya. Even though she is cold, but she is at least more approachable compared to Jinwoo and Tiamat. And that cat, Sona continued to think, as if she knew the cat was a reincarnated devil, even though she didn't know who this reincarnated devil. But Sona thinks if she is living with these monsters, then she should be no less than a monster too with those thoughts in her mind. She started to unpack her belongings. Meanwhile, Jinwoo. Tomorrow it is, Jinwoo said as tomorrow he needed to go with Arya for her admission, reminding him how he used to go to her sister's school with her to events. Jinwoo thinks Arya is definitely ready now, as not only is she physically strong, but also has basic knowledge that she should have. Chapter 192, Q Academy. Next day. At Q Academy. Jinwoo reached the academy on time, and he is dressed neatly today. Arya didn't come because Fia told him it was unnecessary. Since she already submitted all the documents that will be needed for her admission, the only thing that remains is to sign them as her guardian. So right now, he comes while wearing formal clothes, like the time when he goes to the parents-teacher meeting of his little sister in his home world. As soon as he entered the academy, all the eyes were drawn to him due to his appearance. Not only is his appearance too good, but also the fact that he looks foreign makes him stand out more. Jinwoo can directly feel their grazes, but he is already used to it by now after living here, so he doesn't care anymore. He went directly to the reception in order to get directions to where he needed to go, since what Fia had told him. "Excuse me," Jinwoo said this receptionist who seemed to be busy with her own work, as soon as she heard his voice. "Good morning, how may I?" The receptionist who was speaking suddenly stopped midway as soon as she raised her head and saw Jinwoo, as the receptionist became very flustered. "May I know where the principal's office is?" Jinwoo asked this before waiting receptionist to come back to her senses. "Oh, of course, do why you want to meet her." The receptionist said this in a somewhat shuddering tone as she was brought back to reality. "Yes," Jinwoo replied as he remembered that Fia told him to meet the principal, as the principal would handle everything. "May I have your name?" The receptionist asked this question as she picked up a phone and dialed the principal. "Jinwoo," he replied to her question as he said his name to her. From what he knew, principal of this place only needed to know his arrival, then he just needed to follow the flow. "Okay, ma'am," the receptionist said on the call and then put down the phone, as she looked at him with a somewhat red face since she was still feeling shy seeing him. But she knew her personal feelings at work were no good. As she quickly gets out of her workplace and takes him to the principal's office as instructed, meanwhile, he follows her quietly. "It really looks prestige." Jinwoo inwardly said this as he looked around and found this academy bigger and beautiful than her little sister's school in his home world. "I couldn't help but wonder about how much fees this place charges." Jinwoo inwardly said this in his mind, as even though he don't really care about the money now since he has countless ways to make money in an instant, still due to his past days. He clearly remembered the importance of money when he had no one to rely on, which is the reason he is curious about how much money they charge. Come to think, it's an all-girls academy. Jinwoo inwardly said this as he remembered all the information he heard about this academy from Fia and Seraphal. He knew this academy was only for female students. He could tell that all the staff, including teachers, are females, which is not bad from his perspective since he thinks it is better this way for Arya. Not ordinary females, rather he could tell just like Fia's company that there are some staff who are also devils, but he already anticipated that if students are mixed in as humans, then why not the staff, especially after seeing Fia's company. "This is the principal office," the receptionist said as she finally stopped in front of a door and she opened the door for him. "Thank you," Jinwoo said as he expressed his gratitude, and moved inside as he entered inside the office. "Welcome, sir," a woman said as he addressed him with respect, making him confused, but he soon realized that it must be Fia doing. She is younger than I expected, or maybe she only has a younger appearance. Jinwoo said this in his mind, since the woman in front of him seems to be young in order to be called a principal. But considering the person who is in front of him isn't human, then it is possible that she might be very old. Since devils don't age like humans, they have a very long lifespan, meaning she might be even in her 100s or older. "I was waiting for you since this morning," the woman said as she started to take out some documents. "Just call me Jinwoo." He said this as he preferred to be called that way, especially to someone he met for the first time. Considering the fact that he and she don't have any relationship where I am her superior in position, calling him sir does not suit well. "Oh, all right," the principal replied to him, but with some hesitation, since Fia is one of the major shareholders of this facility, meaning she holds a much higher position than herself. And someone who is very close to someone like her, being called by his name, does not sit well with her. But since she was told not to disrespect him, she wasn't really in a position where she could deny such a simple request from him. "I was told that he was good-looking, but didn't expect him to be this good." The principal said this in her mind as she remembered how she was told that the person who would be coming would be good-looking. But she didn't expect it to be this good-looking, since she is the principal of an all-girls academy, so usually she doesn't see many males, except if some students' parents want to meet her. So meeting Jinwoo was kind of pressing for her, but luckily, she was professional and managed to hide all her emotions. "So Jinwoo, here are all the documents we will be needing, your signature," the principal said as she laid out 5 documents on the table. Chapter 193, Office. "And lastly, I would need a photo of yours," the principal said as Jinwoo finished signing all the documents on the table. "I didn't bring any," Jinwoo replied as he hadn't really been told to bring anything at all, so he didn't know if a photo would be needed. "It's fine, I will just click it with my phone," the principal said as she picked up her phone and clicked the photo. "Is it done?" Jinwoo asked this question as he wanted to know if there was anything else that needed to be done from his side. "Yes, you are free to go as for other uniform and other items will be delivered to you," the principal said, as that's the thing which will be delivered to his home. Since his identity to her isn't like others, to her, he is a VIP, so she can't trouble him to go buy all the stuff. "I see, thank you," Jinwoo said as he turned around in order to leave. Before he went, he was stopped by the principal. "Take my phone number. If you ever need any help regarding the child, then you can tell me." The principal said this as there's some reasons behind it. "Okay," he replied as he took out his phone to exchange their contacts. After that, he went outside the office. 5 minutes later. "Who are you?" Jinwoo asked this question as he looked towards a kid, who seemed to have an emotionless face. Jinwoo would rather go back home while using the shadow exchange, but he couldn't afford to ignore this kid. "She is the strongest person I've seen so far in this world." Jinwoo inwardly said this in his mind as a child in front of him possesses power much more than Tiamat, who is so feared underworld. He has no idea who this kid is, but he is pretty sure she is not a kid, even though she might appear as a child. He is pretty sure she is not even human. If he were to guess, then he should say this girl's energy is similar to that monarch of destruction, but rather weak. Meaning she is a dragon. But Jinwoo is very confused by her behavior because she doesn't appear to have a violent personality at all. Tiamat, whom he first met, also have an arrogant personality, and seeing this kid who has been quiet and well-behaved doesn't match the personality of a dragon. Even though he might want to test his strength, but no way he is going to fight a person like her. Not only does she look like a kid, but she also doesn't look like she want to pick up a fight either. "I don't want to pick a fight with a little girl either." Jinwoo said this as he doesn't hobby of picking up on kids, even though she might only appear as a kid. Off eyes, the girl speaks this as she tells him her name. Even while speaking, her facial expressions appear non-existent. "He is strong," the girl inwardly said to her mind, as she could somehow tell that the man in front of him is strong even in her eyes. But honestly, she doesn't really care about fights or anything like that, as she has no interest at all. The only thing she is interested her right now is the man in front of her. In reality, she needed help, and that help should be from someone strong. And that strong person perfectly fits the description of Jinwoo. But the problem is that she doesn't know whether he will agree or not. She doesn't even know whether she fights then, whether she can win or not, meaning she can't really force him to submit. Moreover, I can't count how many there are. Afaiz inwardly said this as she calmly looked towards the man's shadow. Unlike others, she could see countless soldiers lurking in his shad. Afaiz? He inwardly repeated her name, which she said, as he remembered hearing about some dragon named Afaiz from Tiamat, but he never expected Afaiz to be someone like her. Why are you here alone? Jinwoo asked this question as he is not sure what will happen if somehow a human accidentally angers her. Imagine the scene where this entire place gets reduced to ashes just because of her anger, which doesn't seem good to him. Not to mention, she can roam around like this without being noticed by anyone is quite impressive in itself. Afaiz's appearance is that of a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and gray eyes. Her ears differ from a normal human's as they have pointed tips, although her long black hair makes this feature difficult to notice. Her dark gray eyes have reptilian slitted pupils. I want your help. Afaiz said this clearly as she honest person. To her, lying or trickery was something she was not capable of. And the reason is she isn't a social person at all. In fact, she doesn't want to be here, but unfortunately, she has no choice. What kind of help? Jinwoo asked this with curiosity since to him, she is the strongest person he has ever met in this place, so there shouldn't be any problem for her as she could solve any problem on her own. I want you to help me kill Red, Afaiz said as she clearly stated her request without hiding anything. Red? Jinwoo said this in his mind as he had no idea what she was talking about, like even though he knew she was talking about a person rather than color, but he had no idea who this Red was. But he knows someone who might know about this Red. Who is Tiamat and someone like her, who is a dragon and lived for a long time, must know about this Red. Chapter 194, Afaiz 2. 10 minutes later. Back at home. What the hell did you find such a creature? Tiamat asked this in her usual cold tone, but Jinwoo could find worry in her voice. But it is reasonable since he takes Afaiz back to his home, as her existence shakes all the members of this home. Even Arya, since she can tell no matter how much she struggles or how many tricks she plays, she can't just win against this little girl. She was shocked, but no matter how many times she tried to see the possible outcome in her future, she couldn't manage to find an outcome in her favor. This means Arya just can't win against Afaiz no matter the circumstances or place, making her dumbfounded. Since Afaiz is a lot smaller than herself, as Arya can't believe that she can't win against Afaiz, but Arya aren't testing whether her power is right or wrong, especially when Afaiz is a guest. Tiamat is shocked as well as worried at this moment. She can understand what Afaiz is capable of and understands that Afaiz is far superior to herself. Still, she won't bow her head easily to Afaiz, nor does Tiamat think Afaiz cares about such things either. Tiamat couldn't help but look at Jinwoo with eyes like she was looking at a criminal since he was the one who brought Afaiz here. She doesn't understand his objective, nor does she wanna understand it. All she knows is that he brought a disaster with her. So she really is a dragon god. Jinwoo asked this in a plain tone as he looked towards Tiamat, as previously he already suspected that Afaiz was a dragon, but now he knows she is really a dragon, not any dragon but rather dragon god. Yes, don't be fooled by her appearance, she isn't in her true form, Tiamat said in a serious tone as she knew this was not her real form. Rather does not really have a real form as other than her dragon form, she doesn't have any other forms. She can be a child, an adult or even an elder. Tiamat is guessing Afaiz is talking that form because it looks harmless to others. Oh, I see, that makes more sense. Jinwoo inwardly said that as what Tiamat just said made sense, otherwise there would be no such long-living monster that would be a kid. Tiamat does not know why someone like her is here in this world, since normally someone like her don't really wander in the world. This means there must be a purpose for her visit to this world. Whatever her purpose might be, Tiamat don't care as she just wants Off-Eyes to go back. She is also self-aware that she isn't capable of that. So she just places this responsibility on Jinwoo, since even though Tiamat hate to admit, but she knows that Jinwoo is a lot stronger than her. But it is not only her strength, rather it was also because it was Jinwoo who brought Off-Eyes in the first place, so he is also responsible for sending her back. Jinwoo also agreed with that, but he doesn't seem to find Off-Eyes in trouble. Her behavior is a lot better than Tiamat's when he first meets her. Off-Eyes seem to be not arrogant, nor does she seem to have a troublesome personality. She seems to be the quiet type who has been kicked out of her own house. Compared to his image of dragons in his mind, he can definitely say that Off-Eyes might be the first who is the complete opposite of that image. But it is good, as Off-Eyes don't wanna destroyed or look down on others, as she just wanna be shut in, which usually is bad, but for someone like her, is definitely an excellent thing for others who are weaker than her. The problem is that if Great Red is really stronger than Off-Eyes, then fighting him might expose Jinwoo, which is really bad. I hope talking will do the job. Jinwoo said this, as he hoped that talking would convince the dragon to reach an agreement in which both parties would be happy. Meanwhile, Off-Eyes. After Jinwoo and Tiamat went to talk, Off-Eyes also moved to Arya as she found her existence interesting and new. Off-Eyes might be introverted, but sure she has seen most of the creatures in the world, but Arya resembles nothing like any of them. It came for Jinwoo is one of the reasons she is attracted to him, and after she meets him, face to face him, her senses immediately tell her that he is stronger than her. So she thought he might help to get her home back, and kick Red out of her home still, she don't whether he would help her or not. Arya at this moment, who was in front of Off-Eyes, was sweating buckets even though Arya wasn't showing on her face, but she was really nervous right now at this moment. As she failed to understand why someone like Off-Eyes followed back into her room, Arya wasn't able to read Off-Eyes at all. As her face was void of all emotions, Arya had no idea what Off-Eyes would do the next moment. Will she talk, attack, leave, or maybe eat her? Arya said all these things in her mind as various bad possibilities came into her mind. If she were, to be honest, then she would really hope that Off-Eyes would leave, but unfortunately she can tell she won't leave. Even though she can't really use her power on her, but she can see that her leaving this place is extremely low. She knows Off-Eyes come to her for some reason, but no matter what she knows whatever Off-Eyes will do to her next, Arya will make sure not to be cowardly like in the past. Off-Eyes looked around, and she found her room as her eyes were drawn to something on a table that seemed to be wrapped in plastic. Chapter 195, Off-Eyes 3. Do you want this? Arya asked this question as she looked where Off-Eyes was looking. Normally she would rather avoid talking, especially with someone like her. But if this is what it takes to get this person out, then Arya will do it without any hesitation at all. Off-Eyes didn't reply to her, as she didn't even look at her, if Off-Eyes did not even hear what Arya had just said. Arya, seeing this, just grabbed that thing from the table and handed it to Off-Eyes, but Off-Eyes just blankly stared at the thing in her hand, not knowing what to do. Even though Off-Eyes lived for a very long time, but she was very far away from civilization, so she did not know what this thing was, nor did she know what to do with it, and unlike other dragons, she don't use force unless it's necessary. Somehow Arya managed to understand this. After all, she once had also had the same reaction when she saw this for the first time. Arya slowly took that thing from Off-Eyes' hand, as Arya then unwrapped it, revealing chocolate. This is one candy that was given by Fia. Actually, she gave me many sweets, but Arya especially took that one out to eat, which is the reason that the chocolate was alone on the table. From the first time she ate chocolate, Arya fell in love with sweets, which is the reason why, even though she did not like Fia that much due to her clingy behavior, but she really loved the sweets she brought. After opening the wrap, Arya handed Off-Eyes the chocolate and told her to eat, since Arya did not think Off-Eyes knew what to do with this. Off-Eyes understood this, and then after a few seconds put the chocolate into her mouth. What is this feeling? Off-Eyes asked this question in her mind, as she couldn't understand what this feeling she was experiencing right this moment. She never needed to eat, nor did she ever bother otherwise to eat anything in her life, since she could live without food. She doesn't need food to survive, which is the reason she also doesn't need to enter civilization, where life has thrived till today. Even though Offeyes doesn't know what feeling she is experiencing right this moment, but one thing is for sure, she likes this. More Offeyes opened her mouth and spoke this, and rather than a request, it was more like an order to Arya. Arya's body couldn't help but shiver after hearing what Offeyes said just now, as Arya couldn't move. More like Arya thought she was in the face of a predator, as her body stopped listening to her. Offeyes does not really say this like a threat, rather due to her overwhelming presence in Arya's eyes. It naturally looks like a threat. Offeyes began to walk toward Arya with a blank expression on her face, but inside, she was really confused too. "What are you doing here?" Xuanhuan said as he walked behind Offeyes and put his hand on her head, which caused Offeyes to stop her movement. Offeyes turned around as she was surprised to notice him, since she didn't really sense him coming from behind. "Nothing," Offeyes replied, as she was too lazy to explain the whole thing, nor did she think it important to discuss, as her priority was to get back to her home. "Nothing." Xuanhuan inwardly said this in his mind, as he felt what Offeyes just said was not entirely true due to the fact that his shadow soldier is in Arya's shadow, which is the reason he knows the full story. But if he has to be honest, then he can't really blame Offeyes since she really asked her for more sweets. Xuanhuan can also understand Arya, since she can somehow judge others' strength. Then, she is sure that she will be horrified by such a strong being. Even though Xuanhuan himself is a lot stronger than Offeyes, since he is the one who saved her, as well as brought her home. This is the reason Arya does not really have a defense or fear against him, and lives with him, and even sometimes expresses her opinions. "Come with me," Xuanhuan said as he told Offeyes to follow him, since he could tell Arya was terrified, and taking Offeyes from here would be a good choice. Offeyes nodded her head as she followed him obediently, as he was the one who could take her back home. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, has no problem with helping her, but there are two problems for him, as he does not know how to enter this dimensional gap, and another problem is that he don't really want to go to war with Dragon God. The problem isn't about defeating him, as he already defeated a stronger dragon before, but the problem is that if he goes to all-out war, then his location as well as his existence will be exposed. He doesn't think he can handle Dragon God without using his power to its extent, which is the reason he thinks he might also need to go all out, especially if that Great Red is stronger than Offeyes. "Let's think about this after entering the dimensional gap," Xuanhuan said in his mind, as he thought that's the problem he needed to think about when the time comes. From what he heard from Tiamat, the dimensional gap is the gap that exists between the three worlds, Earth, Heaven, and the Underworld, and is considered a void world. She also said that nothing can survive within the dimensional gap without magic, demonic power, or some other protection. Anyone without such protection dies within a matter of seconds after being exposed to the nothingness within the dimensional gap, even though she doesn't have demonic power or magic. This world, but he is sure he will be fine considering what energy his body is filled with. Chapter 196, Phase 4. But the problem still remains. He doesn't know how to enter the dimensional gap, Xuanhuan said, as he doesn't think he can go to a place that he has never been before. "Do you know how to go back there?" Xuanhuan asked Offeyes after he brought her back to the living room, as he hoped she would give him a solution. "Shoke." Offeyes shakes her head as she didn't know how to go back, otherwise she would be trying to fight great again, and again, even though she admitted it would be very difficult to win. "Do you have a place to live anywhere temporarily?" Xuanhuan asked this question as he wanted to know if there was a place where she could temporarily stay. "Shoke." Offeyes shakes her head as if she is saying, which is an issue since I don't think anyone in the house will appreciate her presence. The problem is that he will be more worried if Offeyes roamed freely, even though he knows that Offeyes doesn't seem to be the type who causes problems. But looking at Offeyes, he can say for sure that Offeyes has no common sense or knowledge about the human world or anywhere else, considering that she was shut in from the moment she was born. So basically, anyone can take advantage of her lack of common sense or knowledge, even if the person did it intentionally or unintentionally. which is why he is so much troubled to leave her alone outside, when he knew that it could cause literal chaos, or worse, a calamity. A calamity that will cause chaos in many lives, which is the reason he thinks it's better to let her live until he brings her back to her home. You will be living here until you can go back home, get it? Jinwoo said this as this wasn't a request, rather an order, since he can't really afford to let off-eyes be on the loose. It's not really about the human world as even in the underworld. He doesn't think anyone can even put a scratch on off-eyes. He is not only thinking this based on his observation, but after seeing how much worry Tiamat is about off-eyes, who is herself is strongest in the underworld. He can be certain there is no one here other than another dragon god who can match her, at least that's what he thinks. Okay, Off-Eyes replied in a tone void of emotion, as she has no problem with what he said, since this works for her too. Considering she has no place to stay for now, and not to mention, she wanna eat the candies again, which she had earlier eaten. Good, Jinwoo replied, then patted her head as he was glad that Off-Eyes didn't have any objections. Meanwhile, someone was watching this from a hiding spot, and that person is none other than Kuroka. Till now, she had been hiding, since she really felt that she would die if she came in front of Off-Eyes. Even though she doesn't understand what kind of person or thing Off-Eyes is, but she needs to be cautious. Another monster. Kuroka inwardly said this in her mind, as another monster has entered this place, even though this place might have become more dangerous than before, but it's also become a safer place for her to live. Since outside, there are devils and fallen angels who will attack, but at least here, she doesn't need to worry about those, as for this place. She thinks she is just too insignificant for Tiamat or Off-Eyes to do anything at all, which might be humiliating, but this works in her favor, so she doesn't mind at all. She doesn't understand who Off-Eyes is, but one thing is clear, she is insanely powerful, and the one who brought her here is none other than Jinwoo. Where the hell does he find such monsters anyway? Kuroka inwardly asked this question to herself, as she didn't understand where he picked up monsters like Thai. To her knowledge, Jinwoo had gone to the academy for Arya admission, but somehow on the way he picked up that monster back on the way. It's an absurd story which is hard to believe, but it's really true. Anyway, she is just glad that Off-Eyes isn't like Tiamat, who is violent and always just looks at her with disgust. In Arya's room. Other than Kuroka, there was one more member in this house who just recently came here, and she is none other than Sona. Who the hell is she? Sona asked this question to Arya as she came into her room. She wanna know about Off-Eyes. Since Sona somehow feels the same sensation from Tiamat, or maybe it is more intense, which is the reason she wanna know about Off-Eyes. She wanna check whether she is foe or a friend, even though she really doesn't think she can do anything even if Off-Eyes is a foe, but at least she can be cautious and run away if things get dangerous. I don't know, Arya replied to Tiamat as she sat back on her bed, and now Arya could finally relax. Arya felt fear in front of Off-Eyes, but since she had gone, she could finally relax again and take easy breaths. But honestly, Arya is slightly annoyed by Sona, as when Off-Eyes was finally gone, Sona barged in without knocking. Sona, seeing her resting, didn't bother her any further as she got out of her room and went to her own. 4 hours later. Ding dong. Doorbell rang as Jinwoo opened it to see a package, and it seemed to come from the academy. They sure are fast. Jinwoo inwardly said this as it had been a few hours since he did the paperwork at the academy, and the academy seems to have already sent the package. He takes the package and gives it to Sona, as she will be the one who will help Arya with this stuff. It will be soon. Jinwoo said this in his mind as soon as the first day of the academy comes for Arya, as Jinwoo couldn't help but worry for her. Chapter 197, and changes. A few days later. It has been morning and Jinwoo has been doing morning exercises with Arya, but somehow unlike usual, Arya seems to have something on her mind. Jinwoo can easily guess what that is, and he can't blame her for that since this is her first time she will be going to a place where she has never been before. Even his blood-related little sister back in his home world was nervous when she was going to school for the first time. But he knew Arya needed to go if she wanted to live in this world, and moreover, she needed to know how to handle herself when there is no one else to support her, and it's only a matter of a few days before Arya gets used to being like other people. Hey, while they were doing their exercises, a familiar figure spoke, as Jinwoo knew who it was even if he didn't have the ability to sense. As it's none other than Anne, who is his neighbor, she now regularly comes here to exercise with her, or it will be more accurate to say, I don't know what's so motivated every day to compete with me. Jinwoo inwardly said this in his mind, as since the day Jinwoo and Anne first met. Anne seems to come every day from then and compete with him in every exercise he does, but unfortunately let alone beating him, she can't even complete what he usually does. You should wait for me before you start your exercise, Anne said as she came forward towards them, compared to the first time she met Jinwoo. Now she seems to be more open, as she now somehow openly expressed herself to him, even though she usually does that, but there are two reasons for that. The first reason was due to the fact that she can't see what intentions he holds in his eyes, as her power allows her to see what kind of intentions other person. Which is also the reason she becomes so successful in her life, as she is able to associate with the right people whom she can trust as her business naturally blooms. But since she can't tell what intentions he had, or more like her power, doesn't work on him, as all she was darkness, which is darker than black itself. Yet she found it attractive, which is why she finds herself comfortable whenever she looks at his eyes or him, since his appearance is also top-notch. The second reason is that no matter how much she talks to him or talks about her worries, he doesn't seem to mind, which really lightens her mood. As the owner of the business, she needed to show her strong side, but doing so only made her worries pile up in her heart. After all, she is just a human in hand. Even though she has her grandmother as her family, whom she can rely upon, but Anne understands that her grandmother is old, and she doesn't want to give her troubles. What are the reasons she finds Jinwoo a suitable person, whom she can vent all her worries, especially when he doesn't talk much while she is speaking? Anne quickly started to take position as she started to do push-ups, but she had a long way before she could do what Arya can do right now. Still, compared to the first time she did push-ups with Jinwoo, when she barely could do one. And now, she seems to do 20 push-ups, which is a huge improvement. At first, it was like hell to her when she tried to do push-ups at the beginning, but soon after a few days of continuously trying, she was finally able to do one. Then day by day her body started getting used to it, as the number of push-ups she could do also increased. Still, it is nowhere near him. Anne said this out loud in her mind, as she still can't compete with him even the slightest bit. Making her frustrated, especially when she sacrificed her daily good sleep in order to wake up early in the morning. Right now, she is used to this, as when it started her grandmother needed to wake her up with force, but by the time Anne started to get up by herself. Her body indeed is different than normal humans. Jinwoo inwardly said this, as he looked towards Anne, as it had been a short time only. Still, she managed to improve so much. She might not notice, but Jinwoo can easily tell how strong her body has become compared to when she first met him. She is really different than other humans. Jinwoo inwardly said this, as she not only has a special ability, but also has a gifted body. But I can't understand why she has a strong desire to compete against me. Jinwoo inwardly asked himself this question, as he could clearly see what Anne was trying to do. He never did anything that bothered her or gave her any competitive actions. He just did his daily exercise and went back home. Anyway, I don't know whether her training body is good or bad. Jinwoo said this in his mind, as he is worried about her being discovered by other supernatural races. He doesn't know much about this world power system, but there is a chance that her power might grow with a strong body, which will expose her to the supernatural world. But he doesn't think he is close enough to tell her to stop doing otherwise. He is pretty sure she's gonna hate him, as well as continue training. To be honest, he might be able to cover for her here, but as she already told him about her business, so he can't cover for her there. And another thing he noticed is that he can't transfer his shadow soldier into her shadow. Rather than not being able to transfer, it's better to say that she notices his shadow soldier whenever it tries to enter her shadow. Chapter 198, Anne Troubles. And since he doesn't want her to know about himself, he is not gonna risk sending a shadow soldier in her shadow, which she is gonna notice. He also thinks she won't appreciate the fact that someone can spy on her anytime. Or worse, she might label him as a pervert. This is the reason he restrained himself from sending his shadow soldier for her safety. He just hoped that she would be strong enough to keep herself safe from any danger outside. But even if she somehow gets targeted by a supernatural race like devils, then surely they're gonna target her at her home too, then that time he'll take care of that. Other than that, there is one last thing he could do for her, which is to provide her with a ring similar to the one Arya has, which gonna hide her powers from the supernatural world's eyes. But there's a problem about how he gonna give her, since he can't give her out of the blue, which definitely creates a bunch of misunderstandings, especially with her grandmother. He can already imagine how she will react seeing her getting a ring from him, it is definitely not a good idea. Not only that, but he also suspects that she won't accept the ring from him, considering she will think of this as something else, especially when they aren't close enough, and on top of that, he is also sure that she will hate this. He might need to make an opportunity to make her wear the ring for her and her grandmother's safety. Does something matter to you? Anne asked this question as she looked at Jinwoo, who wasn't speaking at all. Even though Anne knows about Jinwoo being a quiet type, he still at least says something whenever she talks to him. Now he seems to be awfully quiet, which is unsettling, like he is planning something horrifying for someone like her, who is used to reading other people's intentions, but not his. Nothing, Jinwoo replied to Anne as he sped up his push-ups. Meanwhile, Anne, seeing this, also started speeding up in order to compete. 10 minutes later. Anne couldn't help but breathe heavily as she was now lying on the ground out of breath. Even though she did a lot better than the previous time, still, it wasn't enough to get even closer to what Jinwoo has done in the same amount of time. Moreover, doing that makes her lie on the ground without breath, while her whole body feels so tired that she can't even move her finger. I can't compare to a brat. Anne inwardly said this in her mind, since she knows, let alone Jinwoo, she can't even compare to an Arya in terms of fitness. The problem is that even though she is getting better, but it's not enough to catch up to them at all. And if she keeps up this pace, then no way she will be reaching their level anytime soon. Here, Jinwoo said as he passed her a water bottle, since he thought she needed it, as Anne took it and drank the water. Futilda. Anne finally caught her breath. Still, her body doesn't seem to have energy to move anymore, but looking at Jinwoo's face. Imagining that he must be looking down on her, even though she has no certainty that he is looking down on her since her powers don't work on him still, she imagines this. As she slowly stands up and looks while looking at his eyes, making sure that he will understand that she is nowhere done yet. She really is stubborn. Jinwoo inwardly said this as he could really tell that she was exhausted. Still, she was making her body stand up. With that in his mind, Jinwoo sat down on a nearby bench as his intent was to give her body rest too, since this would impact her body. Seeing this, she didn't say anything as she also sat down with him, but deep down, she was grateful. I heard from my grandmother that today is the first day of Arya in the academy. Anne said this as her grandmother continuously nagged her not only about Jinwoo, but also about Arya. So she knows about it, and to be honest, she admits Arya looks cute, but unfortunately her face don't show any cute expressions like a smile. Otherwise, Anne is sure that Arya will be more adorable. Yeah, Jinwoo replied to Anne, as it is indeed the day when Arya will go to the academy, and he is now not worried at all. He knows Arya now is more than ready to face any challenge. Not only is she strong physically, but also with her power, she can't be tricked as well. Even if that's not enough, then, there are also shadow soldiers in her shadow, which gonna protect her from any danger. That's the same academy where I graduated from. Anne said this as she knew where Arya graduated from. And she knows it's one of the best academies. Education is top-notch as well, as since it's a girls' academy, there are not many fights or cases of relationship, because students always seem to focus on studies. From what I heard, next year that academy gonna also going to allow male students for admission. Anne said this as she also has an investment in that academy due to the fact that it's one of the most successful facilities. She can't be certain whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but one thing is for certain, and that is that from next year the whole academic atmosphere will change. Really? Jinwoo asked this as he didn't know about such a thing, since Fia nor Serafal told him about it. To his question, Anne nodded her head as this information comes from a reliable source, which is the reason she is certain. Chapter 199, Anne Troubles Too. Anna don't think it's a good idea to allow male students in an all-girls school, but she can't really do anything, nor does she care about it. Due to the fact that she has already graduated, the only reason she invested in that place was due to the profit returns. Well, it doesn't really matter. Jinwoo thought this as he doesn't think it will matter, but there is a slight worry in his mind. As there is a possibility that Arya might remember a painful past if she meets any person who has similarities to that guy. But that's worry is for the future since this change will happen next year. And by then Jinwoo is sure that Arya will already be used to school life, at least that's what he hoped. If you happen to have any trouble at school then tell, believe me or not, but I've got some contacts there. Anne said this in a somewhat proud tone as she offered her help. Jinwoo didn't say anything to this, as he doesn't even think Arya will ever need her help, especially when Fia is there. From what he has seen, Fia seems to have a very strong influence on that place, meaning they won't need Anne's help at all. Seeing Jinwoo silent, Anne don't know what he was thinking at all, especially when she can't read his eyes at all. And that's not the only problem, as even though she has been talking on a daily basis to get any information regarding them. Since he can't get any information about them, even after looking at their background, she decided to learn about them by talking to him. Still, he didn't even spill any beans yet. Not only him, but also Arya, since unlike Jinwoo, Arya she ignored her whenever she tried to talk with her. Even though Jinwoo engaged in a conversation with her still, he never really talks about himself at all, which is frustrating. Because now he knows about her life but she don't know anything about his, but somehow she knows something is fishy with them, especially with Jinwoo. His ability doesn't work on him, nor is there any background about them, which is legit, so she is very sure that he is hiding something very big, especially that darkness. Maybe he also has an ability just like me. Anne asked this question to herself as this possibility surfaced in her mind. As the more she thought about it, the more she realized that possibility chances are high, otherwise there is no way he would have that strange darkness in him. Still, it's a possibility and she don't want to ask him directly, as if this possibility went wrong then, she can imagine that he gonna look at her like some mental patient. Which is gonna be very embarrassing. But even though she can't ask him directly still, she can at least see him. If he does anything abnormal, then she can confirm that possibility. But the problem is that even if he has some kind of ability like hers, then she doesn't know what ability he has. Meaning she doesn't know what kind of situation she should put him in to showcase his ability, and that's the biggest problem. Because if she did put him in the wrong situation, and something went wrong, then she doesn't want to get blamed for it. After talking with her for a while, Jinwoo continued his exercises. Meanwhile, Arya and Anne both followed her. At Anne's house, an hour later. So tell me how much progress you made. Old woman asked this, as she is also a grandmother of Anne. We are friends, Anne said this as she turned her head away. Since if she were honest then she indeed was interested in Jinwoo, but not in any way her grandmother expected. She just wants to know what his background, his intentions, and lastly what he is. As she really don't consider him as a normal human at all, because if he were a normal human, then he wouldn't have such a strange darkness inside him. My stupid granddaughter, why are you so slow? The old woman said this with immense disappointment written on her face, as though it had been many days since she met him. Still there is no progress at all. What do you mean, Grandma, is it totally normal? Anne asked this as she didn't really understand her grandmother's thoughts. Normal? In our time we would have spent our first time together. The old woman said this as she tried to educate her granddaughter regarding these matters. But I want to take my time before making any moves, Anne said to her grandmother, who was angry towards her. So, when will you get married after you both become old, or when will I go away? The old woman said this in anger, as she really wanna hold her granddaughter's child before dying. Don't talk like that. Anne spoke in a very low tone, as she really didn't want her grandmother to be talking about her own death. Even though Anne is aware that she still doesn't want her grandmother to speak about such things. Anne knows her grandmother won't live for long, as at some point, she's gonna leave her alone in this world, which she really hates. Her only family is grandmother. If she goes then, she doesn't know what she can do, as even though her grandmother's tone might be harsh, but still, Anne knows that her grandmother cares very about her. Then hurry up and get married already. The old woman said this as her final words, then opened the door as she went out, then slammed the door. Sigh. Anne released a tired sigh after seeing her grandmother had gone from her room. She feels whenever her grandmother talks about this, Anne becomes exhausted. At least now, she can finally rest, as she falls back on her soft bed thinking about what she should do. Should I hire a professional? Anne asked this question to herself as she was thinking about hiring a spy to observe him at all times. Chapter 200, First Day of Academy. A spy who she is thinking about, as given the amount of money she made, hiring a spy is a trivial matter for her. But if the spy got caught, then her reputation would drop. She can't imagine how Xuanhuan and her grandmother would look at her, especially her grandmother. She believed her grandmother would be so angry that she would die from high blood pressure, considering her age, which she doesn't want. Then how? Anne inwardly asked this, as if it's not a spy then, what can she do to find out about them? Maybe going to his home, Anne muttered as she thought of this solution. If she could enter his house, then she might manage to learn something about him. She doesn't know how, but it seems easier than hiring a spy for a risk. And now, she just needs to find a reason to go home. At Xuanhuan's house. You ready? Xuanhuan asked this as he looked towards Arya, who was in an academy uniform, as he wanted ready for her first day of her academy. Arya didn't answer him at all, as she herself don't want to go anywhere where she has never been before. If she were to be honest, then she would say that she is scared, but since she already owes too much to Xuanhuan and Grafia, that she don't want to ask for any more help, especially if it's for her selfish wish. She knows they are sending her to the academy for her own good, even though she has no idea what this academy place, but he told her that it's a place to learn and make friends. Still, she is scared of a new place where she is going alone. Not really alone, since there is Sona who is going with her. But it's only been a little time since Sona was with her, which is the reason she doesn't have a good relationship with Sona, as Grafia and Xuanhuan. Pat, don't worry, if anything happens then I will protect you. Xuanhuan said this in order to reassure her after seeing her face full of worry. Normally she doesn't show her emotions on her face, but right now she is somewhat showing her emotions. And due to that, he is certain that she is worried and afraid. And he doesn't blame her for being like this, since she comes from a planet where there isn't any kind of school. Since the moment they awaken their abilities, they know how to use it. Not to mention when all her people got killed, as well as her whole homeland, got completely changed into something else filled with enemies, to the point where she can't recognize it anymore. So it's normal for her to be scared and worry, which is the reason he made this a promise to her, as even though her body has grown, still her mind is immature. So he thinks that this promise might help her to become relaxed. Promise? Arya asked this, as she wanted to be certain, even though she knew what he said was what he meant. Still, she wanted him to promise this. Yes, Xuanhuan replied immediately and promised her, as she wanted after saying that he stopped patting her. Her attitude is cute in front of him. Sona inwardly said this in her mind, as she was here too since she came downstairs with Arya. From what Sona observed during her days in this house, that is, Arya always have a cold attitude towards her or anyone. She mostly doesn't even respond when talking to her, but this is certainly a different matter when he talks to her. Right now, even she can see facial expressions on her face making her think she is cute. If she were to be honest, then definitely, she wanted Arya to be in her peerage, because she is cute, as well as she can clearly see how much potential she holds inside her, but unfortunately, it's not possible. What a pity, Sona inwardly said this, as she not only thinks that Arya will reject, but she also comes to know that Arya is already part of the Grafia peerage. From what she knows, Grafia had never shown any interest in peerage before making her curious why Grafia suddenly decided to make one. Sona thinks whatever Grafia's reason might be, she just knows the fact that Arya is off limits. It goes the same with all people in the house. Since Xuanhuan is too strong considering what her elder sister told her about, and Tiamat will burn to ashes if she even tries to speak about this, due to the fact that Tiamat is a proud dragon. And lastly, there is somehow new member in this house, who is none other than Ophis, who seems to be as powerful as Tiamat or even more. She don't understand how he managed to get someone this monstrous in his own house, when he just went to the academy in order to complete some documents. Sigh. Sona released a tired sigh after thinking that she would need to live between these monsters for at least a year. Even though it guarantees her safety, but it doesn't guarantee her mental health, knowing that she is living among people who can crush her like a small ant. Come here, Jinwoo said as he looked towards Sona, making her awake from her own thoughts. Even though she was confused, she still did, as he said, as other than that she couldn't do anything else. Since it's Arya's first day of school, he decided to drop them off at the place himself, as he decided to use the shadow exchange. Arya understood this as she also stood close to him, while feeling pity that she couldn't bring Kuroka with her, since if she could bring her to the academy then surely she would be less lonely. Meanwhile, from a distance, Kuroka, who was watching while her thoughts that were totally opposite to Arya, as she was glad now that she would have so much relaxing time from now on. Chapter 201, First Day of Academy 2. Finally, I will have time to stretch my body. Kuroka inwardly said this in her mind after seeing Arya already in uniform, ready to go to the academy. She couldn't help but feel that her body had become stiff after staying in this small limiting form for a long time. And since Arya will be gone every day for some hours, it will give her free time to stretch her body. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jinwoo, who is making Arya go to the academy, since because of this, she will have free time. And right now, she is just patiently waiting for her to go, then she can change back to her original form. Back to Jinwoo and others. After Sona did as Jinwoo told her and came near her, the next moment Jinwoo used his shadow exchange as pitch-black darkness started to cover them. Arya, who has already experienced this multiple times, does not have much fear now, but it can't be said the same for Sona, as it's her first time seeing something like this. Sona lost her composure, as she couldn't understand what this pitch-black darkness covering her. She wanted to resist, but darkness was too fast for her to do anything, so all she could do was close her eyes tightly and prepare for what was coming. Near Kyo Academy. He hid one of his shadow soldiers at the spot, where not many eyes see, especially in the morning, as he could come here in no time. Even though the distance between their house and the academy isn't that far away still, since it's their first day at the academy, he doesn't mind dropping them off. You can open your eyes now, Jinwoo said to Arya and Sona, who had their eyes shut tightly this whole time. They slowly opened their eyes as he told them. Meanwhile, Arya wasn't surprised at all finding herself in a totally different location, but it couldn't be said the same for Sona, as she was totally shocked. Teleportation magic? Sona inwardly said this in her mind, with panic, even though she knew teleportation magic was really hard to learn, but she wasn't shocked by this. Rather, she was shocked at how fast Jinwoo managed to do it. It took him a second or 2 seconds for him to pull it off. And he pulled it so casually, as well as fast enough for her not to notice this, making her believe that he really is a master in casting magic. She thought this in not only because of those reasons, as Jinwoo doesn't even look a little bit tired, even after casting teleportation magic. Not to mention, he cast teleportation magic for such a trivial thing like going to the academy, since the distance between those two places is short. Still, he did it. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but wonder about other things he is capable of. With that, they all moved towards the main gate of the academy, since they came here by shadow exchange instead of walking. So they arrived early before any student. This is the place you will be going from now, Jinwoo said to Arya, since this is her first time seeing the place she will be going to. Arya looks at this and couldn't help but find this building magnificent. She didn't get overwhelmed, as she had seen bigger buildings made by the person who took over her homeworld. Make sure to take care of her. Jinwoo said this to Sona as he turned his head towards her. Meanwhile, Sona nodded her head and assured him. You both can go now, Jinwoo said as he told them to go, since there was nothing else that he didn't think he needed to say. Both nodded their heads as they began to move. For someone athletic like Arya, Her speed was too slow compared to Sona. But Jinwoo knows she just don't want to leave as for the final boost in her energy. He told her that it's only a matter of a few hours using Shadow Soldier in her shadow as a medium. Arya nodded her head as she understood what he meant still. She felt a little scared going to a place which she had never been to alone. "Don't worry, I will take care of you," Sona said as she adjusted her glasses since she had already promised Jinwoo, and she had no plans to not keep her promise. Sona has little information about Arya, but from what he observed from her reactions, till now she seems to be the introvert type, who is afraid of going to new places alone. But since she knows daily that early morning Arya always goes to the park for exercises, meaning she isn't really an introvert. So rather than an introvert, Sona will say Arya is just scared to get separated from Jinwoo. Isn't that too childish? Sona inwardly couldn't help but ask this question in her mind, seeing such an attitude from her at this age. Maybe I am wrong, Sona inwardly said this, as she denies that possibility as Arya's attitude towards everyone is too cold, and the only person Arya listened to is Jinwoo, according to Sona. Sona can't be certain, nor does this matter concern her, as right this moment she just needs to focus on her promise with Jinwoo. With Jinwoo, who stayed until they entered the building, finally started to move away since Sona is with Arya, so he doesn't worry much about Arya, because in a short time he realized that unlike her elder sister, who is also a Satan of the underworld, Sona is quite responsible. Which is why he isn't worried that Arya might get lost, or anything, since Sona and Arya's classes are the same, meaning she can take care of Arya all the time in the academy. I hope her first day will be enjoyable, Jinwoo inwardly said as he hoped that Arya's first day at the academy would not be bad. Chapter 202, Kuroka Troubles. Back at home, Jinwoo inwardly returned to the house after seeing off Arya and Sona to the academy, and wished them the best of luck for their first day at the academy. Finally, Brat is gone. Kuroka spoke in this cheerful tone as she undid her disguise technique and revealed her true body. Kuroka couldn't help but cheer herself, as she was finally able to move freely, as she relaxed her body by lying on the soft sofa in the drawing room while watching TV. She really becomes like this when she is free. Jinwoo couldn't help but say this in his mind, as he didn't think she would become this free. In past, she only had free time when Arya was sleeping, but now that Arya will be going to the academy, it seems that from now on she will have a lot of free time. By the way, don't you want to meet your sister? Jinwoo asked this question to Kuroka, as her little sister is her in the human world. Since her little sister is part of the peerage of a devil who will be attending the academy, same as Arya and Sona, her little sister will also be attending the academy, just as her master. This is information obtained by Graphia, who back in the underworld already shared this information with Kuroka, but to his surprise, she doesn't seem too eager to meet her. Which confused him, since he thought the first thing she would do was to run to the place where her little sister is and meet her. Kuroka, hearing this, went completely silent as all the cheerful expressions on her face were gone. I am not ready yet. Kuroka said this in a very low tone which was only audible to her, but since Jinwoo has super hearing, he could hear her. Jinwoo didn't ask any further, as this is her private matter which he don't want to interfere with. He just wanted to help as he gave her the information he got, so the rest is up to her. Hey, do you have a little sister? Kuroka asked this question unconsciously, without any thoughts in her mind. Jinwoo looked at her with a confused expression on her face, as he couldn't understand why she was suddenly asking this question. Sorry, I shouldn't ask such a question, Kuroka said as she immediately regretted what she just asked and felt what she had asked was out of line, especially when he is the person who gave her safety, food, and shelter. I do have a little sister, Jinwoo replied to her question, as he doesn't mind telling her that since she doesn't bother him at all. It's not like anyone can harm her little sister, who is in another world, so telling information about his little sister isn't harmful to him in any way. Oh, is she well? Kuroka asked this question with hesitation, as she wanted to know how his relationship with his little sister was. I don't know, Jinwoo replied to her question, as he didn't know himself whether his little sister was doing good or badly. He doesn't even know whether she is alive or dead. Not only her, but he has no idea about if his mom and dad are doing okay or not. He tried to stop thinking about them by convincing himself that they must be doing well, and they must have been keeping their promise of keeping Earth safe. What do you mean? Kuroka asked this question. Next, she didn't understand what he meant at all. From her perspective, someone like him must have eyes everywhere, especially on his family. Well, you can say she is not in this world. Jinwoo replied to her question, as he didn't lie technically since her little sister or his parents indeed isn't in this world, rather back on his home planet. Oh, I am sorry. Kuroka said this immediately after hearing Jinwoo's words, thinking he meant that his little sister had passed away. Making her regret what she just asked him, thinking it would make him relive unpleasant memories. Hearing her apology, Jinwoo immediately understood that Kuroka misunderstood what he just said, even though he wanted to correct, but he couldn't, as it would be really a headache to explain that he is some kind of alien to this planet. Explaining doesn't mean she will understand, and moreover, it will give her information about other beings that are from this planet. Moreover, he himself isn't clear whether she or his family is doing well or badly. He has no information to deny what Kuroka thinks. What kind of person was she? Kuroka asked this question as she saw he didn't get upset. She got curious about his little sister. Mischievous, smart, and caring, Jinwoo replied as he answered what she had asked him. He himself didn't see her for a very long time. So he doesn't know whether she has changed or not, considering the fact that she was still a kid when he left. But he clearly remembered her little sister's character, especially her lectures whenever he came injured from the dungeon. She seems to be an amazing person, Kuroka said in a low tone after hearing what Jinwoo had said. She couldn't help but imagine Jinwoo's sister, according to Jinwoo's description. My little sister used to depend on me a lot in past, Kuroka said as she decided to tell him about her little sister too. I tried very hard to be perfect big sister, she would imagine, and it was really going well until suddenly our parents got killed. Kuroka said this with a sad face as she thought about all the bad memories. After we got captured, I couldn't free her at all as we both became nothing but slaves. Kuroka said this was said even though she still somehow always tries to offer herself for experiments. Still, it's a well-known fact that they both were slaves. She told him her real feelings as she wanted to know his thoughts and wanted to know what she should do now. Chapter 203, Kuroka Troubles 2. Better to face your sister than hide like a coward, Jinwoo said as he understood her thoughts. He knew that Kuroka was afraid. Even though she went to great lengths to protect her sister, still Kuroka finds herself guilty of leaving her little sister and thinks her little sister will blame her for abandoning her. He doesn't have a position to say in her private matter since she insists on his advice. Then he suggests to directly face her rather than hiding. If she keeps delaying, then it's only gonna make a bigger gap between Kuroka and her little sister. So it's way better if she faces her and talks in order to sort out their thoughts. It's not easy, Kuroka replied to Jinwoo with a dejected tone, as it won't be wrong to say that she is scared as well as excited. Excited because she could now see her little sister after such a long time, and scared because she is afraid that her little sister will hate her. It's your choice, Jinwoo replied to her, as this is her choice whether to face her or not, so it's his suggestion doesn't really matter. Kuroka went silent after hearing this, as if she was deeply thinking about something, and after some time, she finally got her playful smile back on her face. Well, I will see about that later. Right now I will just go out and take some fresh air after so long. Kuroka said this in the same playful tone as she turned to her older self from her depressed self. After saying that, she went outside without saying anything else, even though she said this, but Jinwoo clearly knows where she went to take some fresh air. At least make some believable excuse. Jinwoo couldn't help but comment this in his mind with a smile on his face. Since it's an obvious fact that she won't go out without any reason, due to the fact that she is still wanted in the underworld. Even though this is a human world, still devils disguise themselves in the human world, so there is a chance she will be caught here. Which is also the reason she didn't go out while staying here, as it was not because of Arya, and now suddenly she want to go out. As she couldn't make this more obvious, as it's clear she's gonna and see her little sister, but he don't want to say anything else to her since he knows she will handle her family matter on her own hands. I wonder how my family is doing right now. Jinwoo said this after his interaction with Kuroka. He couldn't help but remember his own family back in the world. Even though he has no idea about what they are doing, but at least he can be certain that they are safe at home. She is awake, Jinwoo murmured this as he sensed Off-Eyes coming downstairs. Even though he don't see her with his eyes still, he will notice this since her energy is really very noticeable as well as huge, compared to any living creature he has seen so far on this planet. Even Graphia, who got a power-up up, is nothing compared to the raw power that this child possesses here. I am still surprised how much unambiguous she is. Jinwoo inwardly said this in his mind, as unlike anyone he has ever seen in his life, Off-Eyes seems to have no desire at all. Not only powerful people, but every person has desires that lead to the creation of ambition. It seems Off-Eyes is an exception. Even though Off-Eyes is a really powerful individual, she still prefers to spend her time at her home rather than any other goal. Hungry? Off-Eyes said this as she came to him, since she really want to eat those sweets which she had eaten the previous time. Jinwoo looks at her with a blank face as soon as a small smile appears on his face, thinking even though she might be one of the most powerful individuals in this world, still, she is still just a kid at heart. Because he knows her being hungry is nothing but a blunt lie. He knows from Tiamat beings like her don't feel hunger, due to the fact they were created by the void and realm of nothingness. So being hungry is just a lie that she used to get sweets. But Jinwoo doesn't have much problem if such a small thing can make her satisfied, especially when she is asking politely. Wash your face first, Jinwoo said, as he ordered her to do this even though it's fulfilling her wish is really a simple method for her, but it doesn't mean he will give her freely. He needs to make sure that she will listen to him in case she goes out of control, as he planned to order her to perform simple tasks first. After hearing that, at first Off-Eyes was defensive, but soon after a few moments, she finally nodded her head and went to the bathroom. In the past days, Jinwoo has already made Off-Eyes familiar with the house, so she knows where to go and what to do as she begins to move to get her sweets. This is crazy. Tiamat, who is quietly watching all this, couldn't help but comment this in her mind, even though she had lived for a very long time still. She never imagined she would see such a day. Where an entity superior then, hers is obeying someone without any resistance, since Tiamat knows Off-Eyes' identity as well as what she is capable of doing. Tiamat never imagined someone like Off-Eyes would be obeying others, but that also gives a clear idea to Tiamat that Jinwoo is stronger than Off-Eyes too. Since Off-Eyes herself admitted that Jinwoo is stronger than her, there is no other reason for Tiamat to doubt those words. But it also gives her a headache since she planned to defeat him, but now knowing how strong he is, she feels that day isn't near at all. Chapter 204, Tiamat Those. Now Off-Eyes comes back after doing what Jinwoo has told her, and now she wants nothing but sweets which he promised. Okay, Jinwoo replied with a small smile after seeing Off-Eyes do what he asked her to do, and instantly, sweets appeared in his hands in the darkness. There aren't any special sweets made by him, rather these are sweets which he purchases from the supermarket. Even though he could make sweets on his own only, by using his power, he still goes to buy sweets from the supermarket, so that she might get even stronger if he gets his energy. Since he clearly understands that she is capable of handling his own energy, that's the reason if he gave her candies made by his own power, then it's only gonna make her stronger. And that's the problem. He still hasn't figured out what Off-Eyes will do after she becomes stronger, since it will be a real problem if she wants to taste her power here in the human world. That's the reason he buys the sweets from the supermarket, rather than making the sweets from his power. Off-Eyes' eyes shone bright after seeing the candies, as she quickly took them in at the speed that even Tiamat couldn't see. She is really addicted to sweets, Jinwoo inwardly said this, as she didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Mainly a good thing because she is addicted to sweets. That's the reason for her obedience, as she does whatever he tells her to do in exchange for nothing but sweets. Bad thing because he doesn't know whether she will really be able to go back to her home after she gets it back due to the fact that she will not have any sweets there. But that's the worry for him when her home is finally free for you to back, as the first thing he needed to worry about was how he would go there. Since that's a place he has never been to, he doesn't know the way to get there, which is a problem, as according to Tiamat, only a handful of people know the way to go there. More off-eyes spoke this, as she had already finished the candies, which Jinwoo gave her even though she finished still. She wasn't satisfied as she wanted more, which is why she said this. No, you can have it later. Jinwoo replied to off-eyes as he rejected her while he couldn't wonder about her greed for sweets. No matter how much she likes sweets, she still eats in moderation, which she clearly doesn't understand, especially with the greedy look on her face. More off-eyes spoke this again. She clearly ignored what he just said as he clearly said what he wanted. And this time, she even released some of her energy to pressure him even though she knew that he was stronger than herself. Still, she hoped that with this, he would give her like this. So you wanna play like this? Jinwoo inwardly said this as he understood what Off-Eyes was trying to do, and in return, he used his own power to overwhelm her. And it was quick. Instantly Off-Eyes took a step back as her whole body couldn't help but tremble, even though by instinct, she knew he was stronger than herself. Still, she didn't think the gap would be this huge, as she instantly withdrew her own energy, since now she knew that it's useless and it's only gonna make her suffocate. No, Jinwoo replied with this one word, while he released his energy, which quickly pressed Off-Eyes into surrendering. Oh shit, Jinwoo suddenly realized what he had done as he quickly turned towards Tiamat, who was lying on the floor while she seemed to have trouble breathing. Even though her whole body is sweating out of fear, still luckily, she managed to maintain her consciousness. Which is also surprising since compared to the last time, he released more energy since he needed to overwhelm Off-Eyes. It seems she has become stronger. Jinwoo said this in his mind as he was surprised to know this since, as he knows, she always stays at home 24/7 still. She managed to become stronger, which is really a mystery. Anyway, he thinks it's a good thing. Still, he knows it was his own carelessness, and he didn't intend to avoid his own mistake. You are all right? Jinwoo asked this question with a worrying tone as he offered her his hand to get up. Inhale. I am fine, Tiamat replied after taking a deep breath as she could finally move and breathe after the pressure from two beings was gone. Tiamat stood up on her own without taking a hand with some difficulty, but she did it on her own, as after standing. She cleaned the dust off her dress, and then looked at his eyes with the same cold eyes as she spoke, I am fine. I see, Jinwoo said, as he understood that she wanted him to know that she isn't weak, especially because she is a dragon. He almost ignored the fact that which race Tiamat belonged to after living with her, not to mention that she is working as a maid right now. Still, he understands that she won't take his help as this is her dragon pride, since if she takes his help, then it will hurt her pride. With that said, Tiamat started to walk in her normal way like she wasn't affected by what just happened, but her thoughts in her mind are different. I felt I was gonna die. Tiamat inwardly said this as she clearly remembered what had just happened at first when Off-Eyes released her pressure. She felt she was prey. Even though she wanted to move, but her body refused to listen as her whole body got frozen by an invisible force. But the matter got really worse the next second. Chapter 205, Meanwhile Kuroka. A few hours later. At Q Academy. Right now Kuroka has reached Q Academy where Arya and Sona are right now, as her purpose is not to find them. But rather it's her little sister, since she knew her little sister is now part of a peerage right now. Not anyone's peerage, but she now belongs to Rhea's, who is also the little sister of Satan in the underworld. So Kuroka needed to make sure to do everything quietly, otherwise, if she gets exposed, then there is a high chance Satan will get the word and will send forces. Even though it's really very risky to go there, since the only danger won't only be Rise, but others too, since this place is filled with supernatural beings. One wrong step, and she might expose her identity, which will be really bad. But she is confident in her own abilities, which is why she is willing to take a risk. Not to mention, she don't know if she got exposed, then he will save her or not. Even though she knew Jinwoo valued her, because he didn't even save her when she was dying. But also give her a place to live and eat, as well as give her protection even though she was a wanted criminal, and lastly, He also helped her to prove her innocence. Unfortunately, living with him also made her realize how much he values his quiet life. So she don't if he is willing to wager his quiet life for her if she gets caught. I am thinking useless things, Kuroko inwardly said this in her mind, as she thinks that she won't let that happen since she has confidence in her skills. Moreover, what he said was right. I can't remain a coward forever. Kuroko inwardly said this in her mind as she remembered her interaction with Jinwoo. Since she keeps delaying, it only widens the gap between her and her little sister. Not to mention, she also thinks her little sister don't want to see her big sister as a coward. That's why she decided to go and see her little sister. At least see, if not meet in person, since she still don't know how her little sister will react after seeing her. Moreover, if her little sister made a scene, then it would be really bad for her, which is why she is very conflicted whether she should see her little sister or not. But she will make sure to at least see her with her own eyes today. With that in her mind, she entered the academy. Thanks to this, I can enter this place without getting noticed. Kuroko said this while looking at the ring on her finger, and this is the same ring that Arya has. This ring is given to her by Jinwoo to let her roam outside if she wishes, but who would have known that she would use it like this? This not only hides her energy, but also her ears and tail. The main factor is that after entering the building, she can use her disguise magic to change her form to not get exposed, but unfortunately, she needs to remove the ring from her finger. Because she tried it, even if she changes her form, still don't get shapeshift with her, meaning the ring will gonna fall off anyway when she takes another form, which is the reason she needs to take off the ring before shapeshifting. Kuroko entered the Ku Academy under watchful eyes, as no one was able to catch her figure. In a storeroom. After entering the academy building, she moved like a shadow in order to avoid others' eyes, and she was successful. Even though she might not have that much confidence in her connections, still her skills in hiding or moving without getting noticed are top-notch. Which is the reason she managed to get into one of the storerooms without much of a problem. Even though it was completely dark, Kuroka's eyes were shining brightly as she could see even in such a dark place. And after reaching here, she removed the ring from her finger and put it in her bag, as she then used magic to shapeshift into a smaller form, which is none other than her cat form. I'd rather not let Arya see me like this. Kuroko inwardly said this in her mind, since Arya already is very familiar with the form Kuroko is in right now. So if Arya saw her like this, then there is a very high chance Arya gonna catch her, which is why she should avoid her at all costs. But where should I go first? Kuroko inwardly said this as she began thinking where she should go first, since this is the first time she is coming here. She don't know the ways or where her little sister is, but guessing the fact that her little sister just admitted to this place means she should be first year too. Now the only thing that remains for her to search is the classrooms where first-year students are, but she wants to know where those classrooms are. Well, it shouldn't be a problem for her, since she is just classroom should have some kind of number plate for identification, as she just needs to search. With that in her mind, she exited the storeroom through the window and moved, avoiding people's eyes. Even though she is now in a smaller form, which is easier to move and hide compared to her usual form, but it will be bad if she gets caught, because she gonna get thrown out. She walked while taking cover in order to avoid the eyes of the people, and went upstairs, since at this moment she had already checked all the classrooms on the ground floor. So now it's time to change floor. After going upstairs, she saw students coming out of their classrooms as she decided to hide, since if she goes like this too, definitely, she's gonna get caught. Chapter 206, Disguise. Ara Tilda, what's the matter, Tilda? A girl asked in a playful tone as she looked towards the girl who was next to her as the girl next to her stopped suddenly. I felt something Aquino, but I think it must be my imagination. The girl said this as she looked around and found nothing unusual as they began to continue going their way. Meanwhile with Kuroka. It was close, Kuroka inwardly said this as she caught her breath. She didn't think that instead of encountering her little sister, she would encounter her. So she is Ria's Gremory, and her Queen Aquino. She muttered this as she knows who they are since she receives information about them, from time to time receive information about them, because her little sister is part of that girl's peerage. Aquino is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a very long ponytail, reaching all the way down to the floor with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Like most of the girls at Q Academy, she wears the customary Q Academy girls' school uniform, along with black calfling socks. Riaz is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, white skin, blue eyes inherited from her father, Zeoticus, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long, beautiful crimson hair, which she also inherited from her father, that reaches down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from. Kuroka knew that she could afford to appear in front of them, even though in terms of power, she could easily overpower them in the blink of an eye. But the problem comes from her identity, after all, is the sister of none other than Satan of the underworld. Even touching her will be difficult with this identity. That's the reason she needed to be as careful as possible. I need this ring. Kuroka said this in her mind, as she thinks keeping this cat form isn't an option now since, if Riaz managed to sense her. Kuroka was nothing but lucky that she managed to get away from there, in time otherwise she would have been caught. She can't be lucky every time, which is the reason she needed to resort to another method. She came to the women's washroom and locked the door, as she returned to her original form and then immediately wore the ring. She realized that she can't roam freely here without this ring, but she also needed to make sure she won't get caught as an outsider here. Which is why she decided to disguise herself as one of the staff members, and it's a simple trick for her, but till now, she has been avoiding this due to one simple reason. I need to steal someone's ID, Kuroka inwardly said this as that. The only option she sees to avoid getting caught, but for that, he needed to steal one. And for that, she needed to go out, since staying here won't bring an ID card to her, and that's why she is getting ready now. First, after getting back into her original form, first thing she did was to put the ring on her ring finger, then used illusion magic to change her clothes. She wanted to change into someone like staff, and the best possibility would be a teacher, since with that status, she could possibly enter any classrooms she desired. She could have also disguised herself as a student, but considering her mature body, she doubted anyone would have believed that she was a student. So the only option remaining is teacher, as this might be the most believable profession she could copy. After using magic, her whole body started to flow, and her clothes started to change. Rather than change, it would be more accurate to illusion, was cast on her to make others believe that she was wearing something else. Right to others she is wearing a white shirt, a short skirt, stockings, high heels, and lastly any glasses on her eyes. Moreover, in the illusion, her clothes seem to be too tight, especially her shirt, that to others it will feel that her shirt will burst at any time. This should work, Kuroka inwardly said as she thought this appearance would do, as she moved out of the washroom. While wondering where she should go to steal an ID for herself, she couldn't help but think that it would be a lot more helpful if a teacher came to the washroom, as Kuroka then wouldn't need to search. Anyway, I can't wait here forever. Kuroka inwardly said this as if she kept waiting, then school time might get over, and she won't even be able to meet her little sister. With those thoughts in her mind, she started to move outside with confidence enough to fool anyone. In the student council office. Right now, with the help of her brother, Riaz has become head of the student council, since she needed to do this to monitor any suspicious activity as well as any good potential person who would become part of the peerage. She isn't doing this just to become powerful, but rather she has some other goal in her mind, which she would absolutely accomplish. With Riaz, there is her Queen Aquino present right now, and in front of them, there was Sona who was sitting with a serious expression on her face. Listen to me first, you already know I am in need of potential people. Riaz speaks this as she is trying to make Sona understand something. No, Sona replied, as she simply refused to listen to her, and for some reason, but Sona gave Riaz an expression that she won't budge no matter how hard Riaz tries to convince her. Chapter 207, Student Council. No matter how many times you try to convince me, I won't change my mind, Sona said as she clearly drew a line to her request. But you already know, I needed power for my future. Ria said this as she looked towards Sona hoping that she would change her mind. No matter what, she is off limits. Sona said this as she was talking about someone whom Ria's desires. Both Riaz and Sona are friends from the time in the underworld. And not only that is both of them come to the human world to recruit potential people into their peerage. Not only that, but they also have an unwritten agreement, which was to take turns, as well as inform the other party, before taking someone into their peerage. Why? Riaz asked this, as she couldn't help but raise her voice in annoyance, since she was getting really annoyed by Sona's attitude. You knew I would treat my peerage as my family. Riaz continued to speak, as she wanted to let her know that she would take care of that person. From what she knew, Sona didn't have intentions of taking that person herself, so she couldn't understand why Sona had a problem with her taking that person into her peerage. Sigh. It's not about that, rather Arya isn't someone you can't take as you like. Sona replied, as she released a tired sigh, as she really waited for Riaz to understand this, but looking at her stubborn self. The person whom Riaz wanna take is none other than Arya. That's the reason Sona is so against this, since even she tried then, she is not only risking her, but also people around her. She couldn't help but feel tired, since there were many things that would be messed up if she tried to even take Arya. Rather than Jinwoo and Tiamat, even Arya herself is strong enough to give them trouble, and not to mention she has been living with Arya. So she now somewhat understands her personality too, as she cleared a person whom Arya had never met in her life, suddenly ask her to be her servant, then Sona could imagine Arya fighting Riaz. Since to her, the only person in this world whom Arya listened to is none other than Jinwoo, and other than that there is no one at least in her eyes. Ara Tilda, at least tell us the reason why such a cute girl can't join us, Tilda. This time Aquino, the queen of Ria's peerage, spoke, as she felt Riaz now was on the verge of losing her patience. It's more related to her background, and it's best for us not to interfere with her. Sona said this as she made up this excuse. Not really an excuse, as this is also true, because people who support are truly monsters, as there are people like Jinwoo, Tiamat and Grafia behind her, and not to mention the recently new person who is stronger than Tiamat. But the real reason she can't tell is because of Grafia, even if she told her that Arya is already a part of someone else's peerage. Moreover, even if she told her that, then knowing Ria's personality, Sona immediately knows Riaz will try to find out whose peerage Arya belonged to, and she knows for certain that she won't stop until Riaz finds it. And that's where the problem arises, as she can't tell Arya belongs to the Grafia peerage, since surely this news will reach her brother's ears, and it is a well-known fact how much in the underworld that how much her brother is obsessed with Grafia. Even more dangerous than ours. Riaz asked this curiosity as they are both siblings of Satan, so it's hard to think there is a force behind Arya that is bigger than theirs. Even if my big sister and your big brother joined hands, then also they still can't even put a scratch on him. Sona said this as she intended to give some example of how powerful Jinwoo is. Even though she hasn't seen Jinwoo fighting, but from the fact that her sister tells her, as well as Sona also trusted her instincts, which is the reason she knew he was so powerful. And those aren't the only reasons, as there are more, especially the fact that Tiamat, a dragon king, is working under him. That's some interesting statement, Tilda. Aquino said this with playfulness in her tone. If it was said by others, then she originally wouldn't believe it, but this is Sona, as she is also a sibling of Satan. As her words are valued, and if she is saying something, then surely there is a reason for that. Still, Aquino finds it hard to believe what she is saying, truth or not. Are you serious? Riaz asked this in a dumbfounded tone, as for some seconds she had been stunned by Sona's statement previously. Nod. My class is gonna start, so if you will excuse me. Sona spoke this after she nodded her head towards Ria's question, and then she stood up from her seat as she started to walk away. Sona needed to go fast as she left Arya alone, since she had taken responsibility for taking care of her in here. So she should focus on her rather than leaving her alone. Meanwhile with Kuroka. It wasn't that difficult, Kuroka muttered, while holding an ID card in her hand, as she stole it from one of the teachers who tried to talk to her. Humans are easy to fool, Kuroka inwardly said as that person went to her on her own and tried to talk to her or even wanted her phone number. Her body is too appealing for anyone, especially for humans, as she was instantly approached by a teacher as soon as she saw her. Well, it worked certainly in my favor. Kuroka said this in her mind, as due to that she managed to easily steal her ID without an issue. Chapter 208, Meeting. Even though it is not her ID, as there is a photo and other information about that teacher. But it's not a problem for her, as it will be only visible to her. As she cast another illusion spell on the ID card, as words and even pictures began to change on the ID card. Now the ID card contains her picture, as well as information that has been changed into hers, but it's not real. It's just an illusion that will only appear when whoever tries to look at her ID. With that, she can finally roam around the school without any problems at all, as with those in her mind. She finally began to move and explore all the classrooms, even though everyone still stared at her, whoever she crossed paths with. It can't be helped, after all I am so beautiful after all, Kuroka inwardly said this as she knew about her beauty, so she is not that surprised how much they are looking at her. Excuse me, someone spoke this to Kuroka from behind and from the tone. Kuroka can guess it's a mature female. As Kuroka turned around, she saw a woman standing before her, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be a teacher of this school. From the moment Kuroka saw the appearance of the teacher, Kuroka couldn't help but think this must be one of those strict and serious teachers. Sorry to disturb, but I've never seen you before, the female teacher said as she had been working for a long time, but she had never seen someone like her before. Oh yeah, Tilda, because I just recently joined Tilda, Kuroka replied with a sweet tone, as she replied without any hesitation at all, even though she is lying. The female teacher focused her eyes on her ID card on Kuroka's right side of the chest and read the details. I see, welcome to the team, and if you need any help then you can ask me, the female teacher said as she didn't find anything suspicious at all. Not to mention this is the time when the academy also started to recruit new staff, but to enter as a teacher you have to be professional and have a certificate from a big university, which definitely isn't easy. And looking at Kuroka's appearance, the female teacher was at first confused due to the fact that Kuroka's appearance doesn't match the image of a teacher. It was more accurate to say that Kuroka's appearance is too beautiful, as it wasn't strange to say that Kuroka looks more like a celebrity or model in her eyes. Well, I guess you can't really judge someone by their appearance. The female teacher inwardly said this as the ID she had on was the real one, not any fake. So she could take that Kuroka is really a new teacher rather than a fake one. She is so sure because she knows how strict the academy's rules are and knows no one without any achievement comes here. Because of that trust, she believes that Kuroka is really not some nobody and decided not to be suspicious anymore. But before leaving, she decided to leave a piece of advice to Kuroka, whom she seems to see as a junior, then leave for her next class, which seems to be starting soon. After leaving, Kuroka could finally start the search again. Kuroka was just glad that the female teacher didn't ask her about classes. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to reply to that question, since this is the first time she has entered this place and has zero knowledge about classes. So she would be really in a bad position if that female teacher asked her about that, and at worst Kuroka's cover will be exposed. Well, that would be wrong to think, since before that female teacher could expose her, Kuroka probably would take care of that female teacher before she got to tell anyone else. Even though she might not be as strong as an ant when she compares herself to beings like Jinwoo, Tiamat, Off-Eyes as well, and Satans of the underworld, but that doesn't mean she is just a powerless being. But doesn't make her powerless compared to this world's standard, as taking care of a powerless human is like taking care of a small animal in Kuroka's eyes, which is really easy. Kuroka continued her journey and started to roam around the classes, but sadly found no traces. Maybe I should check upstairs, Kuroka inwardly said, as right now it is a lunch break, as some students are on the rooftop of this building. She is not thinking this is just based on baseless thoughts, rather she could sense people on the rooftop top, and moreover, she could sense this familiar person. She will be lying if she did say to herself that she didn't sense this before, but rather she intentionally decided to ignore this because of her stubborn self deciding to ignore this to delay more time just to prepare herself. Sigh. I guess I shouldn't avoid this anymore, Kuroka said as she started to climb the stairs after getting herself ready and telling herself that it's finally time to not avoid this anymore. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Is this the place? Jinwoo couldn't help but ask this as he felt a similar sensation which felt towards Tiamat and Off-Eyes. But even though it was the same, but yet different, more like it has been suppressed very tightly into something. From Tiamat, he got to know something about a specific sacred gear, which can be used to enter the space where Off-Eyes' home is. That's the reason he comes to check, while he can, since he needs to send Off-Eyes back as soon as possible, since even though she might be obedient right now, but who knows about the future. Ongoing. This audiobook is in progress and stopped at chapter 208. Xuanhuan members can request an update in the following update request post or by sending me a message.